What's up, my siblings in cardboard? Welcome back to the Hong Kong Regional Championship 2023, day number two, and Ken has already messed up my frames.
Perfect
All
timing,
right,
Kim.
perfect timing, Ken. All right, there we go. We fixed it. All right, Nathan, what do we have in store for the fine folks in the chat today?
Well, the one thing we can guarantee is A tier entertainment, but D tier internet connection. But we're gonna do our absolute best, and we're gonna do our best, and we're gonna go over a meta breakdown really quickly while they're setting up the first match. Just so you know what you're in store for is 3 rounds of CC to close out Swiss rounds into our top 8, which will be
All right.
another 3 rounds. So not as long of a night as last night. Hopefully, should be just here for about 6 hours or so, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. But yeah, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us. If you stayed really late last night, you're the goat. I mean,
You're
as
the
simple as
goats.
that. We,
Yep.
we barely made it, but thanks to everybody that hang out with us. And yeah, so here we
All
go.
right,
Let's go over the meta.
All right, we got a bunch of graphics for you guys here. Lots of information on this page. Let's break it down for you guys. So over on the far left, you guys have the meta breakdown. Overall, nothing too surprising here. We have quite a few Lexis, some Briars, Dromais, Bravos, Dash, Dory, and Icelander making up the vast majority of the metagame. A bunch of 1 and 2s here and there. In the far right is the standings after round 9. So this is after 3 CC rounds and 6 draft rounds. I've highlighted some of the players there. So there are 2 teams in Hong Kong that are, well known. There's Team Gold and Team Blue Pitch. So there are 5 members of Team Gold in contention. Ho Chun Lai, Galaxy, Ray, Bun, and Kelvin Law. As you can see, they're doing very well, occupying half of the top 8 at the moment. Then we have Team Blue Pitch with Xing, Jack, Kaiser, Allen, and Wen. And Pudding, yep. So these 6 people are on Team Blue Pitch. And, they're occupying mostly that 9 to 16 section. And, if they can do well, they could make top 8. And then, of course, we have Dennis, who is... It's Dennis. Like,
Dennis.
we love Dennis. Dennis is 20th right now. So we'll see if we can get if Dennis does well, we might see him in the top 8. Okay. In the middle, we have run the numbers for the top 8 calculations. So there are 81 players in the top 8, assuming no draws, 12 rounds. 9-3 guarantees you top 8 in this field, right? So and also some of the 8-4 players will make it in, right? So as it stands right now, Ho Chun Lai is basically guaranteed top 8. All of the people with 7 wins, so 2 down to 7, if they go 2-1, they're also in. If they go 1-2, they might get in, depending on breakers. Then everybody with 6 wins here needs to go 3-0 to guarantee top 8. A 2-1 might make them get in, but basically every round for them is do or die. And then everybody with 5 wins at the moment are going to need to go 3-0 and have a minor miracle to make top 8. So basically everybody from PH Chung up, every single round is going to be super important because all of them have a guaranteed way, if they win 3 rounds, to get in top 8. Nathan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that it's one of those weird situations where you have less rounds, it's kind of less forgiving, and each round kind of amplifies even more, and it's even more important. But at the same time, I mean, we're talking about some amazing players that are well equipped to operate within those margins, and I'm expecting some really good play today.
Yep. Why don't you break down the meta a little bit while I set up the game? Looks like we're going to have a Icelander versus Dromai. Our 1 seed is going to play against our 4 seed here. Very high level game. So why don't you break down the meta a little bit while I set up all the graphics?
Sounds good. So, as expected, we have a lot of Lexi, right? It's considered by most the deck of the format right now, making up about a quarter of the field. And then closing in at second is actually Briar. It's a little bit higher than I would expect personally. Not saying it's a bad deck choice. It just, you know, we saw some success with the fatigue Briar, but at the same time, now that that's out there or renewed out there, and you lose a lot of value if people see it coming. And as smaller nationals, like Josh mentioned yesterday, it's very easy to walk the tables and see what people are on and keep a mental track. Whereas if you're at a nationals with 500 people, it's very difficult to do that. You can kind of only do that in zones, if you will. So, kind of surprised by that number. The third most represented is Dromai, followed by Bravo. I think those are solid picks. Bravo, interested to see whether those are leaning still more fatigue or if they're leaning a little bit more aggressive or right in the middle. Dromai also same thing. A lot of these top decks have a lot of archetypes that they can operate within. Briar can go fatigue or standard. Dromai can go Empress or Big Dragon, and then Bravo can kind of pick go as slow as he wants, as fast as he wants, or as mid as he wants. And then Dash, same thing, right? But Dash can usually do both within the same list, depending on how the sideboarding is conducted. And so Dash is the fifth most represented deck, and then we have a bunch of 4s and 5s following with Dorinthia, Icelander, and Katsu, and then a bunch of 1s and 2s. So nothing really standing out. I think this is what a lot of people are expecting. The reason Dash is so high on this meta representation is mainly because this area is kind of known for a lot of Dash players like Kelvin Law, Alan Lau are very, very good Dash players. Not saying that that's what they're on, but the area is just known for it. 3 Dories, that's probably Josh's fault. Or 5 Dories, that's probably Josh's fault. And then Icelander's just it's a solid deck right now.
Yep. All right. The players are set up. The graphics are set up. So let's transition over to the game now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Nathan. We have Ho-Chun Lai piloting Icelander against Wayne Tsui piloting Dromai. We're going to try to... I've messaged Ken to try to, make the call. Yeah. He might need to pull his 5G out because this is a... let me message him. Your network might be better. Okay, so we're gonna wait for Ken to fix this for us. All right.
Before the match starts.
Yeah. So we'll just let him reconnect here. Like we've said before, this is a kind of rinky-dink operation here. But all right.
Oh, that's way better.
That's way better. Good job. Thanks, Ken.
Who knew disconnecting from Wi-Fi fixes everything?
Yeah. That's the thing. Phone technology is so good now. Like, your phone is like literally better than your webcam, and your 5G could literally be better than your Wi-Fi, like your landline. Like literally, I had like an AT&T line that was like 10 MB, 25 Mbps down, and like 2 up, and so like it was complete crap. And then I switched it to T-Mobile using like their cell towers, and it's
like
it's
cell
much
service,
better. Yeah, it's much better technology. All right, when I first saw the Tomo the Aetherwind playmat, I thought this was Kelvin Law, but I think Kelvin Law has lent his strength to Ho-Chun Lai. He gave him this playmat to go because they are teammates. All right, so let's talk about this matchup a little bit. So this is a matchup that is traditionally be considered favorable for Dromai, but there are, depending on the build of the Icelander, there are many ways for the Icelander to slow down the progress of Dromai. And I guess it is there's something to be said for whether or not this is a Empress Dromai or a Big Dragon Dromai, right? So those could play out very differently. We are not sure what Wayne is on. I'm fairly sure that Ho-Chun Lai knows what Wayne is on, given that these Nats are not too large, and he is on a team, and somebody has probably seen Wayne play a bit. All right, any indication based on the equipment? I know it was just briefly flipped there with some of it. There's some
I
glare.
think I saw Snapdragon scalars, which would indicate Empress. It's what it looks like to me. Uh, if it was Big Dragon, I think the tech that they're running right now is time skippers. Um, and just to start with that heavy influx of ash at the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But time skippers is usually a solid indication that we are looking at a more red line oriented list. But I mean, it could just be what he prefers and not be a strong indication of anything.
Yep. All right, I guess we'll kind of see as the game progresses what style he's on. There probably even exists like a third style that's like kind of in the middle. Not there. We've seen some creative things from Hong Kong players, so you never know. All right, so Ho Chun Lai here, gonna block with the Ice Eternal plus. I'm not sure what the back card is, but I think turn 0 just wants to not lose any life. Why is he on 39? Okay, there we
he's
go.
taking, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a super wizard. He's leveled up Icelander.
He could have already sigiled. Who knows?
All right.
Yep. Looks like the Dromai players just starting to acquire that ash at the beginning of the game. From the Icelanders' point of view, they're really trying to make this game as short as possible. Really try to tempo the Dromai player down before they can acquire any convincing board state, mainly in the form of Chromais and Rake the Embers. Really just trying, a lot of people like to make the assumption that, it's ice, they're trying to slow the game down. But in this match particularly, you don't want to let the Dromai kind of steer the pace of the game. You really just want to apply pressure with your tempo positive plays, like your efficient attacks, your ice feigns. If you have an opportunity to set up a chill, do so, and just make those value plays.
Yep. So some information here for Dromai. This is an E-strike for 7, not an E-strike for 5 go again in the Cornet Peak. So could be some indication that maybe the level of disruption on this turn is very, very minimal here for Dromai. Now, when it gets back to the Dromai's turn, things could obviously change. Some of the most disruptive cards are things like Channel Lake Frigid, but there are also ice-specific cards that can target any target that would also be very, very strong against Dromai as well. I think this is a decent time for Dromai to get some value from the blocks here. And Wayne agrees. He's going to throw the Flamescale Furnace in front of the E-Strike, I think.
Now, this is actually a pretty interesting play. Typically walking the life down in the beginning is kind of advantageous because you can turn off effects like Heart of Findale and Scar for Scar and Wounded Bull and cards like that. But maybe just trying to secure that block value while you can, while not giving up the Crown of Providence, just in case the Icelander player plays CNC, which they probably would run in this matchup because it is simply a popper. But here goes the beginning of the development of the board state by acquiring that Ashwing if he chooses to do so.
Take a sigil here. So I guess the indication of Dust Up and Sigil doesn't really tell us too much yet about the build of Wayne. But I think it's fair to say this is a more aggressively slanted deck.
I would like to say so.
Yeah.
Just given the Snapdragons, assuming that that's what that actually is.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a great start. Not having to fight through a Frostbite yet and making just efficient tempo plays on the Dromai end so early is quite the benefit to have. And the Icelanders really wanted to reach for a Channel Lake Frigid as soon as they possibly can to kind of slow the pace and then manage that board state. But the Dromai player also has to realize that if you attack with dragons that have really low health totals, you run into these issues where they can just ping the dragon down while it's attacking and the effect does not resolve, with the exception of Chroma replenishing the action point.
Mm-hmm. Frost jumping in front of something, and just like you said, an arcane ping here from the Arsenal gonna allow Hochin Lai to shut down this turn here. Although, to be fair, he already played out most of his hand here, and he can always furnace if he wants for a few more Ash Arsenal. Not the worst thing in the world here. It's gonna E-strike, pitch E-strike to furnace here. Get an Ash and Arsenal. Looks like he has Asvali to follow up as well, since the Chrome might give him an action point. The turn is not over here.
It's actually a very good start, getting 2 decent dragons out on the board quick.
Yep.
And not having to face down a popper on the Chromai. It's actually looking very good for the Dromai player. Need to stay on top of that Ash generation to make sure you don't fall behind in those regards. But against Wizards, that's usually not an issue as long as you have a source of AB, because you can kind of make that as much as you please.
Yep. I think this matchup is going to come down to whether or not Hochin Lai can either pop dragons or ping them with arcane damage from the arsenal at an opportune time. I think if he could do that several times during this game, walk the life totals down with CLF or something like that, he'll be in a good position to win the games with Storm Striders. But it's about managing the board. It's about denying your opponent from having a large turn, either with a popper or arcane damage. All right, 2 cards here to work with for Hochin Lai. This could be a Cornet Peak into Arsenal, or it could be Scar.
With 3 cards, it would be Scar, Cornet, or a big.
Oh yes, 3 cards. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
So
E-strike
he's gonna
here.
get rid of that, and then go about his day.
E-strike draw here. And then he'll have a choice of Arsenal here. It's going to go with that card there. Drop 3 cards. Pass the turn over to Wayne.
One way that the Icelander player can extract a lot of value in this matchup is priority windows. Anytime that the Dromai player makes an attempt to activate Furnace, you can you can obtain priority before they get the resources. You can kind of send your waning moons in and stuff like that, because they typically but on the reverse side, there's also windows where you can activate Furnace in response or while a Frostbite is on the stack, as a way to get more reds into the pitch zone to make your resource count even higher. So there's a lot of depth in these interactions that we're going to have to pay very close attention to as they unfold, for sure.
All right, looks like we've skipped ahead again a little bit. And looks like a Yenderai was pitched, but I'm not sure for what.
It is an Ashwing, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it was.
Maybe it was for A, B. I'm not exactly sure. We'll kind of find out here. Okay, looks like Azula is going to be getting in a bunch of chip damage here. Let's see what the follow-up play here from Wayne is. Okay, looks like he's going to attack with the Ashwings, 3 of them. And it's going to be met with bitter cold.
It's funny how that works, because in 90% of matchups, you would always lead with the Ashwings. instead of the Azraelite to avoid it being popped. You know, your
Mhm.
more valuable dragon being popped. But in this matchup, very heads up play from the Dromai player to send the bigger dragon first, not because of risk of getting popped, but if you send the Ashwing, it's very easy for the opponent to play a frosting, or like we saw, blue ice hail, and just kill the dragon and not get your action point.
So the turn will end here for Dromai. I think the Dromai player is just considering what card to furnace here.
Oh, we got Michael Fang and Sam O'Byrne in the chat. Thank you guys for joining us. We do appreciate it, and thanks for the kind words. We're just two people that love the game and want to share it with as many people as possible. So thanks for joining us.
Mhm. All right.
Fortunately, the camera resolution's a little bit on the low side, but we're going to try and get that worked out before the match ends, hopefully.
Yep. I will message Ken, see if he can do anything about that. I think when he was on the Wi-Fi network, it wasn't much better, so. Like I said before, this is a very, very rinky-dink operation here. We're relying on an iPhone 8,000 miles away transmitting
Yeah.
to a 5G tower in Hong Kong,
Yeah.
going, to a satellite all the way over to Hong Kong, or to the US, and then, yep, it's a little rinky-dink here. It looks like a Fendel's Fighting Spirit here being deployed by Ho Chen Lai. Gonna gain a life here, and this is one of the ways for Icelander to walk the life total down, especially against the red line Dromai that doesn't really block very well. This is basically just raw damage here. Tons of incentive here just to take it, but I think it would be wise for the Dromai player to try to extend the game a little bit. Like you said, in general, the Icelander player does want the game to be a little quicker because, in general, less dragons will be made.
It's really an interesting situation on the Icelander's side where you have all these poppers in your deck, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't necessarily want to use them as poppers because those
Yep.
are typically your leverage tools to acquire
Exactly.
any amount of tempo that you can. So
Mm-hmm.
if you ever draw more than one, of course, it's very easy to give one up and kind of stuff the plans of the Dromai player. But if you only have one, you really have to weigh that decision on: do I hinder the Dromai's plan or do I progress mine?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not an easy decision to make turn after turn.
Yep. Speaking of things that are not easy to deal with, a mirror guy is not easy to deal with either.
That's a fact.
So I'm wondering about what the attack pattern here is going to be. It looks like he also pitched to Rake the Embers here. Rake the Embers is one of the most important cards in a lot of matchups, but I think, this is one of the few matchups where
Not as important as the Mai.
Yeah, not as important as
the
Mai is absolutely backbreaking and limited, just as backbreaking in constructed here. And there are what would you classify this, Nathan, as a medium-sized army of dragons? It's pretty decent, right? It's a flock here.
I mean, this is quality over quantity right here. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's kind of every single dragon that you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the Thamai that just says, "Look, you're not doing anything on my turn. Do something now if you so wish." You have the anti-phantasm with Mirror Guy, and then which allows you to swing with your Thamai first. It's probably the first target that you want to swing with because that's your highest priority dragon always. And then good split damage on Azraelite and then a couple Ashwings for AB. It's kind of like DMR Meta said it's a dumpster of dragons. That is the correct classification.
At least a gaggle, says FABREC. Yep.
What
So
is a school of dragons?
a school of dragons. I thought school is like a classification for fish, but
It's
all right.
fish, right? Yeah.
So my going into the red zone here, and this basically shuts down all the blue arcane damage from the arsenal things counterplay that Hochin Lai previously relied on to stop these turns. And basically with the Mira guy plus the Mai, there is no counterplay on the Dromai's turn.
Interesting trivia fact for the chat. A group of dragons is called a thunder or a flight.
Ah,
So
a thunder or
this
flight.
has to be the thunder down under. I mean, it's simple as that. With that many dragons, got the Thamai,
Yeah.
the Mira guy, the Azraeli. I mean, doesn't get better than that.
Yep. All right, so if you were in the Icelander's shoes and you're staring down a Mira guy plus the Mai combo here, what do? Do you just block until you find a Scar for Scar, then launch it at the Thamai, or?
I mean, that's the tough part, right? With the Maya having that 4 booty on her, you basically are forced to either wait for a. I mean, you could throw like a fighting spirit into it. That's obviously not what you want to be doing. But it basically, you have the emergency of running your Metacarpus node into it. It's not what you want to be doing. And here's that example right here. This is a desperation play at this early of a stage, but you literally have to get rid of that dragon. It cannot stay. It's that bad.
Yep.
But you were asking earlier, Josh, if this was more of a aggressive list or a big dragon, and that card in hand right there actually confirms that this is a Flame Call Awakening does confirm. Also with the snatch confirms that this is a very aggressive leaning Dromai.
Yep. All right, so the Thamai has been felled here, but at the cost of the Metacarpus nodes, which will be worth 2 damage, or would have been worth 2 damage at the end of the game. Very common play pattern is to Storm Striders in something, and then maybe Emeritus from Arsenal, and you would get 2 activations of the Metacarpus node there. But Thamai needs to go, so needs to be done. All right, Snatch here, obviously going to be employed with the Snapdragons here. Unless this crazy Dromai player is running Razor Reflex. Highly doubt it.
So I guess the question here is, Josh, is the Dromai player ahead, but by how much? I mean, this is just such a strong start. You have the AB, you have Mirror Guy to kind of just protect your highest value dragon that you want to swing with first. I mean, it's a really strong board for being this early in the game. We're only on turn 5 or 6 tops. Yeah, like this is a board state in this matchup where like it usually takes some time to get there, because you're fighting through disruption. You get your Blizzard, you get Channel Lake Frigid, but we haven't seen really any disruption. The only disruption we've really seen is like pinging the dragons down when the Icelander can, which is decent disruption, but at the same time, if you play your cards appropriately, you can kind of minimize that impact.
I think we have a Flame Call Awakening. I think that was a Passing Mirage and a Rake, and that might be an E-Strike at the back. E-Strike and Snatch. Yep, so a pretty decent 5-card hand here. Gonna pitch the Passing Mirage to activate the Flame Call Awakening. Gonna grab a we call this E-Strike food from the deck.
I really do like this play though. Investing the snaps up front with the Snatch to turn on the Flame Call Awakening.
I like that
and
a lot.
He got extremely rewarded by
and
the Icelander playing, just electing for the Snatch to hit.
And he got a ton of information as well, right? From Icelander not playing something from Arsenal here. Like that card at Arsenal is not CLF, for example. That would have been deployed as soon as the Snatch hit the board there. All right, so grabbing a flame, Phoenix Flame here into hand. Icelander still having to contend here with the 3 go again. And if I had to guess, it's going to be E-Strike to follow this up. And several dragons and possibly a snatch at the end, I would say would be the play pattern, depending on what is in the arsenal.
Trying to think of like solid ways where the Icelander can kind of gain a footing, but with this board state and still having as much tempo as the Droma player has and still applying the pressure, I mean, the Icelander player really just needs to keep that life total as high as possible and try to get to a Chain Link Frigid to kind of reestablish as quickly as possible and, kind of make the tempo play there. Other than that, a very timely blizzard, something like that is like the only way. You don't have the life threshold to kind of leverage the full value from an Insidious Chill. If you play one out at 15 life, there's a very good chance that this game will end with 1 or 2 counters on that Insidious Chill, which is not where you want to be on a value basis.
Yep. Wayne has been doing a very, very good job of just getting in the Dromai or the Icelander player's face the whole game here. And I'm curious to see how he's going to try to wiggle his way out of this. Looks like it's going to start with a Tunic resource here. All right. Going to play Cold Snap here. Make a Frostbite and move to draw a card. This does give some information here, whether or not the Dromai player pays for the arsenal here.
I don't think there's any particular reason unless you're just trying to kind of.
I don't think there is either. I think it's just
Close
dragon, snatch.
Yeah, like it just seems unnecessary, and like I see what the Icelander player was trying to do. Wait for that opportune time where the Dromai player kind of gets greedy on resources, and you can kind of shut down the rest of the turn. But at the same time, if the Icelander player would have played at the beginning on the snatch, maybe the Icelander player gets a sink blow or an extra card that they don't mind blocking with, and could have covered up that snatch and kind of denied the E strike capability.
Yep. Not exactly sure if the Icelander player is running Sink Blow in this matchup.
Probably not, to be honest.
Yeah, probably not. But this it is in there. It is in most Icelanders 80. But we got 5 cards here to deploy on defense. The decision here is whether, like, how much to block this E-Strike for. You know that Wayne did not pay for the Cold Snap. So that does give some information that it's just going to be a bunch of dragons here. I guess it kind of depends on whether or not he has a popper. I guess a popper here doesn't really help because there's a mirror guy. If he has multiple poppers here, he may save that for the dragons.
Well, I do see a blue Winter's Grasp, which obviously is just a blue block 3 ice card. Simply nothing more. I've seen one occasionally been thrown. I think I saw Michael Fang pummel one during a battle harden one time. That was quite the scene. But that card usually is just a consistency card on the front of adding the ice value to the deck and then also blocking 3.
Mm-hmm. All right, Winter's Grasp. Gonna take 2 here. And here comes the Thunder of Dragons here. Somebody in the chat said they're supposed to play the AC/DC song. I agree. The judges are obligated to play Thunderstruck at this point.
Oh, Josh, we got the same problem as yesterday.
Oh no, we got
The
100.
video's broken. We got 105 people watching right now and 12 likes. That means only 12 people are enjoying themselves. What's happening?
We strive for at least 30-40% of people enjoying themselves.
At least.
At least. Yeah. So
if we don't get up to 30, 40 quick, I mean, the dad jokes are just going to start flying off the shelves.
Oh no.
You trust me, you don't want that. You
Yep.
don't
Don't let Nathan do that to you and I, chat.
want that.
All right, so a couple turns ago, the life totals they looked reasonable. It's like, okay, Icelander is just a tiny bit behind Dromai. That gap can easily be made up with Stormstriders. But this gap here is getting a little concerning here. Because this is not even the end of the turn yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an insane turn with the board state being what it is.
Mhm.
A lot of people kind of sleep on and to close it out with a snatch. I mean, the draw card is not the end of the world, but you can furnace at the end here with that red card if he does draw the red
And
to just make another ash. So
I think Wayne had a very good read there that Ho Chun Lai had a popper. He didn't send his mirror guy into the fray. He didn't send his Ashwings or his AB into the fray. He was like, you know what? I'm already ahead. Why risk it? I'll just play the snatch.
oh, Chad is undefeated. Why not a grandmother joke? It's the mother of all father jokes.
Oh man.
Ah, I love it.
That's a good one there.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
That's too good.
That's too good.
Chad's always undefeated.
Emeritus Scolding here, gonna take one here and essentially give the Dromai player more ash. Not that they really
If
need
they
it.
can rip the red. Well, the beautiful thing about this situation is you can furnace if it's a bad red that doesn't really progress your game in any way. If you prefer leveraging the ash, but if it's a good card, you just hang on to it, right?
Yep.
There's no it is a close call as far as you are technically giving up value, but at the same time, if the card, if you're ripping a rake the embers or something off of the top, sometimes it can be warranted to just hold on to it if it's a really high value target.
Well, we know for sure this isn't a sigil, or it would have been slammed down, clean up the board, let's go.
Yeah, I think if you're holding it, it's got to be like a Chromai, a Zero Cost Dragon, maybe a Kyloria would be, pretty good to keep applying the pressure, especially, or a Thamai. Any of like your big dragons or Rake the Embers is probably the only thing where you just like intentionally hang on to it.
All right, so Scar for Scar going to take out the mirror guy here. And all right, a glimmer of hope here. If that Arsenal card is good, we could have a game here. Ho Chun Lai, body language there is a little confident, so I think that Arsenal is a good one. Let's see what we can do here. We got E-Strike to start the turn off. E-Strike go again. Gonna be the mode of choice here. And
we do see a CLF here, though. It's a very good spot.
Yep, looks like he not playing out his Arsenal yet. So maybe my read was a little wrong. Okay, dust up to continue the chain here. Thinking on blocks here.
Okay, chat saved themselves from the. We got the 42, so chat saved themselves from the dad jokes.
Good job. Yep,
Good job, chat.
We're at Okay, so it looks like this dust up here is kind of annoying for multiple reasons. Obviously, it comes in for a break point here, but it also threatens to give the Dromai player AB3.
Yeah, it's just a real good situation all around. I mean, you still have the red in hand theoretically, and you can furnace the red if you need to. Well, I mean, there's nothing in the pitch zone, so you're not really gaining any advantage there. But in the event that you do get hit with some arcane here, you are holding a little bit back to keep the
that's a
the life
CLF
totals a little
and
bit higher.
a wounded bull there being deployed. Wow.
Okay, if you're blocking with CLF, there is something important in that arsenal.
Yep. Very,
I
very
can't think of a.
interesting. Yeah. I mean,
Yep, gonna go
I mean, I
Infernus
mean,
and make that
what is
Ash.
that? What is that card in hand as well, right? Like maybe Ho Chun Lai is just like, you know what, the path to victory here is not uh obtained through Scar for Scar into Wounded Bull. The path to victory here is clearing off dragons, and I think he has probably a CLF at Arsenal. He just didn't have to deploy it last turn.
Insidious Chill. It's a blue pitch, but it blocks too. Can be quite the liability in this situation. But very good fuse target for, a Ice Vein if
Mm-hmm.
the opportunity presents itself.
Okay, gonna deploy an Azrael here. Arcane damage from
Iceland.
Azrael hitting it, hitting
Oh,
in.
here goes the pop.
Yep, and the gain of getting a life there, very, very nice. All right, so Icelander stabilized a little bit. Like they're that's a little rough there.
Life total's going in the wrong direction for the Icelander player, but
Yep,
a lot of runway to make
progress.
up for this situation. Drawing
Yep.
a remembrance though. I
This
mean,
this hand is pretty weak here. It doesn't have a lot of block. I see a passing barrage as well. So this, I mean, he does have crown though. So like, if there's any time to crown, this is it.
well, it is kind of a weird situation because I'm not familiar with what's in that arsenal, but it has been there
It's been there a
for a
very,
hot
very long
minute,
time. Yep.
which gives me the
Oasis, maybe sand cover. Probably
yeah, something
not,
like that.
but
That it's an
could be.
important card. So I would not be surprised here if we don't see the crown, or if we do see a block with a crown, it's just to cover up the rest of it. If you have a 2 block, and try to protect that card, because he seems very incentivized to let it hang out, but he might just sink it away. Yep, he does choose to sink it away and go from there.
Did you see that shortcut there taken by the Dromai player? That kind of indicates that there's no sand cover Oasis in the deck. Because he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna sink it and take damage. He's like, yeah.
Well, if he was gonna rip the sand cover, I think you just hold it for the Ice Vein,
Yeah.
regardless. There's no reason to use it
Fair.
on a CNC when you're up that much life. If the life totals are a little bit closer, seems warranted. But at this point, your only way that you lose as the drama player is if you get heavily disrupted out of nowhere. So you're just trying to apply pressure and not be disrupted.
This is why you need to represent your Ashwing tokens individually, just like your Spectral Shields. So there are 5 Ashwings here, and the first one's going into combat here. Just trying to get a read here. I think if
Kind
you
of
have
risky.
yeah, there's a lot of risk here. A popper or anything from Arsenal.
I think it's really good though because
Ooh,
he got a read on the card earlier, and I think he's just leveraging that read, realizing that if he would have had like a frosting or an Aether Hail or something like that, that
okay.
he would have used it at the prior turn, and
Okay,
so
there are 4
very
Ashwings. Okay,
heads up read,
4
very heads up read
Ashwings.
by
Yep.
the drama player.
Is that a Warmongers in hand? I think that is right.
That is the best Bolton card in the format. That is correct.
True. Okay, so passing Mirage here, gonna be fairly annoying to deal with. And you play the Remembrance, Arsenal the Warmongers? Nope. Okay, just gonna Arsenal the Remembrance.
I
And
think Warmongers is going to be held in the hand just as a hedge
Tumultai.
against. That's good. That's good. That's pretty good.
Yep. Well, when you draw blue plus Tumultai, you're cooking here. All right, Scar for Scar gonna come across here, and the Icelander player has full grip of cards here, so Cornet Peak here is threatening here, so that could I don't know if he can cast the Tumultai if he gets Cornet Peaked here. I think he has a blue and 2 reds, which wouldn't be enough to pay for it.
Yeah, Tomotai costs 5, right?
Yeah, but if he gets Cornet peaked, he won't have enough resources
Oh, right.
to pay for it. Yeah,
Well,
because the
Icelander's got what, 2 or 3 cards in hand? So
3
I think
cards
it'll
in
be like a
hand.
wound.
Yeah.
What if we saw another scar and a wounded bull? Kind of hot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. E-strike here. Mode is 5 go again. So
Interesting.
we got a Cornet peak probably coming in here.
Yep. Or if the arsenal is a popper, like a wounded bull, because it's been there for a minute, you
Yeah.
could just see it get played out here. But that's very dangerous coming off an arsenal like that. Very risky situation.
Yep. I think the tomato here is going to have to jump in front of this E-strike. I don't think it's getting played out here. Yep. Tomato jumps in front of the E-strike.
Is that what we're calling tumble tie nowadays?
That's what my brother calls it. Tomato tie.
Tomato.
Tomato tie.
I guess it doesn't matter when it backspaces your equipment.
Oh, you called it.
See, it's like I played this matchup once or twice. Yep.
Yeah.
So anytime the arsenal gets locked up for quite some time, you can kind of get these reads, and we saw the Dromai player kind of leveraging those reads earlier in the last turn. But like this is a good play, a lot of damage on the Icelander's end, but at the same time, coming off of that arsenal just says, look, Dromai, you know exactly what's going to happen unless I'm willing to do a desperation Storm Striders and go from there.
Yep. All right, 2 card hand here. Aswai, number 3, gonna go into the red zone here.
He's already reaching for the Storm Striders.
Yep, and this one's protected by the passing Mirage here. So this could be a. I mean, if you have, I would say like in general, if you're using Storm Striders, not on a kill turn, like you do what you got to do, but like the chance of you winning that game is like sub 10.
I mean, it just depends on like, you know that you have a couple line. I mean, the Icelander player has armor. That's probably like the only thing going. But at the same time, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But I've seen some really good, you know, non-lethal Storm Striders activations, and I've seen also some really bad ones. But sometimes you just have to take that chance because you know the match is not going your way, and sometimes it's just the only out. I remember one time I was playing a skirmish. I was playing Icelander, and I got dominated crippling on turn 0. And I just popped Storm Striders and laid Swell Tidings into them because I was discarding the card anyway, and they had no resources floating, right? So it was just guaranteed damage. Like why wouldn't I? And so I just loaded into them, blocked 1 card, and we both went down. And I just drew up and had tempo and won the game.
All right, here we go. Aether Ice Vein off of the back of the Storm Striders. Gonna take out the Asvali. Ending the turn here. And before he can get any resources from the Ash, he's gonna get Waning Wound here. And Icelander will be able to reestablish an arsenal. Won't have Storm Striders here, but the board is fairly clear here. And oh, that's a Dominia as well. So this is like a hybrid.
I don't think you can reach for it though. I don't think you can reach for Dominion in this situation.
No.
There's kind of too much liability, but the problem is in this specific situation, I think against Big Dragon Dromai, you're kind of more comfortable, but against the more aggressive leaning Dromai, like there's just such a good chance that you're gonna get, Rabble and then
Mhm,
Dragon and then Dust Up, and like it's a lot of pressure at that life total that's really gonna demand some cards.
mhm. This is like a hybrid list. This is not just
It does it all.
yeah, this is a,
Like
Swiss Army knife Dromai here from Wayne. Very cool to see. He's like, well, of course I'm gonna play my majestic dragons in my list. Why wouldn't I? At least they can block for 3. All right. Cold snap from Arsenal here off the tunic,
he said, I
or
paid for these
not?
Marvel
Sorry,
Dragons. I'm gonna use them.
not off the tunic. My bad. Uh, Frostbite on the stack here.
This is one of those key interactions where you
Yep.
can activate Furnace. However, if you do, the Icelander player will, in response, do the Waning Moon. And that's one of the things that
Mm-hmm.
the Ice player is just sitting on those 2 resources, knowing that full well that they will be Waning Mooning this turn, but they're just waiting until they pay for the Frostbite, it resolves, and then if they ever try to Furnace for more resources, that's when they'll leverage that arcane damage.
Yep. Looks like he's gonna Waning Moon now. He pushed it forward. He hasn't paid the resources yet, though.
Mm,
Okay.
well, I guess it didn't matter.
Yep. So he's gonna throw his armor in front of this. He currently has no floating.
Okay. So it would currently be okay.
Okay, a double pitch here to pay for the Frostbite plus a Flame Call. The Arsenal is frozen right now. Still going to be able to Flame Call into,
I think this is a
yeah, Phoenix Flame into
mm,
attack.
if the Icelander player has a popper, this is actually a safe spot because all that's coming is like Ash Wings. You take the 1, you pop the second, and it's a decent situation. But he's probably going to play out the Phoenix Flame here to just
Yeah.
apply the pressure of that 1 more damage because why not? And then probably see a popper come down here just like that.
Yep.
And then Arsenal and try and do the same thing. Just get a little bit of damage in while maintaining the. I mean, this Icelander player was really far behind, but now
Yeah,
Icelander
really pulled
back
it
on
back.
Arsenal. You're on 7. Like
Mhm.
you got AB, but it doesn't matter when you got 4 reds.
Yep.
Oh, the sigil. That's just really big draw.
Yep.
Really big draw.
It's about time that he drew another sigil. It's been quite a while here.
Oh,
All right.
another rabble.
Yep. Rabble coming in for 4 here. Blizzard being deployed here, saying, I hope you drew your blue. And, well, Wayne is like, yep, here's my blue. Gonna take 1. And the turn will continue here. I think it's safe to throw a dragon here because of the passing mirage and then move on. Depending on what the arsenal is. Oh, it is Remembrance from several turns ago, remember?
Yep.
So this might be a situation where you get the Remembrance out, you put the sigil in arsenal. Kind of muddy the math here a bit for the Icelander player. We haven't seen a single CLF deployed the whole game.
We saw 1 blocked with, but yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. We haven't seen 1 actually executed. So
Yeah.
it's a huge card, very impactful in this matchup, and unfortunately, just hasn't found a window to secure it.
Yep. This matchup coming down to the wire here. 7-2. Ho Chin Lai on Icelander currently has no equipment left. And it is Wayne's priority here, thinking about what he's going to follow up this rabble with. He has a sigil in hand, Remembrance in arsenal, and another card in hand. We don't know what. Is he going to send his dragons into the red zone here? I think that probably is the play for at least one of them, possibly pushing for more here if Wayne does not have a popper or a arcane damage spell in arsenal. This is could strip every single card from Icelander's hand here.
Oh, if he doesn't have a popper for the Ashwings or a way to take care of him, this is Jover.
Yep. It's going to pay here for the dust up here. I don't know if that was correct there. This is going to get at least a card here. And now... I'm not sure what happened there, why he went up a life there, but okay. Popped it with Command and Conquer there. Moving on.
Passing Mirage says first illusionist attack.
Right.
And so I think he already played one, so he thought he was having to take 1 damage. And then popped the second one, but realized it had already executed on a previous attack. I'm not sure which attack. I wasn't.
Right. Makes sense. All right, we got Kyloria there. And a Miragai. And a Thamai. Thamai, pretty good here. Gonna say, whatever's in that arsenal needs to be deployed now. Give me the information. So, in terms of poppers, we've got Wounded Bull, Fendel's Fighting Spirit, Command and Conquer. That's 9. And I think we've seen quite a few of these. CLF being deployed from the arsenal.
Good timing. With
Very good timing here.
He's obviously going to...
Pass party here. So...
Oh, that's huge.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the Tunic anymore. Can't make a very efficient play here with... with Waning Moon here.
He has to keep 2 cards to keep the channel alive. He has another channel in hand, so he might just be willing to let this one go.
I think so.
And then just set up for the second one in Arsenal, depending on what's in
what's
in the hand.
Blocking with the CLF here.
Are we gonna see the old winner's grasp played?
I don't know.
Let's go.
Okay,
let's go.
All right.
Too good.
Wow.
It's too good.
It's gonna keep the Ice Bolt in his deck. And Ho Chen Lai is saying, I'm not gonna go down easily. If you want to get top 8, earn it, Wayne.
Work for it.
All right. Pitching a blue here to send Kyloria at the Icelander player.
Does mean no floating, but that's not super impactful with Icelander being off in Arsenal. There's not anything in no Storm Striders, so kind of this is just Icelander's back against the wall and really just has to survive this situation. Block 2 cards here, really have a popper on the Ashwings, but Dromai player still has 2 cards in hand, so if we see an attack here as well, it's going to be really rough. There's a popper, so we are safe for 1 more turn, able to secure an Arsenal and try it 1 more time.
Yep. Depending on what his last card is, you might attack the... Nope. Okay, looks like it's going to be Arsenal. And drop here from Wayne. This has been a pretty epic game, Nathan.
Sand covering. We got 2 sand covers.
Uh-oh.
I don't know about any card I would not want to draw 2 of more than sand cover.
Yep.
While you have tempo.
Mm-hmm.
But it does pitch, I guess.
Looks like he's opting to pitch the rake here. Big old beefy Yenderai here going into the red zone here. Blizzard being deployed here.
Really good. We're going to see the furnace there. Gain 2 resources, have a 3rd. That's exactly enough to continue past the frostbite.
What arm piece is the Dromai player using?
Seeker Mitts.
Okay, so that's something that he still has access to. Okay, looks like Ho Chun Lai concedes there, and Wayne gets the W there. Well played there from both players. That was a pretty epic game there. Got to see a lot of the intricacies of that matchup. You know, the important cards being deployed from both sides, and seeing just how impactful they are.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, let's switch back to us. All right. What's up, guys? A lot of you have joined us since the start of the stream. Hello. Welcome to coverage of the Hong Kong Regional Championships, day number 2. And then let's talk about the graphics here again, because I think a lot of people missed it. So let's take a look at that.
Yep.
All right, so as you guys can see, this is the meta breakdown, and this is the standings after round 9. So they just played round 10. I've highlighted some of the players on Team Gold and on Team Blue pitch in gold and blue. But basically, if you end 9-3, you're guaranteed top 8. That is the benchmark here that everybody is looking to get to. We have 2 more rounds of CC. Every single match, super, super important here. The only person that was basically guaranteed top 8 was Ho Chun Lai. But obviously he wants to be higher seed, so every match is also important for him. So we basically have a Dromai player not an Icelander player guaranteed top 8 right now. The rest is unknown.
Look at those C tier heroes just doing it big. Amazing. It's amazing.
C plus tier heroes. What are you talking about? All right. So yeah, here's the meta breakdown here. Nothing too surprising here, Nathan. I'd say, you got the regular big players there: Icelander, Briar, Lexi, Bravo. Familiar faces.
Who's the green doodle? Oh, that's Dennis.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
he's on his own team.
Yeah, we just like Dennis, and we marked him.
Yeah,
I don't know how to.
There's no other explanation. It's just Dennis. We love Dennis.
Yeah, no, we're all rooting for Dennis. Like, oh, Dennis is such a good guy. Such a good guy.
And if he goes 3-0, we could see him in the top 8. So you never know, right?
That's it.
You got to take each game one at a time here. Nathan, I think looking at this meta breakdown, I also saw, I think, the Canadian Nationals breakdown.
Yep. The
4 heroes that Dusk Till Dawn featured have fallen off a cliff.
Yep.
No Leviah, no Bolton.
There wasn't a
not
single
no, but very few Leviahs, very few Boltons, very few Vincets and Prisms. What happened?
People saw through the hype and tested the hero, realized that let's get it straight. Like, Leviah is not bad. There's just not a very compelling reason to play her right now. I think is
for those of you wondering where Leviah is on this chart, she's between Lexi and Briar, and she's hidden underneath the top 8 calculations. Yeah, that little maroon sliver between Lexi and Briar, that's Leviah. All right, so I guess we'll see how things go. I'm excited to see how the next 2 rounds progress. I think that game was pretty long, so we might just be jumping right into round 11. Our man Ken has rejoined the Discord call. He's got to cool off that iPhone so it doesn't overheat, Well, to everybody in chat, thank you guys for joining us. Got 120 people. Not bad. Not bad. On a Saturday evening or Sunday morning. I guess the Europeans will be getting up soon, right? So.
Well, I mean,
They'll
like
join us.
today's amazing. Like
Yeah.
literally, if you just want to like, feel like crap for the whole next week, you could have theoretically spent all night with us last night.
Yep.
Not went to bed, tuned right into Canadian Nats,
Yep.
and then literally within 30 minutes of Canadian Nats ending, we started again. And you can spend all night with us and then watch Canadian Nats finish. So like literally 48 hours straight of Flesh and Blood if you
Yep.
wanted to this weekend. Obviously we don't condone that. That's like, take a break, get some sleep, But at the same time, it's just really good, A lot of coverage, a lot of different games. Of course, all this stuff is recorded, both what Ethan's doing over in Canada is being recorded as well. So like, you don't have to catch it live. We appreciate the interaction and any questions we get and stuff like that. Also, if anybody is wondering, me and Josh are basically on strike against breaks, and we just answer questions in between rounds. So if anybody in chat has any questions that they want to ask, it can be fab related, it can be not fab related. It can only be appropriate. That's all that we ask. And then, yeah, you can feel free to ask away any question. Yesterday, we answered questions about Taco Bell orders. We answered questions about online clients in Talishar. We hit it all yesterday. So,
My favorite questions are those that incorporate some fab and some not fab together. Like,
yeah,
people were asking about our tournament team rituals, I guess. Like, so we have a few. Generally on Friday night we keep it simple, but on Saturday night there are a few places that we like to go. We go for Korean barbecue. We go for Brazilian steakhouse.
yep.
What other traditions do we have? Basically, those are two of the main ones, right? But we always try to go for the buffet at the Wynn, something like that. So,
yep. So.
Those are some of our favorite activities to do. Anytime you can have fab and food, that's pretty good.
Dream. Fogo de Chao. See, Tony knows. Tony knows.
Oh, tell us about Hong Kong life versus USA life. Oh wow, that's a giant ass question, right? So, for those of you let me put this in perspective. So, Hong Kong is a metropolis the likes of the world has never seen, basically. Like, we're talking a city through and through, ultra high density. We're talking like 2,000 people per square mile or something like that, or square kilometer. There's a ton of people in Hong Kong. There's 8 million people in I think it's like 20 mile by 20 mile space, right? A lot of the area in Hong Kong is, not for development, right? So very, very common to see buildings that go 30, 40, 50, 60 stories up. I think Hong Kong has many dozen buildings over, 80 floors, right? And it's a city, so, people move fast, they're work focused, they're less patient. All that. And, just like any global city, Hong Kong has excellent food. It has a good mix. You could find anything you want there in terms of food or products or whatever. And, Hong Kong is a very, very touristy city. Like, we have a lot of tourists from all over the world. Also, a very popular destination for people from mainland China. Hong Kong's very, very well connected in terms of flights. You can go pretty much anywhere. Yeah. Where I live in the U.S., I live in central Alabama, which is basically the polar opposite to Hong Kong. Right? So the room I'm in is like, you double this room, that was like as big as my flat in Hong Kong. Very, very common for, okay, so like, A house in like rural Alabama is probably like 250,000 roughly. You get like a 2,000 square foot house in rural Alabama for about 250,000, right? 250,000 doesn't get you jack shit in Hong Kong. Literally, it was like 1.5 million US dollars for 800 square feet.
Yep.
1.5 million US dollars for 800 square feet in a regular neighborhood.
Yep.
That's just how it is.
Josh, you know how many double wides you can get with that? You have any
I,
idea?
I, way too many. Yeah, crazy.
Uh,
Yeah. But yeah, the
Alabama,
U.S.
the only place where you could detonate a nuclear warhead and not hurt anybody.
Yep.
There's just nobody in Alabama.
Yep. So going from 20 population density to 2,000, it's a big deal.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of differences. I guess the main difference in terms of fab is that in Hong Kong I literally can play like 10 armories a week, and here I play like one. Oh well. This is why I've dropped off the lifetime leaderboard XP. It's so sad. That's okay.
All right. Let's see.
The Vincent player, how many wins? I don't know. We'd have to check there for you.
As a big fan of Vincent, what do y'all think is keeping her back? The one thing that's keeping Vincent back, and it's something I realized very early in my testing, was she has I don't want to call it a flaw because she does powerful things, but she has an aspect of her that is very exploitable. And that is if the opponent just sits back and does not interact on a tempo basis with her and just kind of like blocks all the damage out and swings their weapon, it's very difficult for you to beat that game plan as Vincent. You just don't have a lot of the toolkit. There's a lot of dead cards in your hand. Vincent really shines when your opponent is actively making trades, taking damage, trying to send stuff back. You block a couple cards, make a rune chance, send an efficient rune gate attack is kind of where Vincent really thrives. And anybody that doesn't operate on that axis, it's very difficult to beat that game plan. If she can get a card or a couple cards that really hedge that strategy at a low opportunity cost, she's a meta deck. It's as simple as that.
David asks, who was the big winner of Vegas Poker Night? Jensen won that one. We had we had a good time playing super casual poker in Vegas. Data Doll, the third Evo hero? Could be. I think it would be a little unusual for there to be only 2 heroes in the draft sealed format. So
they've already announced 3.
Oh, they have?
Product sheet.
Oh, okay.
I remember reading something that said 3 heroes. That's all
Sweet.
I know.
Are you upset
I
Alabama lost tonight?
Cosplayer.
Nathan probably is.
Who said that?
Tony said that.
Not really. Not really. I used to be a lot more into football than I am now. I am an Alabama fan, but I don't. It's actually a very funny thing, especially in Alabama, because in Alabama we obviously do not have an NFL team because our population is 3, right? So it doesn't make any sense for anybody to make that major infrastructure investment when we just don't have the population to support it. So the byproduct of that is everybody just clings on to college sports like it's the greatest thing in the world because it's just the best that we have in the state. And so we take it way more serious than everybody else ever should. And so I do enjoy it. I am an Alabama fan, but I don't keep track of it as much as a lot of people do, and I definitely don't get I don't wear it on my sleeve anytime we take a loss or don't win the national championship. The only time I don't like it is when we lose to Georgia because the rest of the card guys are Georgia fans. So um, as long as we can beat Georgia, I'm cool with it.
All right, looks like Ken is about to set up the next match for us.
Yep.
So I've switched over to that. The graphics are not correct, guys. We will update that as we get information.
Philip Rivers went to Tony's 21st birthday party. Look at that. That's got to be worth an achievement.
What? Where what?
Josh, you don't know who Philip Rivers is, do you?
No, I don't.
He was like the quarterback for the is it the LA Chargers now? It used to be the San Diego Chargers.
Ah, okay.
And he was like the quarterback for like 49 years or something. He was there forever. Like
I see. Okay.
He was kind of like me, where he's like very consistently good, but once he hits the playoff, he just falls apart. You know, for me, it's when I miss top 8, I just fall apart. You know.
Oh.
Oh, but yeah, that's pretty cool, Tony. Pretty sick. Let's see. Visit in Hong Kong. Sleeve any card game in 3 sleeves. Jeez.
Yeah, this I want to make a vlog when I go back to Hong Kong later. Like the TCG culture there is actually very, very fascinating. Like they in the US, I see like most players using fab playmats, right? As you can see, this is not a fab playmat. They use a wide variety of sleeves and accessories and playmats and all that. So, yeah. All right, let's see if we can get some information. Oh, all right. Well, I got good and bad news, Nathan.
Okay, we're gonna have to save it for me because I'm gonna have to step away for 2 seconds.
All right. Well, let me update some of these player names. All right, so we have Ray Lamb, part of Team Gold. He's on a record of 8-2. And he's playing Lexi. So let me move that over here. You know, one of the hardest things, chat, about, you know, doing this is that you have to commentate and adjust all the graphics. It's not easy. All right. Ray is on Lexi. So there we go. And his opponent gonna be Bun, also on Lexi. So Nathan's not here. The good news is that we have a really, really high level game. The bad news is, unfortunately, it's a mirror. Is what it is. But both these players really, really high level. I'm gonna be interested to learn a few things during this game. Okay, 8-2 from Bun. And then move his name over. Let's see. Change this to Lexi. Make it bigger.
Okay, what's the good and bad news, Josh?
Well, if you look at the stream, you're going to see the good and bad news already.
Yep. Quick, Nathan, name the playmat. Whispers the Oracle.
Nathan's amazing at naming playmats. All right, good news. We got Ray and Bun playing.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. All right, they're both really good at the game. Bad news is,
well,
it's a Lexi mirror.
It's a mirror. No, that's okay. I'm guessing right. Bun is on the Whisper side because that's the more Kano-y card.
Yes. Ray is on the waifu playmat. All right. We learned a little bit about this matchup yesterday, Nathan. What did we learn?
Well, we learned it can go one of 2 ways. It can either be just as long as a knife fight in a phone booth if they decide to not block. But most of the time, the game actually goes a little bit on the longer side because there's so many on-hit effects that you kind of have to manage and, kind of find your spots and kind of leverage those opportunities. So the game for an aggro, what's considered to be an aggro mirror, actually involves a lot of blocking, a lot of, leveraging those spots like I mentioned, and um which is just really unusual for an aggro mirror. So it is one that I definitely don't mind watching, because there are a lot of decision points to be made, compared to like, what we were used to with like phi mirrors and stuff like that. So definitely an aggro mirror that I don't mind watching.
I'm just trying to clean up a little bit of the graphics. There we go. Okay.
Damn, that one's for you. Knife fighting a foe.
Right. So, for those of you who don't know who these players are, Bun, 2021 national champion, one of the strongest players in the world. I think when we had our draft boot camp with like Alan, Shing, Nova, and then us, he went
They just
11.
destroyed me.
He
Yeah.
went 11-1 against that field. Like, Bun is an absolute monster.
Yep.
Really, really, really strong. Over on the other side, Ray. Ray hasn't gotten to play too many international events, but part of Team Gold, really, really strong player. He is a player that really does chase after the meta. You'll always see him, playing the strongest deck possible. And he'll always be coming in with the strongest configuration possible. So let's see how this goes here.
Now we do see a difference in equipment in a very important spot, and chat is actually pointing it out as far as like which one is effectively a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And there, it's kind of in a weird spot, right? Because when you run perch grapplers in the mirror match, you are creating more drill shot targets, more effective drill shot targets. Whereas Snapdragon's kind of um, allows for more greedy plays, quote unquote. You can like double arsenal arrows without worrying about perch grab.
Uh-oh. Did I lose you, Nathan?
Run the perch grapplers if they are the ones going first, because you're going against the tempo first, right? You're having the first opportunity to actively block, and sometimes you just need that to cover up those very key on hit effects like remorseless, withering shots, things like that. We have a question in chat. Regional championship is national championship. It's a political classification, if you will. But this is the Hong Kong national championship, if you will.
Yep. For all intents and purposes, it is. It looks like we're having a couple frame issues on my side, but we will push forward and see if we can just continue. All right, so this is one of those matchups where it's very, very dependent on the power cards that we see.
Is it like a whole new link and everything?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I can. If it helps, I'll turn my camera off as well. Unless you have to download.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me know when we're back.
It's still a ton of just tried to. All right. We're going to try to resume the game here. You need to turn your camera on just so that,
Yep.
yeah, the frame will be correct here.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Oop. Actually, okay, never mind. You don't have to. Okay. Hello, guys. Sorry about that. The internet has been very, very spotty. Nathan, can you summarize what has happened so far in the game?
Yes, so there was a ginormous double rain razors turn that all of chat missed. I wish I was joking. Unfortunately, the player on the
Ray.
one that has the perch grapplers, yeah, Ray.
Mhm.
Uh, Basically, he played a double rain razors while under the pressure of a remorseless. So a lot of the value was kind of discounted, unfortunately, on his end, because he had to take a lot of damage to kind of play out those cards. But that's the way it ends up a lot of times when you get those rain razors in your hand and they don't block and they kind of force you to take uh, a certain line. And here we see Battle of the Ice cards here. Given that Frostbite demanding the card from hand and likely going to see Ray just fight back with that Arctic Incarceration. And we'll see what else happens.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I'll probably have to restart my router after this. I've just cut down the bit rate down to 1400. Just gonna try to stabilize here, but this is the life that I live. This is so sad. Sorry about this, guys. We will try to fix. I think as the night progresses, the internet actually gets better because there's less pressure on the cell tower. So there
Yeah.
is that. Yeah. I think you're really just gonna have to do a lot of the commentating on this one because I'm still trying to fix the bitrate, dude.
Yep. No worries. No worries. So we did have, just like I speculated, we had the Arctic Incarceration played out, given those frostbites, trying to kind of steal tempo on a bad hand as far as resources are concerned on Bun's end. Um, this is a very tough spot if Bun does not have a blue. I think we do see a Codex though that is a yellow, but it's not a yellow that you really want to be pitching in this matchup. It's probably one of the most impactful cards, if not the most impactful, simply because it's a high value card that also always gives that frailty token.
Mm-hmm.
Is Hong Kong all sell, no Ethernet? No, Matt, what we're doing is Josh and I are in Alabama, and we have one guy boots on ground in Hong Kong with one iPhone, and we're this that's the operation that we have. Um, so this whole operation is basically one guy with an iPhone in Hong Kong, and he is streaming to us in Discord via his phone, and we're uploading it in Alabama. So this is like bare bones.
there's a
Yeah. So
there's a lot of problems everywhere. Let's just put it that way.
what do you
We're
guys think Alabama has less of, signal or population? The answer is both.
yeah. The answer,
The answer
unfortunately, is both. Yeah.
But we do have decent food.
Yeah.
I'll give us that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we do have that endless arrow coming in hot. Obviously, on hit, if you remember, goes to hand, as long as that happens before the combat chain. And then we have the Falcon Wing in the back, just ready to along
Rain.
with the
Yeah.
rain razors.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start incorporating that. It's like Steel Blade Supremacy. It's like +2 on hit if I remember draw a card.
Yep, that's right.
All right, Swinging Blade again. Odd hit if I remember. +1 counter. Is that a okay? That's a Falcon Wing there. Coming in for 5 here.
Yep, and we're definitely probably going to see either the Codex played, or we're going to see the second throw of the Endless Arrow, which is still a really high EV play with the Rain Razors. And if Bun still I don't know if he still has the Codex in hand, or if he had to pitch it to get past the Arctic Incarceration or not. Yep, we're just going to see the same Endless Arrow. Very likely that this one gets blocked, however.
Yeah, something I'm noticing is that like Ray is playing with a pen in hand the whole game. That's pretty. He's like, yeah, we're not going to be here very long. Knife fight in the phone booth. And
yes, Matt, this is the exact same pricing as Canadian Nationals. Exact same, to a T.
All right, Lexi activation here, going to flip up Endless Arrow, and this needs to be a pretty good turn here from Ray. Death Touch being pitched here. That's a blue Death Touch. Ooh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
firing off Remorseless here with Go Again. It looks like we have kind of stabilized the stream. I've been, increasing the bit rate over time here as best I can. Looks like that was, looks like we're okay now. Sorry that we missed most of the game here, but a lot of the interesting aspects come at the end of the game here in the Lexi Mirror.
Yep, very one of my favorite things about this mirror match is the ways that you can kind of manipulate the on-hit effects, right? So let's look at Remorseless as an example and just kind of analyze that card on the surface. And Remorseless is an amazing card. You can't discount how much impact it has, especially in aggro matches. However, the more that you block during the turn that it's played against you, just diminishes its value, right? So depending on what you throw first, second, third, as far as your arrows are concerned, you kind of give your opponent a lot of windows to kind of optimize what they need to do on their turn. And that's one of my favorite things about this. But when they Rain Razor it anyway, it really doesn't matter because this is going to hurt. You got 7 coming in, and if he really wants to make a crack back to really put pressure on Alan's hand, or Ray's hand, sorry, it's going to cost a lot of life being under the effect of that Remorseless.
All right, Falcon Wing
we got
here.
6 with another 6 coming in behind it.
Yep. And it looks like Bun's hand is not amazing, but it does block decently, so we might see some blocks here from Bun.
Bun in the tank.
Yep.
I think if you are committing blocks, though, you're probably doing it on the Endless Arrow unless you're willing to come to terms with just giving up the whole hand.
Yeah, if he's blocking here, he's probably double blocking the Endless Arrow. And probably just going to flip up his Arsenal and Arsenal another card and try to move on. So with a 15, so if Ray basically empties his hand here, empties his Arsenal, and Bun's life total doesn't really move much, there's a possibility that Bun can basically block with the Tunic, Hornet Sting, and then drop down to like 1 or 2, and then be able to fire a 6-card hand at Ray. It's all up to the next couple draws here, so this is a very, very, very tight game here. Very, very close.
We do have a pre-med into a 0-cost arrow. I think it's still that Endless Arrow that we saw earlier. It is coming in for 7 with a good breakpoint. Although Ray does have armor that he can leverage in this spot, which is a really good spot to be in. But this is one of those situations where you really got to respect it, especially. I can't see if Bun's Tunic counter is on. But if it is not on, or if it is on, then you really have to respect this because he can snap it and then load with the Tunic counter and fire again. So there's a lot of lethality here in something that looks kind of innocent. So very big play here.
We'll see here what Ray wants to do. The Perch Grapplers here, I think, going to make a pretty big difference once in terms of Bun's decision making once we get to the late game, because that means any like 5 damage arrow that has an on-hit effect, it can be nullified, with just a card plus the Perch Grapplers. Both players checking out the graveyards of the other players. Generally indicates that they're like, all right, it's about time for a codex. Let's see what we got, what we're cooking with.
I mean,
Bolton
Ray
shot
does
in
have a
hand.
decent
Yeah.
line of just playing that codex, like blocking out and then just playing the codex. You have tunic counters, so you can grab a 1-cost arrow. You still don't come off an arsenal because you do get the ponder token. So, um, really just thinking how he knows, he realizes that he has to respect it. He's just trying to figure out how much.
Yep.
But you definitely don't want this to hit, so you at least got to give Purge Grapplers. Yep. There we see it going in.
There we go. Perch grapplers, Bolton shot, Falcon wing, going to deny Bun the value there from the endless arrow. No ponder token there from the pre-med. All right, Frostlock pitching for the Voltaire.
Does he have a CNC or a Death Touch, I guess is...
Well, there's a CNC for sure in Bun's hand.
I'm just trying to think of why he didn't block with the frost lock, and keep the
Falcon
the
wing?
Perch Grapplers, right?
Oh.
Yeah, like he gave up the Perch Grapplers to keep the resource card in the situation because he basically activated Voltaire for no reason. Because
Maybe
you
he
could just
doesn't want to use
tunic
the
counter
tunic.
this. I
Looks like
mean, maybe he's keeping the tunic online for
Yeah.
the event that he draws the 3 of a kind. Maybe that's the higher priority there. I respect it.
I think he's playing to his 3 of a kind out here. All right, so Ray has selected that's Withering Shot, right? I think so. The green one.
Withering Shot.
Yep, and Bun still making his decision here on what card he wants to bring back and which card he wants to discard.
Yep, with the possibilities of 2 frailty tokens, really looking to go quality over quantity on the next turn. Although Bun is already off of an arsenal, so it wasn't really looking like he was going to be able to go that incredibly wide. So we might just see a block out as efficiently as possible. Maybe throw a CNC is a line that I would really favor here.
Yep. Gonna discard the Bolton Shot. Right. In comes the Infecting Shot for 5 here. So Bun does have access to 2 armor plus a card as an option if he wants. We'll see how much he values his tunic here. Very, very tense position. So this game, started off really, really quick, very, very hot. And now we're getting into that late game where both players are trying to plan ahead with imperfect information. So they're like, okay, what cards have I seen from my opponent? What cards have I seen from my deck? And how do I play to my outs in the best way possible? Looks like he's going to take 2 and get double frailty here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to throw the CNC, which I'm all for, putting pressure on that ponder target and not getting affected by the frailties in any way because the CNC will be coming from hand. And just waiting for a better opportunity. Bun's sitting on all his armor. He hasn't used a single bit of it. So just patiently waiting for his window.
That's something that we have consistently seen with Bun and like Nova. They hold their armor. They use it at the exact precise time here.
I think all good players do.
Yep. Endless arrow for
Very
2
important
here.
lesson to learn in Flesh and Blood is holding that armor.
And this is a sneaky endless arrow here. I think Ray knows there's a Command and Conquer in hand here. Because it's not going to be another arrow with double frailty. Bun is not firing another arrow from hand here. Or from his arsenal this turn.
I really like this play because it baits out the block because
Yeah.
you know you're gonna throw the CNC out, and the only way that this line gets punished is if he does have the tunic counter 3 of a kind. That does kind of just ruin everything this plan's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it also does look like a Rain Razors, right? Like
Yeah.
that's not out of the question either. So if Ray does over respect this, I think it can be I think it'd be pretty rough.
Looks like Ray is just cashing in the value here from Hornet Sting.
And we see the snap.
Yep. Remorseless on top. Going to ping Bun for 1. He's going to drop down to 7 here.
If he has a blue, he can actually throw the endless arrow again if he chooses to, or he can just go ahead and throw the CNC. Kind of up to given that Ray was very willing to just take the endless arrow, I think you do the line that Bun's doing where you just load it, throw it again. And then when it goes to hand, it looks like he's just trying to cycle a weak arrow, right? Because it's coming in for 2 every time.
Mm-hmm.
It looks very innocent, but then he just jams the CNC. This is such a good play if he gets a block here because then it takes the Lexi down to 1 card.
Yep. Really, really nice here from Bun. Sequencing is super important here, and in comes the CNC. And this is going to basically give Bun tempo here. Unless that's like 3 of a kind in Arsenal, the turn from Ray is going to be fairly unimpressive. Okay,
I mean, he basically has to have exactly 2-3 blocks and 3 of a kind in hand.
Yep. For those of you kind of joining us a little bit late, just to be clear, the Whisper the Oracle playmat is Bun, the 2021 national champion. Across from him is his teammate Ray Lamb. Very, very tricky position here. Is he going to give 1 card here? Wow. He is. He's saying, all right, take my Bolton shot. And Bun's like, get this frailty tokens out of here. I don't want these anymore. All right, let's see what this turn has in store for us. Pitching an infecting shot. 3 of a kind. Here we go. All right. Time to see the Ranger carrying Husk in action. Looks like he drew a decent hand. He knew that Remorseless was on top. And that probably gave Bun an indication that he had 3 of a kind, right? Because you want to get a peek at the top, make sure that the top is actually a red arrow you want to fire.
Right.
Before, committing to letting them blow up your arsenal. So,
and I think
some heads up play there.
Very heads up play by Ray here. I was gonna say that the very heads up play by he had the line where he could have blocked with the 2 arrows and then just tunic counter into 3 of a kind. However, with the Remorseless being on top of the deck and it being a 1-cost arrow, he really needed to secure those resources. So he elected to just give up the arsenal and maintain that blue to pitch for the 3 of a kind to guarantee that you can kind of go at least 2 arrows wide.
Yep. So Bun is basically saying, all right, I know you have Remorseless in hand. So Bolton shot into Remorseless. If I let this hit, did you draw a 0-cost arrow as well? Because that could get very, very bad, right? all enabled here by that tunic counter that Ray has been holding on to for a while now. This is a very tricky spot here for Bun. I think this might just be a situation where you got to block a bit and see if you can draw your own 3 of a kind and get your tunic on 3. We'll see here what Bun
I think
decides to
Bun's
do.
just trying to. I think Bun's just trying to figure out when's the best time to give up the New Horizon, and trying to make it the final push, if you will.
You know how I know both of these players are veterans of the webcam era of skirmishes? They play with their equipment in a box.
Yep.
That if you see people playing with their equipment in a box, they're probably an old school player. Bun really in the tank here because he knows that if he does block here, he's basically committing to blocking until he finds a suitable hand, and that's basically a giant risk. All right.
Well,
Good
there's
night,
just so many things
Basil.
to punish here, right? Like you have, a 0 cost arrow is bad situation. Any ice card, like Winter's Bite, Arctic Incarceration, anything like that, it's just catastrophic if you let it hit on this load.
Oh, he has a codex in
And I think
hand.
Buns.
Bun has a codex in hand, that 3rd card there. Still, OBS is telling me I'm still dropping a couple frames here and there. So we'll see if we can hold on to the end of this match, and then I'll go restart my router and see if it fixes itself. We had to do a restart yesterday, but then it was smooth after that, so we'll see. All right, Bun really thinking about this block here, and throwing down the codex plus a.
Giving up the codex.
Yeah, I think he knows his path to victory involves a 3 of a kind. And does this have go again? No, it does not. It has +1. So he's going to arsenal the Arctic here. Now, if that Bolton shot had hit, he could have reloaded the Arctic, and then things could have got really out of control. All right, Bun thinking real hard here what his path to victory here. At least he knows that this is basically the end of the turn here.
Really tough spot. I mean, Bun does have the armor. He could jam 3 here, take 3 down to 4, and then try not to play as many cards to, kind of kill himself. But that doesn't even seem that good. So maybe I don't know if there's a world where he can give up 1 card and the 2 pieces of armor to kind of shut down the effect. But because I think he has another codex in hand, and that is a 2 life point investment if you do fire whatever you grab. So it's a tough spot for Bun for sure.
There's a lot of intricacy about the end of the game because there's the threat of rain razors as well. So looks like he's gonna. Oh, he flips a codex off the top, and it's gonna go to the bottom. Oh, that's painful. Oh boy. All right, cleaning up here. Bun's gonna have one card to work with, and Tunic into what? Oh, Tunic into Codex. Okay, or no Codex here. Sorry, no Tunic here. All right. Are you grabbing a 0 cost or a 1 cost arrow here?
I think because you're behind, one of your win cons is kind of tunic countered to 3 of a kind, because you know you're going to be on the back foot by this. So I'm kind of in favor of just getting. Remorseless isn't bad because it demands, a full cover up basically, being at 4 life. But it really depends, like, how much do you want to lean in on relying on 3 of a kind is the answer.
Yep.
With tunic counter being at 1, obviously from a value standpoint, it's better to grab the 1 cost arrow like Remorseless or maybe a red infecting shot if it's in there. But at the same time, maybe Bun realizes that he really has to lean in on the 3 of a kind as an out. But it looks like he's really favoring the Remorseless, which I don't disagree with.
All right, playing out Remorseless here. Gonna lose a life from the Remorseless of Ray. And now Ray's gonna have to decide what he wants to do here. I think it's gonna be a 2-card block here. The other option here is to block with some of the armor, but I don't think that's prudent because you just lose your arsenal here. So which 2 cards is he going to block with? Let's find out. Looks like he's not attached to the hamstring shot and the heat seeker. All right. Tunic to 1 here for Ray. Gonna flip up the Arctic. And I think he's just gonna fire an arrow and then end with Arctic incarceration, probably.
Seems logical.
So
also,
right now,
Bun having the opportunity to do the exact same thing back.
Yep.
If he has enough resources.
Yep. So Bun knows that he's going to be taxed for 4 next turn, so it's going to be real difficult to have a turn with a 4-card tax or 4 frostbite tax here. Can't get over how aggressively everyone bends their cards in this tournament.
Well, they are like quadruple sleeved, so
yeah,
I guess they can handle the abuse.
Yeah. They're thinking about when you bend your cards, you're thinking about like, do I block with this or not? I don't know. When you're waffling back and forth, that's what happens. All right, Tunic plus Bolt and Shot here into Arctic Incarceration. So Bun must have a plan here for how he plans to pay for those 4 frostbites and still have a productive turn.
think he just throws one back, right?
Yep.
And if the Lexi player is on all reds, it could be enough to just steal the game.
And that's Remorseless and Hamstring Shot, which are almost, well, Remorseless for sure is red. Hamstring Shot as well, almost certainly red. It's a question of whether or not the Bolton shots are what color they are. Bun playing to his outs here really well. And we're gonna move to, you know, the ultra late game of the Lexi Mare here. Ray does have his tunic though, so more lines of play are available to him.
Does he have the blue?
That is the question. Double pitching.
I
Bolton
think the
shot.
tunic's on 2, right? Tunic's not on 3.
Tunic is on 2 for Ray. Gonna be able to load a Remorseless here, and I think he's gonna come in for 6 here. Yep.
Not a great play. Bun could just kind of disrespect this block 2 card. I mean, not disrespect it, but just block 2 cards and really push like a double arrow back at worst. And if you have 3 of a kind here, you can do triple arrow. I mean, oh, I see a 3 of a kind.
There's a 3 of a kind.
So that might be it.
Victory often comes by planning ahead, and here we go. This is what Bun has been setting up for several turns.
And we have double arrow.
Yep. We do have double arrow here.
Are they good arrows? We see a Heat Seeker. We have a Withering Shot. Could be blue, could be red.
Yep. And I
Unsure.
think is the back card a 3 of a kind? I'm not actually sure.
I can't tell. I just know I see a Withering and a Heat Seeker.
Yep. So we're good for probably 3 arrows this turn.
100%.
No, yeah. So, and those are Winner's Bites or Arctic Incarcerations in Ray's hand. Is blocked for 2.
That's a fact.
And I think Bun is going to be able to take the tempo here. Well piloted here. I guess Bun is thinking. I think Bun knows how to sequence everything here. He is just, double. I think he knows about the possible sequences for his arrows, but he's trying to think which sequence of arrows is the best sequence, right? Looks like it's gonna it's gonna lead with the Withering Shot here. All right. So 5 here with Go Again. No threat of Rain Razors here because he played a 3 of a kind here. So, Ray has all the information here. So one of the possibilities here, if Ray has a 3 of... So we know 2 of his cards are ice cards. If he has like a 3 of a kind in hand, his tunic will be at 3. So he could, throw the New Horizons in front of something if needed. Looks like he's going to block with an Infecting Shot plus a ice card here. And he has an arrow plus an ice card in hand. I think he's going to break through here. Oh, it's only a blue, though. Searing Shot. Going to take him to 1 here. All right. And Bun, what do you have as your...
That arrow did not have Go Again.
Yeah. Interesting. So I guess he had a pitch problem
Ray
there.
does have... Yeah, if he has a red in hand, he can't afford to load the Remorseless. So it was a resource issue, but Bun's still in a good spot, but just Ray does have an opportunity to really crack back here.
Hamstring Shot. And yep,
Ooh.
This is a good double arrow here.
Yep.
This is gonna be 5 into 4. Now
Have to cover this one up.
you have to cover this one up, but you don't have to cover up the other one. But there's really no 2-card hand that I think Bun would be satisfied with. If he loads on his opponent's turn, that might be... that's probably not a good way to do it, but...
That's
yeah,
work around because then you still have to pay the one on
exactly.
on that turn. The best case scenario here, he can block 6 here, block 6 on the next one, and then fire a 0 cost from Arsenal. It's like the best case scenario, but like other than that, he's gonna have to leak 2 damage, go to 1, and then pay to fire the arrow from Arsenal.
Yep. This has been a pretty long Lexi mirror, but that is actually what happens when, you know, 2 very high level players are playing each other. It actually becomes a little bit of a slog. It's not uncommon to see the graveyard larger than the deck. Because with this level of disruption and on-head effects, you basically have to play some defense. We've seen both players actually, you know, defending a decent amount. There's a trap there. Frailty trap.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty big. It's going to bring this down to a break point here. And Bun will get to keep a card. Does the frailty apply to the next turn?
No, not the next turn. Just this turn.
Wasn't that arrow for 4? Became 3? Or am I...
No, it was the arrow for 5.
Oh,
Hamstring
okay.
comes in for 5. So
okay. Right.
Down to 4.
Okay, hamstring is a 1 cost for 5. Okay, my bad. Okay. Gonna play Arctic Incarceration and see if Ray drew the blue and 3 of a kind. Uh-oh. All right. That level of disruption didn't do anything. And this could be a huge turn here from Ray. We might see a quiver activation as well. We'll see. Blue Death Touch getting pitched here. His choice of arrow here. Bolton Shot, one of the best. And he's going to have to respect this.
Have to respect this one.
Yep. On a 3 of a kind turn, the deadliest card to see is a Bolton Shot. All right, New Horizons. Gonna jump in front of the attack. Gonna lose the arrow in his arsenal. So in terms of equipment, Ray is in the driver's seat here. All right, just an infecting shot to rip a couple more cards. Arsenal pass from Ray. Couldn't fully utilize that 3 of a kind turn, ending with 1 extra card in hand. Bun is just going to Arsenal pass, and it's back to Ray. Tunic, activation of Lexi, flipping over, Endless Arrow. And I think this turn might be it. He's going to go 3 wide on this turn.
Pitching here come the break points.
Yep, here come pitching the blue head shot here. Searing shot. Let's go again. 2 cards here, and another one, 2 cards here, and then Endless Arrow to end the match. Wow. Well played there from Ray. Ray takes down Bun and goes to 9-2. So Ray should be locked. Bun is going to have to win his next game. If Bun wins his next game, we'll also see Bun in the top 8. Pretty good. All right, chat. I'm going to restart the stream. Hopefully this will be less than 5 minutes. But
Yep. You just gotta restart his router.
Yep, I gotta.
issue.
Yep. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna try to bring you a smooth round 12 plus top 8. So. All right, I think we are back. Yep, looks like we're back. All right, sorry about that, guys. Restarting the router did help. It's now 10 times faster upload speed. I don't know what happened, but it's all good now. All right,
easy.
So we are moving into round 12 now. This is the final round of Swiss, and then we'll be able to bring you guys the top 8. I guess let's quickly talk about the meta and the standings and all that. All right, so as you guys can see, these were the standings after round 9. So I don't have the updated ones after round 10 or 11, but basically 9-3 is the benchmark for top 8. If you go 9-3 in this field, you can make top 8. Some 8-4s will make it as well, but they're going to need good breakers, and there's probably only like 2 of them that can make it. Depending on the amount of draws as well, that could also influence things as well, but just to be safe, 9-3 or a very, very good 8-4. All right. Well, those 2 games, took quite a while, so we're actually, looks like Ken is getting set up right now for the final game. Let's see what he gives us.
Briar, please. One time. It's her last weekend.
All right, I'll ask any win and in Briars. See what he can do for us. Oh boy. Well, guys, hopefully everything is smooth sailing from here. Yesterday we had a little bit of a rough start with the internet, with the Wi-Fi at the venue, but things stabilized in the second half of the stream. So let's hope that everything is good going forward. All right, well, Ken is typing. Let's see if he could find a win in Briar for you, Nathan. Somebody. I don't actually think there are very many Reaping Blade Briars running around in Hong Kong. Mainly because that's a deck that kind of relies on surprise, and in a field like this, that's not so effective. Do y'all have any plans on if and who you'll play in the LL format? Well, I mean, Nathan Nathan's answer is pretty simple. As for me, I probably won't touch the LL format, frankly. I mean, I had enough. I've had enough headaches against Oldham and Starvo in the past with them having banned cards. Oh, that'd be even worse, right?
I don't know what hero I will play.
Ah, looks like we got a good one here. Got Galaxy versus Nova. Lexi versus Briar. This is a winning in for both of them. They are both 8-3. Oh boy, that's gonna be good.
I'm excited.
Yeah. All right. So let me set up the board a little bit. Nova Chan. 8-3.
Oh, Nova's on Briar again?
Yeah, he's on Briar. Your favorite. So Nathan, tell the people about who Nova Chan is and his affinity for Briar.
Nova's the one that almost LL'd during the Hong Kong PTI event. He made it to the finals and got his opponent. I think it was Bun, the one that we just saw.
Yep, to 1.
Got him down to 1 life on dash, and Bun took out the win to keep Briar alive until US Nats. So really exciting, and yeah, super excited to see this one as well.
Yeah, I don't think we've had the pleasure of seeing him pilot a Briar versus Lexi game, so this will be interesting.
I like the way Nova plays because he plays a lot like I do, where yes, the channel heroic Briar list leans more aggressively, but it doesn't mean you can't play a very mid-rangey style where you play a 0 for 4 and then like block a lot with your non-attack actions and then kind of maintain that embodiment until you get a large window. And Nova kind of plays that same strategy where he's very likely to just block 3 cards and send a 0 for 4 if he has to.
Oh, and he has a Shock Charmers playmat. Very beautiful. All right. The final game of Swiss for you guys. We got Nova Chan 8-3 on Briar. Galaxy 8-3 on Lexi. Like we mentioned before, 9-3 is guaranteed top 8. 8-4 is not. So this is a win and in for both of these players. And this will be exciting. Nathan, who are you rooting for?
Don't ask questions you know the answer to.
I'm rooting for a good game.
Absolutely. That's all I want. I don't want Briar to like drop a channel and turn 0 and just blow out Lexi. And I don't want, Lexi to double rain razors and end the game in 2 turns, right? I just want a good back and forth, a lot of blocking, interaction, not getting shut down on an Arctic incarceration red.
Yep.
A
nice clean back and forth game of Flesh and Blood. Those are the fun ones. All right. Okay, so we have to mention something. Nova has played a lot of games on camera. Cool as a cucumber. We basically have not seen him misplay. We might have disagreed with some of his draft decisions, but in terms of his play, immaculate and flawless. Galaxy, on the other hand, is a very, very good player, but he seems to get nervous on camera. We've seen him make some major misplays. One of them cost him, one of them did not cost him. And, this is as high pressure situation as it gets, right? Winning in for top 8 of Nats. Let's hope that Galaxy got a good night rest and is focused and alert today. And let's hope that he remembers all his triggers. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I don't expect either deck to be playing Pummel, so we don't have to worry about that one. But
that is true.
There are a lot of triggers that you have to be mindful of. Obviously, the embodiments and You have on hits like hamstring shot and remorseless and things like that. So you do have to keep up with a lot in this matchup, but hopefully we'll see a good one. Nothing too crazy coming from the equipment. We see the but we can't see half of the Briar equipment. You want to message Ken and tell Nova to kind of scoot it on over?
Sure. I will message him about that.
Galaxy is running Trench. I know that's probably because some Briar lists are running the Warmonger package, just because I know it seems kind of weird. It's like, why would a Runeblade run Warmongers? But the idea is kind of it's a zero cost blue deck, blocks 4 in this deck most of the time. So there's very low opportunity cost to run it. And if the Lexi player does not have Snapdragons and or doesn't run Trench, then you can kind of catch them pretty easily.
There we go. Thanks, Ken. You're the best. There we go. Crown of Providence, Aether, Ironwave, Snapdragons, and Grasp of the Arknight. Look at that.
Yep.
Both players shuffle around for you, Nathan.
Standard stuff all around. Love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sorry,
Briar
that
is electing to go second.
That is not
and
Aether
she's-
Ironwave. That is the Carapace.
Carapace.
My bad.
Yeah, Carapace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Load from our Lexi.
Ooh, starting out with a Sonata. Good
Yep.
card off the rip.
There we go.
And
It's already hit. It's already hit.
Woo!
Couple Brambles. Gonna get the Scar. Not the greatest card, but, could make a decent Arsenal card, depending on the hand texture. 1 Arcane flying over.
With him leading with the Sonata out of the 3 cards in hand, it's very likely as another non-attack. So I don't think the Go Again is going to present a real big issue. At worst case scenario, he does have the Autumn's Touch to make a rune chant into the Swarming.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got plenty of options here. Plenty of options. Chat said there's a reason Pummel's in the judge packs.
Wait. Why did Nova tick his health down? Did he target him? He targeted himself with the Sonata.
That is legal play to turn on the Scar.
Wow. Oh my god. I've never seen that.
It says target hero.
Wow.
Deal arcane damage to target hero. Yep. Same thing with Rosetta Thorn. Back in the day with Chain, I used to hit myself with the arcane damage on Rosetta Thorn to keep my creepers around for longer.
Yeah.
That was kind of like an anti-fatigue strategy that I utilized. So a lot of these cards, and then another anti-fatigue was like you can Bramble Spark on Rites of Replenishment, hit yourself with the arcane to put the Bramble on bottom along with the Rites of Replenishment cycle. So yeah, there's a lot of interaction. Don't hesitate to deal yourself a damage every now and again.
Yeah. Wow. Gigabrain, as David said. that is a smart play there. All right, we got Grasp into Swarming for 4 Go Again here, and 1 card in hand that would make a very nice Arsenal target, I think. I mean, no matter what it is, it could be Arsenal because he is crowned. And this is a great turn 0 or turn 1 here from Briar.
Yeah, great open. You got 4, 4, 4, and then another 1, so a 13 damage turn. You did have to deal yourself 1 damage, but 12 effective value on 3 cards.
Yeah.
We take that.
We take that, yeah. All right, looks like the Lexi is Galaxy's deciding whether or not he wants to block here. He might throw something in front of here. He's already I think he's mentally mapping his turn and saying, well, this Falcon Wing, not really useful here. I think he has a pretty red heavy hand. All right. Rosetta Thorn. He takes all the damage from the Rosetta Thorn. Arsenal from Nova. Pass over to Galaxy. 3-card hand here. Gonna activate Lexi, flipping over a. What is that? That's the
Icequake.
Icequake. Yep. Okay. Icequake, pretty annoying card for Briar, right?
Yeah, if you don't have the blue, it's very annoying. But
Mhm.
oftentimes, if you have the blue, what you end up doing is just taking the damage and then um, just kind of paying for all 2 to 3 frostbites that you may encounter. But it gets really hairy really quickly when you have a D react, which I think Nova might have a sync blow in hand. Makes this very awkward exchange. However, he can take this damage, go up to 2 frostbites, and then pay for the sync below to kind of. The main thing is if you do end up paying for something on this turn, you want to make sure you don't end with a frostbite.
Mhm.
So he's just looking to either take all of it and pay for it all on his turn, or wipe it out on the opponent's turn during the last attack.
So I've had the pleasure of playing against both of the players here multiple times, and this is really a head versus heart type of matchup here. Nova, extremely precise, calculating, very, very sharp and precise play from him. Galaxy, a little bit more, loose and free, and very, very friendly, very, very, uh, you know, he'll make plays that not for the lulls, but he'll make plays for like he doesn't mind going for a big play. And so we're gonna see which play style here triumphs here, whether the more calculating and calm, collected style of Briar, or a more fire off arrows and see how it gets you with Lexi freestyle from Galaxy. We'll see which one comes out on top here. Endless Arrow here coming in as the second arrow. Still one card in
It does
hand here.
it does look like he's going for that more, take on all 3 frostbites and then just kind of wipe them out on your turn play.
Mhm.
Very effective when you have a blue. The only downside is you get a lot of block value out of those blues, and not being able to utilize it in that manner is unfortunate. But sometimes that's just what you got to do to progress the game. Nova's sitting in a really good spot, still has access to most of that fridge. Um, this endless arrow is not as threatening as it would seem. Galaxy already has a card in hand, so you're not really. Um, all you're doing is maybe giving him a better arsenal target, not necessarily um, the best one, or not a free card, if you will.
Mhm. We saw an early crown activation here from Nova. Um, how do you like to use Crown of Providence in this matchup?
This matchup, when you're missing one piece of something very important, is the way I like to approach using crown.
Mhm.
Um, it could be anything from like you have a bramble spark, you're looking for an earth blue, or you're in this situation, you're accumulating frostbites, but you really want to deny.
Something that we've seen from the way that Nova plays Briar, he's pretty aggressive with using his equipment to wrestle an early game lead. A little bit different than some of the other Briar players in Hong Kong that we've seen. Here we go. Nimblism into Lightning Surge.
Not a very ideal situation. Lightning Surge does
No.
not have go again. You did have to pitch 2 reds to get
Hmm.
through that frostbite. I think he was using crown in efforts to find a blue.
Yep.
I'm not. I'm gonna be honest with an embodiment. I'm not a huge fan of that. Seems like a very unnecessary risk to take on, to kind of gamble to see where he could have just blocked out and then kind of like played a much more like small ball kind of um, play style, and kind of manage the situation. Now you're kind of all in on going as quickly as possible before the Lexi really finds those power cards, being down on so much armor so early.
Yep. Well, looks like Nova has committed himself to racing here. We'll see if that pays off or not. Generally, having 2 cards in the pitch zone as Briar is not a good sign, though.
Now the question is, with that card hovering over the arsenal, is that an angle saying that, yeah, this card's going in Arsenal, or is he gonna snap it and swing that Rosetta Thorn? That's the real question.
I don't think you're gonna pitch Rosetta Thorn here. He doesn't have any floating, right?
Yeah, there's no active reason to do so. But the only reason that you really do that is if you have full tempo and you like have an extra card that would be dead. Like let's say he had another, Seer for 4 or whatever, he could snap here and then swing Rosetta and then Arsenal. But yeah, there's no active reason to actually snap that.
Mhm. Yep. I don't think that was an. I think Nova was like, "Come on, dude. You know this is
Yep,
basically
he
the end
was
of my
just like,
turn.
yeah.
Just block and move on here." We've seen that Nova does not like waste time when he's making decisions. If it's a simple decision, he's like, "It's a simple decision. I make it here." If it's a complicated decision, he's like, "All right, let me break it down here." Right? He doesn't Hollywood here. No time for Hollywooding. All right, infecting shot here, coming across for 5, threatening a blood rot pox. And I think that's just the end of the turn for Galaxy. I don't think he has any floating resources here. So pretty mundane turn here. If he has a non-attack 3 block, he could just throw the grass plus this in front of it. Not too bad. Embodiment of Earth, really, really clutch. Power of the waifu sleeves. Let me tell you about waifu sleeves, Ever since I got, my cutie Dory sleeves, they've been so distracting for the opponent. They're like, "Aw." And then I puncture them. All right, looks like he's
down
gonna
with the double block.
double block with the Earth cards here, and there's a Codex from Galaxy in hand. Rabble, is the Rabble gonna hit? I think it was a Bramble. Sought for. Oh no, looks like it's only coming in for 2.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's what we call it, Nathan. Nathan Rabble.
Yeah, I know all about that one.
Got 100 concurrent viewers in the chat. That's great to see. We thank each and every one of you guys for spending your Saturday evening with us, Sunday morning with us. We are just wrapping up the Swiss rounds at the Hong Kong regionals. After this, we will be bringing you guys the top 8.
You strike for 7. I love it's an interesting decision point because typically you get more value from the draw card. However, with Crown of Providence being gone, there's a lot of cards that are dead if they go in the arsenal, like Tome of Harvest, maybe Blue Autumn's Touch, Blue Earthwar Surge, cards like that that really don't get a whole lot of value coming from Arsenal. So, you know, definitely, if the Crown of Providence was left floating, then you definitely do a draw card. But I like the conservative line of just sending the 7, guaranteeing that 2 value while you don't have the safety net of that Crown of Providence.
We've seen Nova open up a little bit of a life lead here, but that could rapidly change this turn. Looks like
Rain Razors.
Yeah,
Heard
but
that's a good card.
Yeah, but this is only a 2 arrow turn most likely. All right. All right, bolted shot here. How is this coming in for 7? Oh,
It gets +1
yeah.
from Voltaire, which is 5, and then +2 is 7.
Yep.
Um,
Right.
could see a
Math.
3 of a kind. It would be very awkward sequencing, though. Yep, Codex makes perfect sense. You go grab that other arrow, fire it. So we'll probably see like a red infecting shot, or maybe that heat seeker to depend on how greedy he wants to be on the Arsenal situation.
Could be a endless arrow as well, right?
You typically get one of the one costs since you have the resources.
Yeah.
It would just be up to the red infecting or the heat seeker. He elected to go with the heat seeker, which is
Mhm.
perfectly fine. One thing I haven't seen in Nova's deck that I really love to run is that um, infectious host, being able to reach that out of the graveyard during that codex, and really put the pressure back on by just gently scooting over that frailty token back to the opponent is something not to be underrated by any means.
Yep. All right. Nova just going to pass the turn back to Galaxy. Full tempo here for Galaxy, but down 6 life. Has a 3 of a kind and a Remorseless in hand.
Very good timing to seize tempo, or for Nova to just concede tempo, because that's where you really find that three of a kind when you have full tempo and a full hand becomes a card where it's like, look, I'm just going to make sure that I can play the best cards possible, but
Mm-hmm.
there's no chance that I'm playing all of them. So it can like fix resource problems. It can make it where you fire a red arrow instead of a blue arrow, situations like that. But other than that, like this is a great opportunity for Nova to just kind of step back and say, "Look, I'm gonna let you do your thing." It's really when you send a little bit of damage, they get the opportunity to block, play three of a kind, and still shoot arrows. Is where they really extract the most value from that card. And as we can see, there's another three of a kind in Galaxy's hand, and I think maybe even a Rain Razors. Two cards that cannot be utilized in this situation. So we're gonna see how Galaxy can kind of salvage this.
Yep. That Arsenal card for Briar is like kind of blending in with the playmat. If you don't look too carefully, it's just like, oh yeah. All right, so Galaxy here gonna pitch a Raid Razors here, and fire off probably. This is definitely gonna be a 3-arrow turn, and I think he's gonna try to arsenal the 3 of a kind here. So he's gonna have back-to-back 3 of a kind turns. Pretty good.
All right, that's pretty good. Remorseless on hit. Drop your credit score to 500. No, I'm just kidding. No, makes it where action, any action cards you play, you do take 1 damage to actually play them. Very good against a deck like Briar. It really dilutes the effectiveness of cards like Sonata Arcanix
Mhm.
and anything that like Tome of Harvest, even like Tome of Harvest is kind of like a get half an embodiment for free kind of situation, fix your hand. But when you have to pay a life to do it, it's much less appealing.
Mhm.
I think Nova just said, "Send me the bill." Did he take it?
Uh, I'm not sure. I was looking
Yeah, he
at
did.
yeah. I think he was at 29. So yes. All right.
Yeah, Nova said that he's late for dinner plans and he's got places he needs to be. So
Yep.
Galaxy still has 2 non-tax in hand cards that can't really be utilized.
Go block out with Force and Earthler Surge here, and Galaxy just gonna pass. All right. So we know that he has a 3 of a kind. He might have put it in Arsenal. He might have just kept it in hand. We'll see. Oh, he kept it in hand. Okay. So we have Lightning Surge from the Arsenal. Gonna ping himself because of the Remorseless. Ping himself again. And that will be the end of his turn.
Tell you what, Josh, imagine if those were ball lightnings.
Oh, that'd be
What
pretty
a
good.
world. What a world.
Imagine if there was a Sting of Sorcery as well. That could get crazy. And also, you could drive the judges crazy with the replacement effect questions.
I think that's actually why that card was probably
I think
banned.
so as well.
I don't think it was a power level thing because I
When
mean it didn't even block, right? Like,
when I took my L1 judge certification test, like there was a ball lightning question and I got it wrong.
yep.
That was one of the like 3 questions I got wrong on the I'll insert.
Yeah.
Well, he already has the embodiment, so it's basically on Galaxy to decide if he wants to take 4 here. Now, with the 3 of a kind in hand, this is kind of like a risk EV assessment here, right? Because it's like, well, if I keep a card in hand, I might not be able to use my whole hand, but then I should have a smoother turn. Then it feels bad if you end with an extra card when you could have blocked. So, well, this is a pretty good start here. Flipping over Arctic Incarceration, Icequake, 3 of a kind. Gonna draw 3 here.
This is a block out turn if I ever saw one.
Yep. Rain Razors. I think he drew Rain Razors. Not what you want, but he does have a bolted shot and an endless arrow. So
he's fine. Yeah,
he's fine.
He's
yeah,
perfectly fine.
Yep. So this could be 2-3 arrows followed up by Arc Incarceration. But yeah, from Nova's perspective, this is a turn to just block. And we've seen Nova be very, very, very patient here, saying, "All right, I don't need to be plunking down mountains. I can just play this mid-rangey game with you." All right, 4 go again here. Sorry, 7 go again, threatening a frostbite on hit.
I think Nova drew a Pulsive Candlehold, and that's a great card to use for a breakpoint like this.
Yep. Throw in a 3 block plus 4 block, call it a day. Looks like another Remorseless in Galaxy's hand. So his hand is chock full of gas here. He might have to pitch the Rain Razors, though. I think we saw him pitch a Rain Razors earlier as well, so that means, the Nova's definitely going to be aware of that. And he's got a Rain Razors in the graveyard, so I think... Oh, an Infectious Host being blocked with
There's that Infectious Host.
Taking 4. Taking 5, my
Ooh.
bad. Okay, gonna say, all right, have your Endless Arrow back. I don't care.
Maybe this is Nova just kind of worrying about what is coming after.
Yep. I do think
it's just one more arrow.
Yeah, I think with 2 Frostbites, it's unlikely we see an Arctic Incarceration here.
Well, that's the decision that Galaxy has to make up front, right? Do you give the arrow go again, or do you give it +1? And 1 basically delineates your willingness to play out the Arctic Incarceration. Because if you do the +1 to maximize your value, then Nova's like, okay, I just have to handle 2 Frostbites. But you have the option if you hit go again on the arrow, but you lose that extra value of damage. So it's safe, a lot safer to just hit the go again and have the option to, if they don't give up the hand,
Let's see if
just
this
kind
is
of
for
deny
5 or
the
6.
ability.
Looks like it's for 5 go again. And that's going to force him to block with his whole hand here, basically. So with 2 Frostbites, he basically doesn't have a turn here.
If he has 0-4 in Arsenal and a
yellow
blue in hand, he can just play it.
Yep.
This basically guarantees that he cannot have a
turn, an embodiment.
An embodiment. Yep, that's the most important part. And also, if Galaxy was to hang on to that Arctic Incarceration into Arsenal, there's a situation where you can't fire 3 arrows, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have like a Codex or something along those lines. So you definitely have to pay an opportunity cost to kind of hover that over the Briar player's head.
Yep. Alright, looks like you're going to pitch an ice card here, load an arrow, fire an arrow. He does have the rain razors in hand, so this could be a pretty disgusting 3-arrow turn here.
This might be Nova's last opportunity to kind of take a little bit of damage and hit a crackback. Is that copy number 13 of Rain Razors? I feel like we've seen one in every single hand.
I think he's been holding onto it from turn to turn. I think that's what's been happening.
I've never seen so many razors.
Frostlock. Sorry, not Frost. Is that
Frostlock?
Frostlock. Okay. Okay.
Hopefully it wasn't fused, because if it was, that basically just says Briar can't do anything on hit during their next turn.
Looks like it wasn't.
Definitely was not fused.
Nova,
a lot of good pressure.
Wow.
Here.
Dropping down
that
here.
This is his last chance. Oh, the 2 blocks. Unfortunate.
Yep. Gonna have to cover up the Ennis arrow there. And he's only gonna have 2 cards to strike back with. And he has a life deficit here. Alright, Nimblism into something here. Nimblism into a snatch is pretty good. But 2-3 blocks plus the Hornet Sting. Now we know Nova plays like you, Nathan. Or you play like Nova. 0 shot, that's a Lightning Press in hand, right?
I think Lightning Press is a liability in this matchup. Me personally, I would never, unless you had like a very not flexible sideboard plan. I'd have to have a very strong reason. I'd have to be running like Yellow Snatches or Meeps or something like that to kind of justify running Lightning Press, a card that doesn't block, into a deck that has an astronomical amount of on-hit effects. But I mean, I've seen crazier things. I will put it that way.
Wow.
We also saw him play Sonata Arcanics. So if he's playing the presses with Sonata, then he's just a madman.
Looks like Galaxy's going to go with the armor block here. And I think he has a 2 block in there, so he's having to deploy it.
Giving 3 cards. Or that's all the armor in 1.
Bolt and Shot on top. Gonna ping Nova for 1, drop down to 4. Gonna give it go again anyways. Another snatch? Nope. Coax. Okay. So if this Coax hits, what do you think he's gonna choose here?
You could do +1 life to create a buffer. It's extremely valid, but the problem is, like, you're trying to create that situation where Lexi has to block with cards from hand, so it might not be a great spot. Normally, I'm only a fan of doing draw a card against Lexi if they haven't blocked with any cards. But because Galaxy is blocked, it's very disadvantageous to allow Lexi to kind of refill her hand.
All right, pretty good turn here. Gonna require some blocks here from Nova. In comes the Withering Shot with the Icequake buff for 9.
Oh, he has all the cards tilted to the side. That can't be good.
Yep. So if he cannot generate 9 block with 3 cards, he's not going to get an arsenal here. He's not going to get a chance to play a 0 for 4. And then we see the infamous Hong Kong card bending technique. Do I do that too, Nathan?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay, I don't do. Okay.
Oh, he let the Withering Shot hit. I wonder if he has an Infectious Host to really punish this frailty.
Okay, nope. He's like, well,
nope. He's just passing. Oh, that's not good. 2 life, no armor, no embodiment, shields down.
He has a CNC and E-Strike though, so that should those do block 3 easily.
Yeah, but they don't block 4.
That's true. Yeah.
And they definitely don't block 5.
Yep. So this is a 2-card block here. At least he's gonna get to throw, you know, his Scar for Scar there. Kind of indicating that he has something in arsenal that is a 0 for 4. So I think if he has a 0 for 4 in arsenal, he's gonna play it out here. Yep.
Oh, that's a good one to have.
That's the best 0 for 4 to have. No more armor except New Horizons on Galaxy side, so yeah, let's see what he can do here. I think because you're in such a life lead, I think you block the 2 cards here.
I think the life lead actually incentivizes the disrespecting of the snatch.
Really?
The chances that he rips something off the top that's like the only way he gets punished here if he rips a 0 for 4 attack. Any other card, you think nimbleism, anything like that, like he's not going to keep an attack the next turn if you don't block this. Like he's not keeping anything to turn that nimbleism on if he rips it off the top.
Mhm.
So mathematically, you're only got like 6 cards in the deck that actively, not even 26, probably closer to 24, because you're running CNCs. So 23 to 24 attacks that are the only like punish, and then E strike is like not even a hit. So I actually don't mind. You are given the embodiment, but you're really just trying to push numbers here.
All right, infecting shot. If that card in hand is a 0-cost arrow, this is gonna be pretty
Anthem
ugly.
of Spring.
Good card. Gonna have
2 embodiments.
Yep.
Okay, I kind of like disrespecting it if you had Codex, because then you force a discard. But
Gonna find a Falcon Wing. Sonata's gonna
that's a
jump in
4
front of
block.
that. Yep. And that's a
Ooh.
5 block. Woo!
Yep.
Anthem
Still
of
get the
Spring
ponders.
coming in.
Does he have the 0 for 4?
How lucky are you, Nova? Let's find out. Nope.
See, that's it. That's it. There's not that many hits. If you know you can demand the hand, then the probability is pretty low. Galaxy just has to stay providing breakpoints. All this is a perfect card. Demands 2 cards. Yep. Channel My Heroics never getting played at this low of a life. And then here is the +1 makes it 5. That's the next 2 cards. Might even take 1 if he's stuck with 2/2 blocks. Oh, he said go again. Yep, because the Codex, and if he...
Oh no, you missed your drill shot triggered, Galaxy.
This is just game, because I think, yeah, he doesn't have an embodiment unless it's a D-React.
Yep.
That is game.
Well played there from Galaxy. All right. Well, with that, Galaxy advances to the top 8. Nova is going to have to get a bit lucky on breakers to make top 8. We'll see how it goes. All right. So, I guess let's go back to our webcams, and then we will.
Yeah, and we haven't really given chat the opportunity to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, we need to do that
So,
because the horizontal Nathan. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there will be a planned break for about 45 minutes where the head judge is going to do a deck check, and because the top 8 is an open decklist format, they'll also give the players time to look at the deck list of their opponents before the quarterfinals match. But yeah,
don't go anywhere. We're gonna talk to you.
Yeah, we're gonna be here anyway, so there's no need. You don't need to go anywhere. We're gonna be here to entertain you guys. So as soon as we know the top 8 composition and the players, I will let you guys know. I think Kyle also wanted me to message him So I'll try to do that. So we know there's a Icelander and a Lexi in top 8.
Yep.
Those are Ho-Chin Lai playing Icelander, should be locked for top 8 because of his performance on day 1. And then we saw Galaxy take down Nova in the last round there. So those are two people that we know mathematically are top 8. The other 6, we'll find out with you guys as soon as the round ends.
If you have any questions, throw them in chat right now. We would love to answer them. It can be fab related, not fab related. We've answered questions about our favorite Taco Bell order if we go to Taco Bell.
Yep.
We've had questions about fab dads and kids and all kind of stuff. So just throw it in there as long as it's appropriate. That's all we ask.
And this will help us stay awake. Because
everybody wins. Everybody wins.
It is 12:30. Oh, you left it.
Horizontal Nathan.
Yeah. All right. That was a little slow. Okay, there we go. That will help us stay awake. So we would greatly appreciate any. Give us some interesting topics to talk about for the next half an hour or so.
Well, we got the first question. Thoughts on the new assassin gloves? You want this one? You want this one first or me?
You could go with it. I'm still pouring out a drink here.
So, art-wise, I think it is one of the best looking pieces of equipment. I mean, amazing. Like thematically, the looks of it, it's actually incredible. Power level, for those of you who don't know, it's a 1 block, and it has the same effect as like Black Tech Whispers and Mask of Perdition, where you basically pay 2 silver and you get it back, right? But the effect on it says that you can pay 2 resources in the reaction step as an attack reaction, and a target attack action gets -1. -1 block, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just a cheeky way to like get in a guaranteed attack, quote unquote. So I think it's okay. The problem is, right? On the surface, it's a good card. The problem that I have is like the silver generation in Arachne and Azuri, if you are going the contract variant, is kind of limited. Like there can be spikes in silver, but the problem is like you're gonna have a choice of like, do you spend the silver on those gloves or do you spend the silver on your boots or your head, right? And I think that out of the 3, it's the weakest. So you're never bringing it back. And if you're never bringing it back, it needs a very valid reason to be played over Flick Knives. I'm not saying that Flick Knives is guaranteed to be better. I'm just saying that you really have to look at the cards side by side and say, I'm never reaching back in the graveyard for these gloves. Is it better than Flick Knives? And maybe it's because you can't give up the weapons for Flick Knives that this gloves will be better. It's entirely possible. But that's the way that I evaluate the card, is you need a very good reason to play it over Flick Knives. But it could see play when Arachne gets a little bit more support.
The first card that jumped out at me was Payday. So if you've completed a contract, generate silver. And I was like, well, maybe you just start constantly buying back your equipment. I don't know. Maybe that's good. That was definitely one of the weakest assassin majestics. So maybe that's a play there. All right. Will we ever get to play card games on a motorbike?
That's the dream. I don't know. That sounds very challenging.
Yeah. A motorbike is a motorcycle, right?
Last time I checked, yes.
Okay. Not like an electric bike. That would be actually more. Yeah. Okay.
Technically, a motor is insinuating that it is ran on electricity.
Okay.
An engine is ran on gasoline. So I guess theoretically, an electric bicycle would be a motorbike. But
Basically, the lower the speed, the more. What I'm saying is that the lower the speed, the more that's possible.
yeah, yeah,
I think you could play a game of Fab without a board.
yeah, for sure.
You could definitely, if you're very experienced, you could just have your deck in your hand and just say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I don't know. Put the graveyard in your other hand. I don't know, but like, yeah, you could definitely play Fab without a table. So in theory, you could play it on a motorcycle. So yeah.
Sam said, "Would you rather have an incredible cup of coffee or an incredible draft beer?" I don't know where this question came from, but it just popped into my head. Well, we appreciate it regardless of where it came from. For me personally, I don't have anything against draft beers. I'm just like, I don't know what's the correct way. I'm just not like a fancy person. Like I when I go get a beer, I just like grab a Stella or something. Like I don't think that too much into it. Um Maybe that just makes me basic. I'm not sure. But like I love coffee though. So I just in general, whether it was craft or a specialty cup or whatever, I would pick coffee over beer 99% of the time.
Yeah, same. I think if there's also like an extension to this question. It's like if we're in like a group of people, sure, we can have a beer. If it's just like I'm at home, and then it's like I much prefer the coffee. So
yeah. Will Bradshaw is the huge craft beer guy.
I think I've heard him say, "Do you have an IPA to like 18 different waiters?"
Yep. In fact, it's so bad that like anytime we go anywhere that has drinks, I just tell Will to order me something, and he's like, "I got you. I know exactly what you want."
Yep.
And he's right every single time.
Yeah, and then the waiter's like explaining the IPA list, and he's like, "Okay, I've
Yeah.
tried that one. Yeah, that one's okay too." Yeah, I was like, "Okay, you know what all these things are." Okay. But yeah, so Will would definitely choose the beer. The Briar mug always gets me. It's a good one.
Yeah.
It has Go Again on the other side too, right?
Yeah. That's right. Dennis said, "Go again." We had like a huge meal, and he just looked at us. He said, "Milkshake, go again." Like, why the hell not?
I hope we can see Dennis in Spain. All right.
Can you open booster packs with your elbows? Definitely not. That.
I think he's trying to. No, don't do that, Nathan.
No.
You're more naive than me.
Oh, is it that bad? Can you open booster packs with your elbows?
You know what you were asking in chat, sir. Nathan, let's just say you're not well endowed enough for, or maybe you are. I don't know.
I got good one.
Yes,
good one.
All right,
got me good.
Yeah, you got Nathan there. He's good at naming playmats, bad at not falling into
but not
streamer traps. People ask female streamers to like, "Hey, can you touch your elbows together?" and all that. So, okay. This was his nerdy fab way of doing it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Do you think the Professor's product will bring new players into the game? And is UPF the right way to get people in?
I think it will get people into the game. I can't. To say that UPF, to be honest, I just don't know, because I have never played. Yep, are we good?
Yeah, you were lagging a little bit, but you're okay now.
Oh, sorry. I've never played a game of Commander ever,
Mhm.
right? And so I don't know if like that's the direction that Fab wants to go as far as the casual community, and maybe that is the answer. I don't know enough about like Commander Magic and like how that translates because I'm assuming that UPF is kind of competing for the same space. Um, and so I just don't know a lot about it, to be honest.
Mhm. I think UPF and CC or Blitz are very, very different, but
Mhm.
anytime we can get more players in the game, no matter what the format is, I think that's good for the game. Competitive players will probably, it's probably not exactly the product for them, but Nathan, what would make good content? We should just we should just film our first UPF game. I've literally played
Yeah.
thousands of games. I've never played a UPF game. You've never played a UPF game.
Or we could do a whole stream and open
Yeah,
packs with our elbows.
that too. I'm sure you're gonna get that request on stream a lot. All
Right,
right,
right.
all right. Let's see.
But to answer your question, Tony, I think that the product itself will be a huge success.
Yeah. Also, I think the professor will market it a bit, not a bit,
Right,
a
right.
bunch, so that
A lot,
that
a
you're
lot.
gonna get the crossover from his audience, which
Yeah.
is nice.
Since it's not once per turn, can you stack the effect of the gloves like the quiver? I think you can. I
You
haven't
have
looked at
no
it.
destroying it is
Um,
part of the cost, right?
Probably, and
Yeah.
not that you probably would. It costs 2 resources to activate that reaction. So even if you could,
Yeah.
it's not like the best thing on the planet because you're paying 2 resources every single time you activate it.
When is Warrior
When
gonna
is
get
Warrior getting a spear, Josh?
uh frankly, I hope we don't get a new weapon type too quickly. Because there's so many things that specify sword, axe, dagger. If we get a
Yeah.
spear, LSS is going to create like 15 cards that say target spear gains +3 and blah 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 blah. You don't want that. You want depth, not width.
Right.
Although I do think eventually there will be a third weapon type for warrior, and there'll be
Yeah.
sword, spear, and axe probably, and they'll all have their thematic and related cards for that.
Yep.
So
Is
I don't.
Alchemist likely to be the next new class we get? And when do you think we get it? Well, we've came close, right? With the pits. What's the alchemist name that's on the shitty Xmas gift and the time snap potion?
I don't know what his name is, but
Lena, Lena, Lena Bell, something like that. I forget the name, but it's her. I would assume is like the alchemist that we're waiting on. I
there's a
think it's
lot of
got to be soon.
there's a
Like I
lot
would
of
say soon.
items in the next set, so that could be a setup
Yep.
for that too. So yeah.
Yep. I'd say it's around the corner.
What round are we going into? Sorry, very late to stream. We are finished with round 12. We
Going
are
into top 8.
we're going into top 8. The round 12 is done. They're doing deck checks right now. They're also giving the open deck list to the quarterfinals competitors. That's an interesting thing, Nathan. Like, I've never been part of a top 8 where there's open deck lists. Um, do they just hand you the deck list and then they're like, well, I hope you know what this card does? Or can you like
I
look
mean,
up all the cards on your phone?
I don't see why you couldn't.
Hmm.
I think it's actually within the rules to say like don't quote me on this, but like if you're thinking about blocks or something and you don't remember the text of a card, like could you say and the card hasn't been played or it's not accessible in the graveyard? I think you can like call a judge and say, "What does this card do?" and just like name a card. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's legal or not. I have no idea. Because I mean, it's just you're just getting information of what a card does. I don't see how that would like provide any advantage.
I'm gonna guess that that's not legal, but
I don't
I know they'll provide a translation for you. So there's that.
Yeah, I know they'll do translation, but thoughts on the LL format. That's an interesting one because
are we really gonna run LL format with no bans? That's the first question.
well, here's the way that I look at it, right? And the way that I like to explain the LL format is the reason of why Yu-Gi-Oh is a card game. Okay? Sorry if there's any Yu-Gi-Oh players in the chat, but the game is horrible. Okay? Half the game is spent you watching your opponent take a turn, execute a combo, and kill you in one turn, or not kill you, but like lock down the board state to which you can't do anything. And you literally just watch them shuffle their deck 14 times to do so. I would never drop $500 on a deck to watch somebody else play the game. Dumbest thing I've ever seen. However, just like games like Diablo 4 and, Yu-Gi-Oh, people just like to do strong things. That's probably a lot of the appeal with Commander. I've never played, I'm just speculating. Commander, Diablo 4, that power fantasy aspect, it sells a lot of stuff, right? Like a lot of people just like to do things that make them feel powerful kind of idea. And LL has the ability to do that, right? Like it's exciting to play a Sonata for X equals 16, right? And flip over a bajillion cards and get 10 cards. Like that is exciting gameplay that can entrap a lot of people and keep them engaged with the game. Does it lead to a healthy format? Hell no, probably not. But
fun is net zero.
Right. But like sometimes you might just need that, power fantasy aspect and like, give those people what they, what they want effectively. And that might be the avenue for the Living Legend format. James talked about doing like a calling or two a year tops. I think it's neat. It'd be like a fun way to keep people engaged with like older decks and older cards. Just like check the way that I look at it is like they're just checking in to see if anybody can like do something crazy with the new cards kind of thing, which is fun for everybody. Get people talking about new combos, stuff like that. Like it would be cool.
Yep. So I think it's a format that we'll see evolve over time. Eventually that might become I think every single event going forward is going to have an LL side event at the very least. So there's that at least. Prism players rejoice. You'll get to play your blinged out waifu deck soon.
Yep. What? Which color shirt?
Pink. There's only one answer to that question. Pink.
Yeah, I'd go for a nice salmon color,
Yeah. James White and his pink shirt is iconic. Yeah.
I love it. And the white pants, you got to roll with it.
Yep.
You got to pop that collar.
I vote for Elbow Stream.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I bet you do. TheCardGuyz UPF. Yep. Get all these.
Said it was a harmless. It was a harmless elbow question. Josh is the bad guy here.
Oh, sure.
Oh, well, you got me. You got me good.
Maybe I just have a dirty mind. I don't know.
Are the two heroes being spoiled in a few days found only in the expansion slot? Well, that can't be the case, or else there would be no draft because you need to play with those heroes. Right?
What? They're talking about the expansion slot, which is that 1 in 16 packs thing. There's a presumably
the heroes cannot be found in the expansion slot because you can't play in limited with any cards in the expansion slot. So you wouldn't have a hero card.
But I think based on the article, it's implied that there are 2 heroes that are part of the expansion slot. They're probably Majestics, kind of similar to Yoji.
Really?
Yoji.
Oh, okay.
Icelander was a Majestic as well in the Everfest.
I mean, sure, I didn't know that.
Genis, yeah. There's probably something similar to that.
I'm gonna just throw out Adult Kasai. I have no clue, but that's my guess. There you go.
Okay.
Or maybe another light warrior that can use the 14 different legendary pieces of equipment.
Where do you see Bolton landing after Icelander and Lexi rotate? Well, there's the main thing to talk about first is Raiden mid-range with Headbanded Balana, Soulbound Resolve, Iron Song versus and Snapdragons or Dynamos, depending on which one he wants. Is that strong enough of a deck to be?
Probably not.
I don't know. We'll see. Probably mid-tier, if I had to guess.
I would agree. Because Dromai and the ninjas are probably a little bit faster. Probably like a not very conducive. Yeah. But combo, you beat up on the ninjas and then you
so that
you're probably okay to Dromai.
Bolton operates in a very interesting spot in that like your deck is either prepared or not prepared for combo Bolton. And if 60, 70, 80% of the field becomes soft to the combo Bolton, that's when he sneaks in and starts wrecking people. Now, there is generic hate in the format. Warmongers, Censor, Command and Conquer, a couple other things, but so there is some counterplay available to all the heroes, but Censor is not a common card. So, yeah. Even cards like Breaking Point in Fi, it's not. Some play that, some don't. And, you know, these disruptive 5 power cards actually don't do much anymore because Bolton has enough. Combo Bolton has 5 block on demand. So basically, if Raiden Bolton becomes okay and Combo Bolton becomes good, the net result is he becomes like tier 1.5. I do have to caution though that Bolton is much, much harder to pilot than it looks. You have to be aware of the whole card pool. You can't you can't just play your cards out. You actually have to defend for a good portion of the game. So. All right. Question. I am really good at the racing game Trackmania. I love going fast. Am I a racist?
What? Only you can prevent forest fires. I don't know.
You race really fast.
Next question. Jeff said, what do the top players do differently to beat Dromai? I have a great answer for this.
Go for it.
And I'll give you the Runeblade example. Okay.
And then I'll give you the Warrior example.
Yep. So a lot of Runeblade players, you know, came up to me and they were like, "Man, I just can't beat Dromai. Everybody keeps saying it's favorite. I can't beat him." First question I ask is, "What's your sideboard plan?" And they're like, "Yeah, I throw in my CNCs, my runic reclamations, my amplify the Art Knights if you're Viscera, whatever. You know, you throw in like 9 poppers, and your rites of replenishments. You know, throw those in there too." And they have a false sense of security because they have so many poppers in their deck. But what happens when you have a very lean, aggressive deck like Briar, that operates on 0 cost attacks most of the time, and you throw in a bunch of 2 and 3 cost attacks, you ruin what the deck is trying to do, right? And I've went over this before in one of my streams where I basically use the example of your base. Anytime you draw a clump of um, poppers, if you will, you basically trigger Phantasm on yourself. You can't have a very productive turn, and even though you stop the Dromai player by utilizing your poppers, you don't do anything productive on your turn. So it's basically like that little mini cycle exchange never even happened. The way that you beat Dromai, especially with aggressive decks, is good value in action point economy with a little bit of poppers. So that way you occasionally draw them and you just open up very tight windows where you can extract a lot of value from just having the occasional popper.
That's a very, very, very good summary, and a lot of your points apply to Warrior here. I guess the best way to summarize Runeblade and Warrior, how they deal with Dromai, is you got to play to win instead of playing to not lose. Exactly. Playing a ton of poppers is playing to not lose. You basically have to. So this is why I like Down and Dirty as my popper of choice, because I could put in an arsenal and time it for maximum effectiveness instead of just oh, I draw it, oh, perfect. You know, they're going for a wide dragon turn, I get to pop it, great. Now with it in arsenal, you get to wait. You can wait for the Chromai to go away. You get to time it perfectly, right? But to play off what Nathan said, you got to be aggressive, and you have to be pushing towards your win condition rather than trying to deny the Dromai their win condition. Very few decks can deny Dromai from doing what Dromai wants to do. She just points at Furnace and it makes Ash. She points at her cards and it becomes dragons, right? So you're not going to stop that from happening, right? You control the board the best that you can, but you got to go after her life total, get cards from her hand. Don't play afraid.
Yep. And one person said, think of a judge as a search engine. As long as you could specify a card and narrow it down to a single one, the judge can tell you its effect.
Okay. That's cool.
Good to know. What do you think the meta would be like when Icelander and Lexi LL? Well, where things currently stand, I think it'll be Dromai versus the world. So you'll be
ninjas.
It'll be Dromais and then ninjas on the other side trying to snipe the Dromais, and then kind of some random stuff in between. Fatigue will be the worst thing that you could possibly be doing, because you have ninjas running Kadachis, you have Dromai doing board setup. Dash will be in a very weird spot because she doesn't know which way to kind of lean. That's my biggest thing. I think the ninjas gain a lot of equity, and so does Dromai.
I think it's really, really tough to evaluate because the new set is gonna. We talked about this yesterday. Literally, like the largest increase in a hero's card pool. Like there's like 150 bet cards is gonna go to like 300 all of a sudden. So.
Yep.
And there's gonna be 3 heroes entering the 3 CC heroes entering. So. We'll see where it goes.
Yep.
James White did say that after Worlds we're going to have a restricted list. Okay.
I'm assuming they're talking about LL format.
Okay. Why 3 of a kind draw 3 of a...
Oh, that's Galaxy. He's saying that he drew a 3 of a kind and a Rain Razors with his 3 of a kind. Yeah.
It happens.
Did you know koi fish swim in a group of 4? When threatened, the A, B, and C koi run away, leaving the D.
The decoy.
The decoy. God dang
DECOY.
it.
uh, they're getting us to read off things
They're
on
2 for
stream.
2.
They're getting Nathan here.
Hey, that's a good joke. That's like a solid dad
C,
joke.
yeah, C plus, as Nathan likes to put it.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
After Voltaire is out of the format, what is the most problematic tournament legal card left? Codex of Frailty? Well, no, because Lexi will be gone. So not Codex.
Remembrance?
No. No.
And you read the jokes with your elbows. For you, Nathan will do that.
I would guess Tumultai?
Yeah, things that destroy armor are pretty good. That's what
Maybe?
I'm a little bit scared of, like Dash in the, or just mechanologists in general, because they have a lot of stuff that says, all right, you're pulling directly the equipment out of the zone and bringing it onto the combat chain. That's pretty scary.
But it's really situational. It's an expensive card in a red heavy deck. Like, I'm in no way saying that Tumultai should be banned, like, at all. I think it's perfectly fine. I'm just saying that, like, it's up there in power, but it's a one of, right? Like, that seems okay.
I mean, I'm gonna say Crown of Seeds and Rampart, even though there's no legal heroes for Crown of Seeds, but Crown of Seeds is not banned, guys. There's just no one that can use it. When is the top 8? Very, very soon. They are doing a deck check right now, and as soon as that's ready, we will bring you guys that. I'm going to ask for top 8 here.
Do you think Arctic Incarceration is being too good as a disruption? Answer that question is hell yes. Winter's Bite is healthy disruption. There should be no card in the game that just says, look, if you draw 4 red cards, which let's say I'm a conservative aggro player and I adjust my blue ratio and I'm running what most people run 18 to 20, I'm running 25. There's still a decent chance you can draw an all red hand. And it can literally just steal the turn, especially in Lexi. It's kind of ridiculous. I think Frostbites in like heavy amounts, like more than 2, should be very. You should pay an insane opportunity cost to produce, like, what is it? Icelander is a good example, right? You have to like pay a shit ton into it to create 3 Frostbite. But just going, here you go. Nope, not a fan. Not a fan. Don't like it one bit. Don't like it one bit.
Okay, I do have the top 8, but I don't know what heroes they are. So let me see if I can get that for you guys. Nathan, I sent that to you on Discord.
Yep. If someone gets checked and they need to re-sleeve, does the tournament provide sleeves? I think only at professional events. I remember when I was sitting there for Pro Tour 3, they did say everybody has to utilize like good sleeves. And I remember one of the judges says, if you don't have any, some will be provided. I don't know if that's the norm. That just happened at Pro Tour Baltimore. It's definitely not going to happen at like lower events, but anything professional level, probably. I wouldn't count on it though. Bring your own.
All right. Let me trying to. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay.
Well, chat, we were all pulling for Dennis. Dennis didn't make it.
So sad. All right. Let's see. How's best to
He
do
did
this?
close out strong though. Dennis landed at 20th, which I think is exactly where we had him marked before. I don't think he moved. Yep. At the end of round 9, he was at 20th, and at the end of round 12, he is also 20th. So call Dennis Mr. Consistent. Didn't budge an inch. You got the hero breakdown for the top 8?
No, I'm trying to get the graphic on stream. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right. Let's make this, resize this a bit. All right, guys. Here's your top 8. So, after 12 Swiss rounds, with 10 wins, first seed is Ho Chun Lai. We know Ho Chun Lai is on Icelander. Second seed, Wayne Tsui. We know he is on Dromai with 10 wins. Third seed, Ray Lam with 9 wins. We know he's on Lexi. Fourth seed, Galaxy Yang with 9 wins, also on Lexi. Fifth seed, David Yao with 9 wins. We don't know what he's on. Sixth seed, Nova Chan with 8 wins. We know he's on Briar. Seventh seed is Banar with 8 wins. We know he's on Lexi. And eighth seed is PH Chung with 8 wins. We're not sure what he is on. Uh, so I will ask Ken what is. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to coordinate and trying to figure out what heroes they're playing. Let's see. Okay, so Nathan, as expected, there's a bunch of Lexi, a Dromai, an Icelander, and a Briar. And there's 2 unknowns. We're not exactly sure what they are. From my understanding, David Yao and PH Chung both. I know David likes Reinhardt, and I know PH Chung likes Levia. So, if they are, 2 men of conviction, there's a slight chance that they are on Brute. We'll see. It's kind of interesting that, after 12 rounds, first and second seed are 10-2. Just shows that, like, it's really, really hard to go 12-0, 11-1.
Yep.
Going down the
we got
list.
some more questions if you want to hit those.
Yeah. I
Or
mean,
you want to keep going
well,
down top eight?
I just want to talk about how, like, there's like 4 blue pitch members that are.
Yep, go for it. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Kaiser, Alan, Shing, and Jack all got pretty close, but not quite. Okay, anyways, we can go back to the webcams. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Any more questions?
One for you, Josh. I was wondering why you might value Heart of Findale over the second E-Pot or third Iron Song response.
Okay, so E-Pot is a card that I used to run 3 of, and then 2 of, and without Oldham being around, you don't really need it. And you need to be very, very careful with the amount of no blocks that you have in Dory. Because if you ever draw like an E-Pot and a Heart at the same time, that's bad. If you draw 2 E-Pots at the same time, that's bad. If you draw a Blue Shunt and an E-Pot, that's bad, right? So I just found that, like, there's never a situation where I need 2 E-Pots on the field to do what I need to do as Dory. Especially with the higher yellow and blue count, you just don't need it. Third Iron Song response, well, it's just the weakest card. I do like blue Iron Song response, but yeah, it's one of the most cuttable cards. Did y'all
hit both the big Vegas buffets? We just went to one, unless you went to an extra one, Josh. I just went to the win. It was amazing, of course.
Top tier, yeah.
What was your favorite part? What was your favorite part?
I like the crab claws. That was pretty good. They had a bunch of chilled crab claws. Yep. I just grabbed a bunch of them, and
they had a truffle pizza. Oh my god, it was so good.
I missed that. Damn.
I'm normally the person who, like, actively avoids pizza in a buffet, right? But I love pizza, and I saw it and I was like, it's that thin New York style. It's like, all right, checkbox number 1. And then I saw truffle and I was like, we gotta at least try it. And so I grabbed just one slice. I was like, bro, we're going back. We're going back. So we went in. We destroyed that thing. What do we got next?
I'll tell you what is a very, very regular buffet. It's the Westgate one. That one was like,
it was extremely mid, to say the least. Do you guys believe there's some kind of list that allows Bolton to play both mid-range and combo lines? Yes. Josh has experimented several times and made videos on those. It's just which way do you want to lean more, kind of, during the current meta and what's out there. Like with a lot of inertia tokens floating around and frailty and stuff like that, you go away from combo, more mid-range, and vice versa.
I'll tell you right now, though, I think you go all in on combo now. Yep. And you stuff your deck with Snatch Red, Snatch Yellow, Rainbow Bolt of Courage. So you have 15 starters that draw a card. So with the new headband, you get 2 looks at the top of the deck. If you draw Beacon, Lumina, or Oath of Steel, you just say, you look at your opponent and say, sorry, I've won the game.
Yep.
That is the TLDR. I'll probably come out with a deck list soon after I experiment with it a bit, but I think all in combo, all in high rolling the combo is a good way to start. I know, frankly, you don't really need Raiden.
Yep.
I personally think you can play mid-range with just the Sabers almost equally as well.
Right.
I have won games by just going via the Vanguard, Valiant Thrust, Saber, 2-3 times, and then I never even had to combo.
Right. Tony asked, "Who do you play in Valorant, and what role do you like, Nathan?" Well, asterisk. I don't really play Valorant. I'm assuming that question was derived from us playing in the Discord earlier in this past week. I just recently downloaded it and wanted to play with a couple of the guys because they enjoy it. I used to play a lot of CS:GO back in the day. That was my game of choice as far as shooters go. Played a lot of that, and so the funny part this past week that I've played Valorant, I've literally only played it a week. Um, I treat it like it's CS:GO. So I play Chamber because he like has the least amount of like fancy activated abilities. I just walk around and play it like a CS:GO. I'm not activating anything. I'm not using special abilities, nothing. I'm just treating it like it's CS:GO without smoke grenades, basically. But it's fun. I like CS:GO more, but it's still a good time playing in the Discord with everybody.
And we talked about something yesterday. We talked about our Baldur's Gate as Fab Heroes. I'm trying to find that screenshot I took of let's see.
I have mine somewhere. Hang
Yeah,
on.
let's see if I can find this. Pull this up for you guys. Yep.
I don't know if it's on my phone.
Yeah, I found it. Let's see. So I have this one and
Did you find mine as well?
No. Let me. Oh, you sent it to me on Facebook?
I don't remember.
All right, let's see if. Well, I
Discord.
I could show the people something. Let's see. Go here. Add a image. And then we'll go with this one. All right. So I guess you could watch the stream, Nathan, if you want to know what I'm talking about here. Okay. All right, guys. I present to you guys Sir Bolton in Baldur's Gate. I made him a human paladin. Oath of Vengeance, noble background, and then 17 strength, 12 dex, 13 con, 8 wisdom or 8 intelligence, 10 wisdom, 15 charisma. Looks pretty legit, right? Let me show you guys what our party looks like. All right, so here's our party in Baldur's Gate here. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys. All right, here we go. Can you guys in chat recognize who this is? So this is us at the very beginning of the game. We all got out of our pods. So we got Bolton as the Oath of Vengeance Paladin. I'm playing him. To my right is or to the right is Nathan playing Briar as a Moon Druid. And then to the right is Kyle playing Azuri as a rogue.
That's it.
And then we got Icelander.
I sent you a big picture of mine.
Oh, you got yours. Okay. Is it on Discord?
Discord, yeah.
All right, let me find it. All right, let's see. Open. All right, save image. All right. Okay. All right, and okay, so here's Nathan's. Let's see here. All right, here's Nathan's up close. Pretty accurate. Not bad, right?
Not the worst.
Yeah.
Not the worst.
It's pretty good. Yeah. So yeah. We had a lot of good fun with making these things. And so there was a flaming sword that we found very very early. We gave it to Bolton. It was great with him. All right, back to us. Oh, webcams.
Sorry, that was a a detour, but
Yeah,
a worthy one at that.
yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, really a good game. All right.
Did y'all get the nachos at the? Oh, did y'all get the nachos at the sports betting place in Vegas? I ate there one time. I got like quesadillas, and they were terrible. Um, maybe it's because I whiffed and didn't get the nachos, but there was one guy in our group that got the pizza, said it was terrible. I got the quesadilla, said it was terrible. Maybe it was just nachos or nothing. Not sure. Not sure.
Well, uh, okay, so we do know that eighth seed was Katsu. So
Katsu, let's
so I
go.
think I think we gotta get Icelander versus Katsu on camera, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Um.
Yep, all the other food was hot garbage. Yeah, that was our experience. Pizza was like super greasy. So was the quesadilla, and it was just not it. Um, I guess we should have done more recon and realized that the nachos were the go-to. But when you're in a place like Vegas and everything's as expensive as it is, it's very hard to like give a place a second shot, right? So we had like one bad meal there. It's very hard to pull the trigger again.
There was a very very good taco place though. I heard about. Let me see if I can look up the name of it. Multiple people told me it was really good. It was within walking distance of the Westgate. Let me find the name of it. Right. Yep. So a little bit west of the Westgate, there was a place called Tacos El Gordo. Tacos L-E-L Gordo Gordo, and people really did like. Yeah, people thought that was great. It's also on the strip. It's just a bit north of the Wynn, so within walking distance. Although walking distance is a weird term for
Relative.
Vegas.
Relative.
Relatively
Yeah.
in distance here. So yeah, Tacos El Gordo in Vegas. Yeah, I typed the name in the chat. If you ever go there, yep. Multiple people told me like that place is great. So
That was
but I didn't get to go there.
that top place was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, more
That's good.
suggestions. Lotus of CM.
Yeah, that place was pretty good.
That place really damn good too.
What does everybody think about Nats in Vegas? Like, it's very expensive. Good, like it's very
Sort of very
central to a lot of.
expensive, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's just like I guess if you're comparing it to like what, like San Jose, I don't think San Jose was anywhere near as expensive as Vegas. Um,
What?
right?
No. Vegas is much cheaper in terms of flights and
Then,
hotel.
oh yeah, flights. Yes. Okay. I'm talking about like the daily stuff, like
Oh
food
yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like that's just out of.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, I thought it was kind of fun. Said it's fun, not great for vending. Always a slow show. That's interesting. What makes it what makes it a slower like vending experience over like other events? That's actually pretty interesting. I would assume that people would be like losing their money at the slot machines and like trying to sell their cards to recoup. I don't know. Did you go to the Taco Bell cantina?
Nathan
Uh,
went. If Nathan went to Taco Bell in Las Vegas, I would give him a medical checkup.
yes, I also bought a bottle of water. I got a really good interest rate on it though. I got like a 30-year fixed rate, 4.5%. It was a really good interest rate, but
Okay, so we have all the heroes from the top 8. Let's go talk about that.
it's a good buying show because everybody wants to sell to get more money. People spend their money on gambling instead of cards. Yep, that makes
Makes sense.
perfect
Okay.
sense.
All right. We have our top 8. So, Ho Chin Lai playing Icelander. Wayne Sui playing Dromai. Ray is on Lexi. Galaxy is on Lexi. David is on Lexi. Nova's on Briar. Bun is on Lexi. And PH Chung is on Katsu. So the top 8 is 4 Lexi, 1 Icelander, 1 Dromai, 1 Briar, 1 Katsu. I'll make a poll in chat, but I have a feeling I already know what the people want to see. But let's ask. Let's be a
But let them pick.
Yeah,
Democracy,
let's let them.
right?
Yep, democracy here. Okay, what match do you want to see? This is Icelander versus Katsu. The next one would be Dromai versus Lexi. The next one would be Lexi versus Briar. And the next one would be 4 and 5 is Lexi versus Lexi. All right.
Yep. So for anybody that hasn't joined us before in one of these events, in top 8, we always do the same thing. Every single round, we give you the options of the matches going, and whatever has the highest votes after like 5 minutes go by, that's what we're going to show you. We're not going to try to pick a narrative or anything like that. Just literally whatever more people in chat want to see is what we will show you. Simple as that.
There are 105 of you in chat. Make your voice known. Let's see it, or let's hear it. Nathan, I will be back in about a minute. You can keep the chat entertained.
I'll open packs with my elbows.
All right, you do that.
All right. Oh man. All right, we can talk about how mid warrior is, chat. Now's our chance. All right, votes are coming in. Looks like people really want to see Icelander and Katsu, which is great because I think that's what Josh and I wanted to see as well. So it's funny when democracy works. I'm going to teach you Commander next time we play. I mean, I would be down for it, Tony. Like, so my experience in card games is I have only played, like in middle school, I played a little bit of like Yu-Gi-Oh, just kitchen table stuff, nothing like serious or anything like that. So Fab is like my first actual TCG. I don't have anything against Magic. My only Magic experience is like literally I hopped on Arena one time just because I could download it on my phone and I played for about a week. Probably played like, I don't know, 20 standard matches or whatever. That's the only experience I have with Magic. I don't have anything against it. I don't have any reason to hate it. I just never really gave it a real shot, to be honest. And because I found Flesh and Blood, there's no reason to like pursue it competitively because Flesh and Blood is just perfect. So, but I mean, I'd be down to play a Commander game or two and kind of learn. I'd be all for it. Good bit to make elbow back wrestling sounds while the camera's on a pie chart. That's good. That's good. Good news, Josh. Everybody wants to see Icelander and Katsu. It's not even close.
Surprise, surprise.
Yep. I really thought the Lexi mirror was gonna take the cake.
If you're the guy that voted for the Lexi mirror,
it's a troll. It's a
you
troll.
You gotta be trolling, bro.
Yes. Whoever voted for the Lexi mirror, you are the reason why democracy can be dangerous. No, I'm just kidding. People like what they like, right?
Yep.
And that's a-okay. And the fact that we only have 3% voting for the Briar, I mean, I can't be mad. I didn't even vote for the Briar match just because we just saw one. David said it was me.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I had a feeling
David.
it was you, David.
We get it. We get it. It's okay. Dromai versus Lexi was a close 15% compared to the 80.
Jesus. All right.
All
right. Let me start preparing the graphics. You can interact with chat a little bit while I set that up.
Yep. Tony was just telling me how he's going to teach me Commander. Have you ever played Commander?
Yeah, I've played quite a few games of Commander.
Okay. Every time I go in a card shop, people are always playing it, but I've just never, and I've watched a little bit of it, but never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
I also had somebody like explain it to me and how there's like you were kind of hitting at, Tony, where it's like a lot of different levels of Commander, where it's like people just hanging out having a good time, but then it's like, you missed your trigger kind of situation, and so like I don't know which one's better, like competitive Commander or casual. I mean, you probably know, Tony, what makes up more of the market share, the competitive side of Commander or the competitive? I would assume
it's the
just casual.
It's by far
yeah.
Competitive Magic players generally play the 1v1 Magic generally.
Yeah. Who is gonna win? Well, I'm gonna have to vote for going down the line. I think the Dromai will beat the Lexi. I think the Lexi will beat the Lexi. I think the Lexi will beat the
bold
Briar.
Prediction there, my friend. Yeah. I think in the Lexi mirror, Lexi will
win. Yeah. So I think Icelander will beat Katsu is my prediction, and I think the Dromai will beat Lexi, and I think the Lexi will beat Briar only because Lexi is a higher seed, so they get to choose to go second, which is a huge advantage. And then of course Lexi will win the Lexi mirror. So I think in the top 4 we will have Lexi and Lexi, Dromai, Icelander is my prediction. I still have most of my decks, but sold all my expensive cards and flipped them into Fab. Yep. Fab is the best game around. Simple as that. I say that like I've played all of them. I've played about 13 minutes of Lorcana, some old school Yu-Gi-Oh, and a lot of Fab. That is my experience. You want to throw us back on the screen? I feel like I'm
sure.
Talking via pie chart.
Oh. yeah. Let's talk to them via pie chart. What's up, guys?
Yeah.
You can look at Nathan's handsome face and I'll be working over here.
Of course. Yeah. Talking.
The pie chart making movement.
13. Okay, maybe longer than 13 minutes of Lorcana. All right, you got me, Tony. You got me. I might have played about 7 hours worth of Pixelborn. Maybe. Kyle's calling me out. You went 19-1 in 13 minutes. Okay, look. Look.
19-1 and 13. What?
I was in the Discord playing Pixelborn, and I went 19-1. Because I'm a natural, Josh, of course.
You just you net deck the tournament winning deck and beat up kids that know how to use Discord.
Of course, of course. I mean, it is what it is. When you got talent, you have talent, Josh. It's as simple as that.
Fair.
They're just lucky that there's no chat on Pixelborn, or I would have been all over it. All the trash talking, it would have been something else. Also sold my MTG stuff for Fab stuff. I would have done the same if I had any MTG stuff to sell. I do have a whole new world though. Look at that. Look at that. Those poor children. Are you glad to see Alabama lose today? Well, given that I'm an Alabama fan, no.
Nathan with the hard-hitting answers here. Hard-hitting answers.
I'm not glad to see that my team lose, but I'm not one of those people that take it like abruptly serious. So it is what it is. I'm sure, I'm sure we'll be okay. I'm sure we'll give Nick Saban even more money because why not? Yeah. I tried Lorcana. Game feels mid. Like on the surface, it is very mid. But once you like if you play the structure decks at each other, like it's actually a very bad game. But if you like make competitive decks and play it on Pixelborn and stuff, it's actually pretty decent because there's like a lot of decisions. I'm not saying it's anywhere near Fab because it's not even close. But it does give me like the Flesh and Blood vibes where like a lot of the cards can be inked for resource or they can be played. That's kind of like the same philosophy as pitching or playing. It's like obviously the games are vastly the big thing that I don't like about the game is there's not a lot of interaction. It's like your opponent takes their turn, does their thing, then I take it. It feels a lot of like solitaire, not a whole lot of interaction inside the game rules that they have made. I don't know how they could like change that without completely changing the game. Not only that, but like nobody can get cards, so it's okay. It's nothing fantastic, but it's a good, just play it on the side a little bit, I have a 6-year-old daughter, so that is the reason that I like even tried it in the first place. One of the best experiences I've had in my entire life was opening a box with my daughter and her, seeing the characters and super excited and stuff like that. That was I immediately ruined that moment between the first and second box when we went through the first box and she was like, "Oh, look at this character, look at the Mickey and stuff like that," and it was just like shit commons, right?
Mickey has no text, vanilla.
Yeah, and so I show her. I'm like, yeah, the rarity at the bottom or whatever. Like this is what we're looking for. We're looking for the gold stuff. Not the little grayed out C or anything. And so the next box, she's just doing this number. She's like not even looking at the picture, and she's just like looking at the rarities all the way down, and it just completely ruined the experience. So if you do have that like moment with your kid and just trying to introduce them into TCGs,
All
Don't
right.
tell him about rarities. Just
We have a very, very beautiful graphic that Kyle put together. Thank you, Kyle. Here is your top 8. As you can see, Ho Chun Lai playing Icelander, Wayne playing Dromai, Ray, Galaxy, David, and Bun bringing the Lexi pack. Nova representing Briar, and PH Chung, the hero of the people, playing Katsu. I mean, I gotta root for Katsu, man. Like,
oh, you have to.
you have to root for Katsu, right? Like, you gotta see if he can win.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I want Lexi to win because I want her to get every LL point on the planet to get the hell out of here. But it would not make a bad story if Katsu could pull off the win. I think it'd be really cool.
Yep. All right. Let's switch it back to us. Thank you, Kyle, for that graphic.
Let's go Katsu, every single Icelander main out there. I think Icelander's pretty safe. She is far enough back to where she could actually survive ProQuest season. I think she's Lexi for sure if they don't hit her too hard. Will be gone after ProQuest season. I just think ProQuest season is going to be, I don't know, it's just going to be a bunch of Lexi matches. I might have to nest in my Elo situation and kind of sit that one out.
Man, you know how stressed I am about Elo. I'm literally 50th in limited Elo, guys.
Oh no.
If a single person at Canadian Nats passes me, I have to use my PTIs. For Worlds, it's gonna be super sad. So I'm like, please bomb your draft, please bomb your draft.
Oh, that's a good point. There'll be limited PQs. I'll just go to those. I'll go to those.
Should be fun.
Kevin said, "Hey, Tark went 0-3 in his second draft at Canadian Nats. That might bump you up one." Sorry, Tark. It happened. It happened.
That's true. I keep on thinking of like people in like 51 to 100 passing me, but it's also possible for people 49 and
People
up to
drop
fall out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Unfortunately, I did catch the last of his match against the Bolton, and I could tell Tark's usually just cool as a cucumber, right? And just has that real stoic aura around him, if you will. And I could tell that during that matchup something was off. Don't know if he just was stressed out or just kind of on tilt a little bit, but I could tell that just something was different. Yeah, hopefully he is able to just obviously that was the last round of the day, go home, get some good rest, and close it out strong tomorrow. He's obviously a fantastic player, and if anybody can just win out and secure a spot at the top 8, it'll be him.
There was 96, and that was the cap. I thought there were going to be 96 players. Apparently, there were 81 that submitted decklists. There were 96 players qualified, 81 players showed up, which is still really good. That's 80%. That's an Asian D. Not too bad.
Decoy.
Yep. I think for
That was a
US,
good joke. I gotta write that one down.
80% is an Asian D. It's close to
No,
an Asian F.
the decoy, the
The
decoy
D,
one.
the decoy. Um, I think US Nats, there were probably like 600-700 people qualified, and about 500 showed up. So that's also pretty good. I think if you, so there were two ways to qualify for US Nats, right? You top for RTN, or you qualify through XP, or you redeem a PTI, right? So if you're redeeming a PTI, obviously you're going to go, right? And if you play enough that you qualify through XP, you'll probably go, right? And then if you go to an RTN, you'll probably go as well. So it makes sense that about 60 to 80% of people that qualified would show up. So 80%, that's no dinner. Yep, no rice for me.
Especially if it's in math.
I got one question wrong on my SAT math section, and I was like, oh,
oh,
the dishonor, a 790. Oh,
yeah, dishonored.
Dishonored.
That's too good. Well, being unlike that, being from Alabama, I got one question right on the English part.
Oh no.
My family said, "Welcome home, boy."
Yep.
Roll Tide.
There you go.
Oh man.
We're going to begin in about 4 to 5 minutes. They are basically done with the deck checks. They are done with the open deck list review, and they're going to be setting up very, very shortly.
Oh man.
For those of you just joining us, we'll take a quick look at the top 8 again. I think some Europeans should be joining us fairly soon.
Yeah, good timing for the Roll Tide joke that they don't understand.
Yeah, yeah. In about 2 or 3 hours, you can't make those jokes anymore, Nathan. Nobody will understand what the heck you're talking about. All right, so here's the top 8. We're going to be watching Katsu versus Icelander as our feature match. Oh, it'd be so cool for Katsu to go far. But that's a tough matchup, right? Like,
it is.
You don't really run a high blue count as Katsu. You normally have to keep multiple cards to have a big turn. And if they have the right disruption. Ugh.
In that matchup, the package I'm looking for is, do they run the 1 blue bonds? And you can run pouncing links. And it's a way to effectively just like not shortcut, but like you only need 2 cards to execute the whole combo. And it could be pretty effective, right? So that's one little tech piece that we'll be on the lookout for. But somebody that's familiar and more cultured than I, what is the southern equivalent in Europe? Like, obviously that's a continent versus a country in the US, but like, or we'll use the UK for example. Anybody in the UK, like what is the South in the UK? What's the equivalent?
Isn't that? Let me double check my geography. I think it's on the West Coast. They have a major city there. It's a little bit halfway up the coast called, Liverpool.
Is that the South? Like,
well, London is clearly like the London is like
that's
the bougie northeast, right?
Yeah. That's
Manchester, Liverpool, I think are the. I know Liverpool is like.
I don't have a clue. Would it be Ireland and Scotland? Well, one's not in the UK.
My brother went to Edinburgh, which is in Scotland. He's like, yeah,
I've been to Edinburgh.
it's like I got off the train and I saw like two guys fighting. I was like,
Hell
I
yeah.
guess I'm here. Okay, all right. Looks like we're ready to start soon.
Somebody in
let's,
chat, let me know.
Yeah.
What is okay? North UK is considered the South. Okay.
Okay. There we go. That makes
Thank
sense.
you for making us cultured. We appreciate it.
You're living in the
Somebody
Liverpool.
That's hilarious.
It's just a stereotype I heard. Oh, look at that. The beautiful United We Stand play mat. Really nice. You can see Bolton's face. Oh no, Ken, come on. You can see Bolton's face in its full glory, not covered by the the frame border. All right, so I guess he'll restart that, and yep, okay, we'll be good. All right, let me adjust this a little bit. Okay, I guess it looks fine. Okay, all right, guys, it is time for the top 8 of the Hong Kong Regional Championships 2023.
Sounds like a great time to grab a drink.
Yeah, first seed on your right is Ho Chun Lai piloting Icelander. We saw Ho Chun Lai play against Dromai, the number 2 seed, in round 10. Played pretty well. Couldn't quite get there, but still ended up first seed. On the other side, the hero of the people, PH Chung, rocking the United We Stand play mat, rocking Katsu, our 8th seed, squeaked into the top 8. Let's see if he can get things done here against Icelander in this quarterfinal match here. All right, Nathan, let's talk about this matchup from a... Okay, never mind. I just noticed Nathan is gone from his chair. Okay, so I've been talking to just you, chat, the whole time. Okay, so I'll break down this matchup here a little bit then. All right. So the Katsu player I'm assuming that this is an aggressive Katsu. If this is a defensive Katsu, I think he's in a lot of trouble here because of Icelander just tears apart slower strategies. Although a defensive Katsu can still go moderately quickly because Kadachi into something is not too bad, or if you get taxed Kadachi into something is not bad. But I'm gonna assume let's assume that the Katsu is aggressive, right? So an aggressive Katsu list typically is running somewhere between like 10 and 15 blues. And it's going to be a little bit of a liability in this matchup because a single Frostbite token can be extremely detrimental here. But we'll see how it goes. Katsu could come in with, some breakpoints here. I'm going to be very interested to see exactly the equipment set that PH flips. Another thing to note, this is open decklist format now. So PH is 100% aware of the D-reacts, the level of disruption, the amount of attack action cards in the Icelander's deck. I mean, we saw that this Icelander deck is fairly stock, fairly standard, but PH will have that knowledge. Likewise, Ho-Chun will have perfect knowledge of whether or not this is an aggressive Katsu or a defensive Katsu. He will know the exact blue ratio in Ho-Chun's or in PH's deck, and he will know basically what combo lines he can tutor for. So I think several factors here. Obviously, Icelander higher seed going to get to choose first or second, plus the fact that it is open decklist, and Icelander doesn't really lose much from open decklist format. Does lean, and just the inherent difficulty of this matchup for Katsu does make me a little bit worried for PH here. What do you think, Nathan?
I tell you what I think. It looks like a chore to shuffle that deck.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
All right, let's
It looked like it was fighting him more than he was fighting it. But
let's put a question for the chat. All right, should I phrase this poll as who do you want to win or who do you think will win?
always think, right?
Okay. All right.
All right, so we do see the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx over the Mask of Momentum, obviously not going too wide against the disruption of Icelander. Makes perfect sense. The question is does he have the blue bonds that I mentioned earlier as kind of like a tech piece to kind of get to that dishonor line very conveniently, if you will?
All right. A vanilla dishonor here to start the turn.
I love it. You put one in the graveyard, and then that way it's ready for bonds.
Okay, so Hochin Lai decided to go second here. Interesting. We have AB2 from Katsu, bringing a single sword to battle here alongside a lantern to protect him.
I think we have AB1. Those are Breeze Rider boots.
Oh, those are Breeze Rider boots. You're right. You're right.
So AB1, very Icelander blocked with a scar on the turn before. That's probably the scariest thing you could see Icelander block with, because they basically said, look, I'm not going to send 4 damage at you next turn. So very likely that we're going to see the scar for a scar into a 2 for 8. Just the Icelander staple, if you will, which if that is the case, anytime Icelander can start the game off by going second and throw 12 damage and secure an arsenal, it's actually insane.
Yep. Icelander going to start with a giant amount of tempo, and it's going to be tough. It's an uphill battle here. All right. Oh, that was 3 scars there.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense of why you block with one.
Yeah, you can't. You can't play scar into scar into scar. That doesn't work. You don't have snapdragons here. All right. So something that we need to be very, very aware of is what he puts into the graveyard here, because that's going to dictate what he could search for with bonds.
You're right, Josh. He does have to be prepared with all these scars around.
Yep. I get it.
See what I did? See what I did there?
Your kid would have liked that one. All right.
That's solid.
Yep. All right. So we got Descendant Gustwave here. Gonna cause Icelander to react here with Cold Snap. And there's a little bit of a pitch problem this turn, so we have an Art of War in the pitch zone here, so that's not a blue. Thankfully, I think this matchup is going to go a little bit closer to like 5 versus Icelander, because we're not relying on Kadachi.
Right.
We don't see MOM here. We see the Pouncing Lynx here. So I think this game is going to be, decided by the Pouncing Lynx, I think, here. It's like if PH finds a turn where the Icelander, the level of disruption is not high. Over blocking this by 2 here. Not wanting him to search. Banishing a Dishonor. Gonna grab a Dishonor here. But because this turn did not begin with a Surging Strike, this Dishonor will not be live. Hochin Lai
it does
here.
get the +2 though,
yep.
So it is still a 0 for 4. But you're right, it does not have the quote unquote actual Dishonor effect live.
Yep. Dishonor is in the banish zone, he can so yeah, he goes to the banish zone and he can play it. Yep, correct. Okay, so here we go.
This is combat chain, so you can even like play a card in between.
Yep.
You just can't break the chain.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only requirement.
Yep. Pretty good turn there. Putting another Dishonor into the graveyard. I don't think this game is going to be won or lost by Dishonor here. It's just effective damage here. Speaking of effective damage, there's the good old classic 2 for 8. And
very, very heads up play from the Katsu player, recognizing that all the scars are gone. So just cashing in that armor value while he can, because he doesn't have to worry about turning those on or off. If he would have done that earlier, he would have gotten scarred again, which they kind of saved himself there.
Yep. All right, 5-card hand here from Katsu. We got a Whelming in hand as well, but it's going to have to be pitched for. So we got a yellow Surging Strike here coming in for 4. Whoever's the judge or assisting has been doing a good job. Like,
they're killing it.
Coming in with the coming in with the amount of the damage. Makes our job a lot easier. We appreciate that. Art of War here. Ooh, that's a good one. So not only is this going to allow the Katsu player to get a couple more cards in hand, it's going to allow the Surging Strike to hit. And he says, all right, big turn alert, shut it down. In response, Katsu's going to take Tunic Energy here. He's going to try to keep this turn alive here. Depending on what he draws, could be okay. Of note, the Katsu ability is just a triggered effect, if he remembers. So he doesn't have to pay the CLF tax for it.
Somebody asked, how close is Icelander to LL? Well, I don't know the exact number, but if you head over to FABREC.gg, they have an amazing living legend page that has a nice like bar graph that shows you exactly how many points each hero has, and it even broken down in color by like how many they've accumulated in each season and stuff. Amazing work over there. Head over there and find out exactly how many LL points Icelander has. That Channel 8 Frigid putting in heavy work, taxing the Katsu player along the way, making this Art of War kind of a chore, right? I mean, you want to play it when you can, be unimpeded as much as possible, but tough situation all around.
Gonna activate Katsu here. He discarded a card, and so he's gonna go tutoring for something here. Whelming, Gust Wave here to follow up would be decent. Bonds would be decent. Oh, sorry, Descendant would be decent. I think you go search for the Whelming just to get rid of the Iron Rot Gauntlet. That single piece of equipment here is going to be pretty annoying here. And he's going to have to get rid of it eventually. Plus, he could... well, he's probably not going to break Breaking Scales on this, but there's some threat of activation there.
Well, he can't activate it on the Surging Strike, right? Because it has to be a combo card.
Yeah, I'm talking about Whelming Gust Wave.
Right.
So Whelming comes in for 4 if he blocks 4 on 4. There's
course.
some threat of activation there.
He will have to pay a resource to activate it, though.
Yeah,
it is an attack reaction. So.
Yeah. All right, so PH really considering here. He's already discarded, but he hasn't really moved to search through. Okay, now he's moving through to search through his deck here. I think the stream froze a little bit for us, though.
Are we good on frames, or is this
an
over there problem?
It's an over there problem. We have not dropped a single frame since I restarted my router.
Nice.
So I'll message Ken, tell him video froze. We'll see if he can fix it for us. Oh. That's not good. We'll get that back as soon as we can, guys. No, not like this. All right, well, yes, we'll switch to this for now.
The camera got hit by Dishonor.
All right. Oh, we're back. We're back. Okay.
And we're back.
Okay, so he searched for a whelming gust wave. Nothing really missed here.
Okay.
All right.
That makes perfect sense.
Oh, I think Ken just saw my message and restarted his phone. Or restarted the camera.
He might just be checking it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
karma for not picking the Lexi mirror.
Oh.
Chat's undefeated. I tell you what, chat is undefeated.
Chat is brutal. Please tell me your phone is not overheating, Ken. All right, we'll just transition back to this page while we wait for him to restart his phone.
Yep. Good thing is the rounds are not timed, so they actually have the ability to just say, "Hey guys, stop
Hold
playing."
on. Yep.
And oh, that looks way better. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I think we're back up.
We're back up,
everybody.
Okay. So
Let's
you guys,
go.
you didn't miss anything. Okay. So just to summarize this turn. Yep.
Easy.
Surging Strike was met with Fate Foreseen. Art of War was played. Channel Lake Frigid was played. The Art of War allowed the Surging Strike to hit. He discarded a card, grabbed Whelming Gust Wave, and he's coming in with Whelming for 5. I forgot about Art of War, Nathan. This is actually coming in for a break point already.
Yep. I think this is either you disrespect it or you have to give up 2 cards or give up the peak really early in the game, which is kind of rough.
So this is one of those situations that we were talking about, like playing to win here. When CLF comes down, that I know it's really tough to push through it for some decks, but this is the deck that you need to. This is the time that if you could push and grab cards from the hand, you do it, because then they can't peek you and keep the CLF around. The Icelander player wants nothing more than to keep those 2 cards so he can peek Arsenal. So you know. Oh, and there we go. A Dishonor. Not a Dishonor. A Bonds, which is going to get a Dishonor. So here we go. We have
the Dishonor will not be live because it is a whelming gust wave, not a descending gust wave. That is the one requirement that is required to have all modes on for Dishonor. But once again, it'll still have the +2. I don't think Dishonor is like Katsu's win con, right? It's something that if it happens, it's cool. Like it's very makes the matchup very favorable, but it's not something that you're just actively chasing throughout the entire game.
Yep. It's still cool that Katsu can, be like water and kind of, mix it up with his different combos here.
I see what you did there.
I don't know what did I do?
It's any gust wave. I'm 90% sure it has to be descendant.
Are you sure about that, Nathan? I feel like it. Let's look it up.
Yeah, Bonds is any gust wave. Like it just says it has to be gust wave before it to go search for Dishonor.
Yeah, so Dishonor requires descendant gust wave and Bonds.
Yeah, Dishonor to have the hero effect happen, you have to have Surging Strike, Descendant Gust Wave, Bonds of Ancestry, and Dishonor. It does say on the chain though. It doesn't say anything about like where it is on the chain.
Yep, I do believe that he did get his draw from the whelming, assuming he remembered it. Seeing that there's 3 pitch cards, I'm pretty sure he did. All right. Flush. So I think he missed a point of damage on the Art of War, and the judge jumped in there. So good on you, judge. All right, so we have quite a life lead here.
It's a good
And
spot.
yeah, and I think the Icelander player is going to have to peak Arsenal and pray that
Has
that's
to.
enough. Yeah, it has to be here. And
I
this
could
is one
see
of
a situation with like a wounded bull though, and then come
Mhm.
off of an arsenal. It's kind of risky, not where you want to be, but arsenaling a wounded bull could be
Mhm.
even worse.
Yeah. That
Yep, I like,
you're
I like, I like. See,
hmm
I got these Icelander players figured out.
you're a smart
Um,
man there.
I definitely like this play. You could just peek and arsenal the wounded bull to give the illusion, but at the end of the day, sending 8 damage just might be the higher EV play. You
Yep.
can turtle up next turn, secure that arsenal because you have Chain Link Frigid to kind of derail a little bit. Um,
Mhm.
so
I think
I definitely like that line.
yeah. I think if he can fight through this CLF, I think you do it. Um, you know that basically no disruption other than Blizzard could come from hand here.
Yep, and we just
And
saw one pitched, so the
yep,
chances of that are even lower.
yep, I think that might have been the deciding factor for PH there. All right, pitching a whelming to pay for this surging, paying full cost here. Coming in for 4. Very, very annoying. It's like deja vu all over again. Pitch a blue, play surging. And you can't be comfortable here in Ho Chun Lai's shoes. Even though you have a CLF out, you're down. You have no arsenal, and your opponent decided to keep a 5-card hand.
One really good aspect about him deciding to eat the damage on the wounded bull and applying pressure is there's a lot of situations where the Icelander actually has the capability to put 2 ice cards in the pitch zone and keep that Channel Lake Frigid even longer in the form of like ice veins
Mm-hmm.
or anything like that. So by applying this pressure, you're really just saying that that is not going to happen. If you want to Channel Lake
Here we
Frigid, you're going to
go.
have to play another one.
Here we go. Another activation of Katsu here, discarding E-Strike. What is he going to grab here? Descendant or Whelming? Now, this is something interesting to note here is that I think there's a huge correlation, at least for the WTR heroes, between your using your hero ability and winning the game. I've noticed that the more times my Dory triggers, the better. The more times you can Katsu, I think in general that's really good. Especially considering nowadays with all the support that Katsu got in Outsiders, he's got real powerful cards. And if you don't block well against him,
Right.
it's gonna run circles around you. I think you're probably gonna go after the Whelming if I had to guess, because you got to work on their armor a little bit. Plus, uh, you kind of need to draw a card that'll
He
help
might
fight.
already have it.
Yeah. So, depending on his build, he could go for Mugenshi, or he could go for Bonds of Ancestry here. If he already has the second combo piece, then he would go after the third chain link. Very, very
Well,
interesting. I really, really enjoy watching, Katsu masters do their craft.
Bonds of Ancestry, it seems like the knee jerk reaction, right? Like you go grab,
Ooh, 100
you
wins.
go and grabbing bonds if you already have the whelming. But at the same time, Bonds of Ancestry in this situation with Channel Lake Frigid out on the board is a huge resource investment because the whole reason you play it is to go get a second card. Whereas an option like 100 wins is a lot more fluid, not as much as of an investment. So I really like this play for that reason. because you don't have the resources to extend and get all the value out of the bonds of ancestry. So, very heads up play. Maybe would have grabbed a red fluster fist if I had it. But I mean, 100 wins is just as good.
And we're seeing one of the downsides of not having an arsenal as Icelander is that the Katsu has basically full knowledge that he's not going to get a frostbite this turn, so he could perfectly map out his turn. Plus, Katsu has one of the best resource sinks in the game in Kadachi's. You just tech it in.
Do you know why he grabbed 100 wins over Flusterfist?
Put it in the graveyard.
I think it's actually because it has go again, and if he lets it hit, then it'll draw a card, and he can continue to pressure, depending with like Kadachi's or something like that.
How would it draw a card?
Oh, I'm thinking Mask of Momentum. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it would not draw a card.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why he picked the 100 wins over the. It must be to fill the graveyard, right?
Yeah, I think it's to fill the graveyard.
To create one more target for that Bonds of Ancestry.
Yep. One thing of note as well is that Breeze Rider boots. I'm wondering, is there a specific interaction he's looking to use those for? So Breeze Rider boots, for those of you who haven't seen these in a while, it says when a ninja attack action card you control hits, you may destroy Breeze Rider boots. If you do, attack action cards with combo gain go again this turn. So I'm wondering if there's like is that used for like combo shortcutting basically, or is it just one extra block and he doesn't want to use Snapdragons in this matchup?
I think it's that. I think it's the extra value, and it's an emergency Snapdragons. Yes, to answer chat, this is basically the national championship for Hong Kong.
Yes.
It's just a political classification of being called a regional championship.
Because Hong Kong is a special administrative region. All right. Anyways, okay, we got so here's the thing, like, it's gonna take a turn cycle for Ho-Chun to establish an arsenal again. And by then he's probably gonna be in single digit life. I'm really not sure. Things looking tough here for our Icelander player.
Icelander does have a lot of armor, though. I mean, still got the full suite over there, just hanging out. Even Tunic on 3. With the Katsu only having AB1, the kill threshold is, a lot higher. So that's something that the Katsu player has to be mindful of. I think the Icelander is just trying to get the Katsu player down to 12-ish, give or take. The only problem with Katsu, though, is he's going to apply a very cheap, low-to-the-ground threat to pressure your life total, which means you have to make the decision to go for the kill turn much earlier in the combat chain, which can prove to be tricky depending on the life totals.
PH is really showing us a good example of, playing to win here. We haven't seen him AB very much in this game. He's like, yep, send your wounded bull at me, send your winning at me, I don't care. I know how my character wins. It's through throwing 5-card hands at you when you have a frosting as your disruption. I don't think there's any world where Ho-Chun Lai is going to be able to keep this CLF around. Doesn't he have full information here? He knows it's this into 100 wins.
That is correct. Full information.
Yeah.
Wide open. One floating.
I guess the decision here has to be made whether or not you take a ton of damage to maybe... I don't even know conceivably how he would keep the CLF. He would have to pitch for an ice non-attack from hand, play it out, and then Waning Moon pitching another ice card. So one of the things that we've seen is that Ho-Chun Lai has not been able to get good value off his tunic. I mean, besides the fact that this game hasn't gone like that many turns, but we haven't got to see him execute any of those, 2 costs from Arsenal into Tunic Waning Moon plays that Icelander really wants. Ho-Chun Lai really tanking on this decision here. I think he has a major decision. Either that or the camera's frozen. Nope, never mind. Okay, we're good.
Uh-oh.
All right, he took it. And 100 wins is going to bring him down to very, very low. Okay, giving up Cornet Peak. Interesting.
4-card hand. I think we have a counter on. We could have a double ice card in the pitch zone. Double ice vein into Waning Moon.
I don't agree with blocking the armor there. Being at 5 and being at 2 is basically the same thing. I guess being at 2, you die to like Breaking Scales plus Ancestral or Breaking Scales plus Art of War. But I don't see the. I think that's just him wanting. Okay, so it looks like he's made the decision to try to keep the CLF around, and pray that PH bricked on blues, and that was a very fast no block here, and another no block. Oh boy,
this is a very unexciting way to do it. Typically, you want to do the red ice vein fuse to kind of demand a card and actually present a little bit more damage. I'm not sure if that ice bolt was red or not.
Yep.
But I mean, not providing any direct disruption is kind of unfortunate. Not exactly where you want to be.
So pitching an Ancestral here.
That's a good sign for the Icelander.
That's a very good sign here. This could just be 7, but then yeah, this is probably just 7 Arsenal a card. So some breathing room here for Ho-Chun Lai. Katsu did not draw resources on this turn, and you definitely don't want to draw Ancestral and E-Strike together generally. PH does have AB. He has the Arcane Lantern. It's not running double Kadachis. Alright, clean cover up here. And Icelander here. Not going to get to keep the CLF around, but going to get to push some damage here. And we got a game now. Brain Freeze fused here, saying, show me those zeros. And there's no zeros. There's a zero.
A brick. You take
Art of War, Command and Conquer, yeah.
CNC, or you could gamble on playing the Art of War and banishing the CNC, but I mean, not a very threatening hand in this situation.
Yep. And it's just not efficient to AB with a card here. Especially with Alright, so we got three card hand here from Katsu. We saw he had what card is that? Is that the follow-up to 100 wins? It's a blue.
Winds of Eternity.
Winds of Eternity. Okay, so yeah, he had 2 Winds of Eternity, Art of War, Command and Conquer. So Ho-Chun Lai knows that he cannot discard the Katsu here because Art of War costs 1. Command and Conquer costs 2.
There's a very important interaction in the reaction step. If he elects to pull the trigger on the Art of War, he'll consume his last resource. He'll, of course, be trying to do the Banish Draw 2. Now, the way the Art of War resolves is he will be forced to banish it as part of the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a priority window between banishing the card and drawing the 2. So if the Icelander player can present 12 damage inside of that window while the Katsu player has absolutely no resources, that is something that has to be weighed.
Yep. I think you could also order the triggers such that you do your Art of War, Banish Draw 2, and then Katsu into maybe Whelming or Descendant. So that's another thing to look for. He isn't completely shields down here. I think his Tunic PH's Tunic is live right now. Either that or it's on 2. I'm not sure. It's very hard to tell because the dice is small and the Tunic is slightly off screen. Looks like gonna respond from Arsenal here. And decision time here. Do you play the Art Award now?
Well, you kind of have to if you're going to. And the bad part is
okay, so he's going to take Tunic resources in response here.
Icelander definitely can't produce 12 damage while the Arsenal is a cold snap. So I think the Katsu player is safe from lethal this turn.
Yep.
But the Icelander player with the Tunic activation into the cold snap basically just results in an extra card to block if they so choose.
Yep. Ooh, the Icelander player laying down 2 cards in front of here saying, I don't want you to be able to tutor here. If this chain continues, it's going to be because you got very lucky on your Art War Banish. And we see the very first Kadachi in a long time. Just pressing that life total down bit by bit. And there's a Command and Conquer to follow up after this.
Yep. Still not out of the
Are you
not
gonna
out
give
of the woods yet.
Yeah, so the decision time here, do you think the Tunic is gonna get to 3 again? Or do you think
Definitely not.
Or do you think there's a better situation than this? All right.
This
Only
makes
blocking
perfect
5
sense.
there. It's going to be able to
Katsu's
arsenal
off
something.
an Arsenal now, though.
Yep. So even though, you're like, okay, Katsu's got tempo here, and there's an 8 life point difference. Katsu doesn't have an Arsenal. Icelander does. Icelander still has access to Stormstriders. This game is not over yet. It's really coming down to the wire here. We're going to have to see... I think Katsu just has to maintain pressure here. Keep chipping away best he can. 100 wins. Going to be the starter here.
This is a tough card to face down first because you do have breaking skills just sitting there.
Yep.
You block 3 here, and it...
Oh, that was a blue 100 wins.
Oh, it was a blue one. Oh, well, that's not scary.
All right,
he is
breaking
going
scales.
ahead and securing the extra damage just to get Icelander a little bit lower. We do have a Katsu trigger on the stack if he chooses to execute it. I'm sure he will. Getting rid of that Warmonger's Diplomacy because it isn't doing anything in this matchup.
Yep. That's also a sign that he probably has another blue in hand.
Yep.
All right. Going to be 100 wins into 100 wins.
And he has a Winds of Eternity in hand as well. So if this goes undisrupted, we're looking at 4 and then another 4.
Yep.
At least.
Breakpoint City here. And if he takes all the cards from Icelander here, and maybe even leaks the damage, it's going to be a Kadachi lock. And normally when we talk about Kadachi lock, we talk about 2 Kadachis, but 1 Kadachi still qualifies as Kadachi lock. All right, sink below clutch here.
Oh, but is it? Because now
he doesn't have...
You just told the Katsu player, look, do whatever you want. I can't stop you unless I'm going to do a Desperation Strider's activation.
Yep. And we see that PH just asked cards in hand, and he's like, 4. It's like, all right, good. Let's get at least one of them here. All right, down to 1. 1 life point remains for our Icelander player. Many, many, many games have been won at 1 by wizards.
Really need a fighting spirit here. Really need a fighting
Or
spirit.
a
And that
fused.
is just as good.
That's not bad at all. So best case scenario here is that Katsu has an extra blue, can AB1, pay for the discard. And then keep the
Now,
life total at 8. 8 is not awful because you saw it was fused with a non-damaging card.
now, this is actually a very interesting situation on whether you Waning Moon or Arsenal that Polar Blast, because it's kind of tricky here, but it kind of depends on how the Katsu player decides to AB. If they take the damage and discard a red, I think you go ahead and Waning Moon this turn because you want to secure the damage and try to kill on a Strider's activation, then into a Waning Moon, right? Because the Polar Blast in and of itself is not any more effective damage from Arsenal. It's just basically giving you another card, making the kill turn more consistent, if you will, because you get more card choices. But
Looks like
it's not as straightforward. Just slap the card in Arsenal, because that's what we typically do. I think
like
there's a heavy decision on whether you Waning Moon or not.
looks like we have a very, very alert and aware judge there saying you were supposed to shuffle the 100 wins back into your deck. Good job,
Yep.
Judge. Paying attention to the table. All right. Yes, this is a very, very big decision, like you said, whether to Waning Moon here. And I think you might go for it because you could draw a hand that well, the thing is, Waning Mooning on your own turn is not very good, right? So tough. Very, very tough.
It is good when they eat 5 off of a Ice Fan. That's what I'm saying. Like if he eats the 5 and then
Now-
discards a red, I think you're in the clear to just Waning Moon for 2.
Somebody in the chat did bring up something interesting that like that would actually change what he would draw, right? So there's a possibility he would have drawn 100 wins, but
Right.
they fixed it to the best of their ability, right?
Oh, discard the red, but he elects to Arsenal. I kind of like sending 2 here, but let's see.
Yep. All right. Well, if he draws 2 damaging spells from in hand, he might just barely be in range. I think 9 damage is possible with a 4-card hand with Storm Striders. Just barely, right?
Well, see, all he would have to do is produce 1 less if he would. Well, if he Waning Moon on the prior turn, right? He would have the ability, or Katsu's not going to AB1. He's not going to spend a whole card to just AB1, right? So then he's sitting at 5, and all you need to do is produce 6 damage. And so that's why I kind of like doing the Waning Moon on the Icelander's turn, but maybe he needs a card to kind of bail him out. It didn't draw the appropriate cards to kind of do the kill turn, if you will.
And this
There's
is one
the
of
blue.
this is one of those situations where you definitely want to AB here. Not only does that protect your life total a little bit, but it also disincentivizes the Icelander player from going for it. Being at 5 and being at 4 is actually a very, 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 very big difference. Playing Blizzard here.
If he can't pay this, I think it's game over.
Still has 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal here.
Oh, 2 Frostbite. So even if he can
Yep.
pay, can he actually produce anything is the question.
Now, the Icelander player is still going to have to give a card here, but looks like he opts to not pay here. Excellent sequencing there. Ancestral here. Trying to draw into another Ancestral, I think. Body language says he did not draw into an Ancestral. PH playing to his outs here. Currently does not have go again because he did not play for the Blizzard here. Looks like he's going to... How does he have go again here? Yep, exactly. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
And that I don't see how Katsu makes it out alive. Yep, gonna rob the hand and then take tempo and close it with arcane. I don't
Yep.
think there's any way that Katsu makes it out of here
Yep.
alive.
This arsenal target has to be ridiculous here. There's a world where oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Ho Chun Lai has piloted this really, really well. This late game, very, very nice. And surely you have to block 2 cards here, probably 3. I think if you block with 2 cards here, you're basically preying on a complete brick from the Icelander. Because if you block for 6 here, I think you have to give the tunic up as well here. You block 7 here, go to 4. There are some hands where the Icelander player can't kill you, even with Storm Striders against AB1 here. So I think we're going to see the tunic plus maybe 2-3 blocks deployed here against this Wounded Bull.
Well, at 5 life, any 4 attack spell wins the game.
Yep.
Because it deals 3 and then Waning Moon for 3, so the maximum prevention is 2 in your toast. So definitely if you're at 3. So literally, I think any spell that produces 2 damage if he goes to 3.
I'm not sure why he's not giving his tunic up here.
Yep, not entirely sure. I guess he's
Maybe he's like, well, maybe that resource is gonna be. Looks like his tunic is on 2, so
Breeze Rider Boots has blocked already. I think it was 2 turns in, blocked with it fairly early.
All right, at 3 here. Icelander can cough at the Katsu and kill him here. Looks like they're waiting on something. Oh, no. Okay, Warmongers into Kadachi here. Well, I mean, this is a quote-unquote good start.
Oh.
That's actually really good, seeing the
Razor
Icelander...
Reflex for game.
Oh, boy, that would be ridiculous.
Come on, Razor Reflex. One time.
Okay. Well, here we go. This is probably the last turn of the game.
If Katsu has an Oasis Respite in Arsenal, I'm flipping a table.
Well, PH knows whether or not that's a possibility or not. He's like, let me quickly check your list. Any sinks? Or sorry, any sigils? Any Oasis? Alright. Oh, he's playing out the Surging Strike here.
Does have Tunic Counter as an emergency resource, but that can be responded to.
Yeah. And Ho Chun Lai here, not making an immediate move is a good sign. Because if it was obviously blocked with 2 cards, Arsenal a good card, I'd say the game would be over. Oh, here we go.
Oh, pitching a red.
Pitching a red.
That's a good sign.
That is a very good sign here.
I think that's good enough, though.
Yep. I don't think he's got it. Yep, there we go. Waning Moon here is going to end things here unless that's an Oasis.
Put him on Better Have It, and he was packing it.
There you go. Exact lethal there. And it was a whelming, I think, I'm not sure what card that was, but well, anyways, well played there from Ho Chun Lai, taking down Katsu. Oh boy. Well, Katsu got real damn close, and I think he played very well, and it was a very beautiful game to see. But Ho Chun Lai will advance. All right, Nathan. We have an Icelander in the semifinals. Let me inquire about the others.
Yep.
We almost have 200 people here joining us for some fabulous flesh and blood.
Some fabulous fab.
Mhm.
All right, chat. Ask your questions. Anything. Doesn't matter. Fab related, not fab related. Shoot away. Happy to talk about it, answer it, ask questions to you. Chat, who's going to Worlds? I'm going to ask you guys questions. Who's going to Worlds? Favorite animal? Dogs
I,
are pretty cool. I
I
don't
like
know.
I like dolphins because they're smart.
Dolphins?
Dolphins, yeah.
Yeah. What sleeves do you prefer? Well, the team is sponsored by Dragon Shield. So, um, kind of biased there, but they also make great sleeves, right? And being 100% honest, it's all I've ever used. All I've ever used is Dragon Shields because anytime you go to a game shop, it's like 99% of what's on the shelf. I've heard people talk about katanas. I don't know anything about them. Never used them before. I've heard good things, bad things. No idea. It's just I've always used. I don't ever double sleeve. I just single sleeve with Dragon Shields. I just keep it regular.
I prefer using the Dragon Shield mats.
Yep.
Dual mats or the original mats are quite nice.
I will say I'm not a huge fan of the art ones because they have like a maple syrup smell to them. Like it's very difficult to explain. But if they sit in a deck box, they like you open the deck box and it's like powerful. And I do not like sweet smells. How are you prepared to work your day jobs on Monday after adjusting sleep schedule? I'm not prepared, but we're gonna do it anyway. Oh goodness.
A lot of people.
Favorite ice wizard. But there's only one.
Kano cosplay, I guess. I don't know.
I'm going since my brother qualified. I'll just be doing side events. That's cool. That's cool. I will be going assuming my elo holds up. If at the cutoff I'm in top 50, I'll probably go. I should be, I would hope, but
There's no way you don't make it.
I would like to say that, but like, you know, there's that like 1 in a million chance where like everybody in Canadian Nats just infiltrates the the top 50 and then you know like pushes everybody out. Um will Hamilton make a comeback to take the last Icelander LL points? I don't know. There's something that like okay. anytime there's somebody that like really pioneers a deck, right? And kind of has a lot of success with it and then abandons it, there has to be a very good reason, right? Like you would have to be crazy to think that Michael Hamilton, when he faced the Lexi meta, was like, "Can I make Lexi work?" I've I've talked to Michael Hamilton, I think one time in my life. Don't know the guy, he seems great, but like I don't have to know him to sit there and just assume that he probably banged his head against the wall to find a way to make Icelander truly work in the Lexi meta. And he just didn't. He ended up finding out that there wasn't the percentages there. And he seems like a kind of like a min max guy trying to do the most efficient and best thing possible. And so I think the only way he's going to bring it is if he thinks it's truly the best.
I think he looked at Codex of Inertia and was like, nah.
Yep.
Nah, I don't want to play against that.
Definitely matte sleeves over glossy for sure. 100%. Josh, what does a realistic S tier Dory need?
She needs on-hit effects. There's literally none for Dory other than the threat of more damage. He's a brute that scales up over time.
Yep.
She's a brute that gets angrier and angrier over time. But basically, she needs an on-hit effect. She needs something that says, you don't block, blow up their arsenal. Mm-hmm. They don't block, banish a card from their hand. They don't block.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3". That is 189 cm. The
nice conversion.
Yep. Have to do both because I lived in Hong Kong for a long time. And you're like, oh, I'm 6'3", and they're like, what is 6'3"?
Yeah. No, the whole world should be on the metric system. It's
correct.
Really unfortunate that we're stuck in our ways.
Mm-hmm.
If I see you at an event when you sign a Duskblade, hell yeah, why not? Why not? What do you two feel like is the biggest flaw in Fab design right now? Asking because I think the game's design is very good. I agree with you. I think the design is really good. As far as like flaw, so anytime you talk about flaws and like, what a very dedicated group of people are working on, very tailored like, I think the only way that you could say this is a design flaw from the dev team or the company or whatever is if they do something that is not good and don't learn from it. I think that is because people make mistakes, right? Like as a player, you make a misplay, you learn from it. I don't consider that a flaw. It's a misstep that is quickly calibrated into making you a better player. Just like they overtuned Starvo and maybe Chain and maybe Luminaris and stuff like that. But that's like okay, right? COVID was happening, resources were tight, both in like people being present, lockdown, stuff like that. We got past that. We've had 2 to 3 sets released now where there hasn't been like anything truly oppressive, to the point to where it like literally just breaks the game in half. So I don't think there's any flaws in Fab design right now. If anything, I'm sure a lot of people were probably disappointed in the power level of the new heroes, but like that's okay. Like you shouldn't a new hero should not come out and that be the most viable hero. It just shouldn't. If that was the case, then you're just invalidating everything that came before it. WTR doesn't matter. Arcane Rising doesn't matter if you produce your game in that manner. in my opinion. So I think they've done an amazing job. They've made mistakes. They've learned. You know, they've they've owned up to it. Right, Dustblade. They caught it very quickly. They said, "Look, we messed up. Simple as that." And quickly corrected it before we even saw it. So I think they're doing an amazing job.
Okay, there's one thing that I think is going to be difficult to remedy in the future.
Mm.
And this is from a game design standpoint. So this is an example that I've given before. So if you've heard this before, I'm sorry. And if you don't play Magic the Gathering, I'm also sorry, because this is going to reference Magic the Gathering. So in Magic the Gathering, how they balance a spell, there's a tweak that they can do. They can make the spell cost 2 generic and a red. It still costs 3 energy or 3 mana to cast, but there's 2 ways to make it cost 3. Or there's multiple ways. The most common way is 2 generic and 1 red energy. Or you can make it cost 1 generic and 2 red mana. Now, 1 generic, 2 red mana is much harder, more restrictive to cast. You can't play like a 5-color deck, right? In Fab, there are many situations where cards should cost 2.5, 1.5, 1.75. And they can't tune with that lever like MTG can. They can't. The only lever that they might be able to tune is like this costs 3 and there must be a yellow pitch in your pitch zone. They could do something like that, but
you also have block value. You have restrictive like belittle, deck constrictions, stuff like that.
And the whole value of like things block for 2 or 3, where a lot of cards would be more balanced if they could block for 2.5. A lot of the bolting cards should be attacking for like 3.5 or 4.5, but they're like, well, we could make Bolt of Courage 4 or 3. In reality, it should be somewhere between 4 and 3, but we can't. So okay, it's 3, right? And so those design levers are going to be very difficult to, because I don't know how they're going to design something that attacks for 3.5, but or costs 3.5 energy. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the only design flaw I see in the long term.
Sure. When you go to Worlds, Josh is set on going. It's just whether he has to use a PTI or not. I am currently ranked 13th in constructed elo. If that holds, I don't see why it wouldn't. I will go as well.
One Codex of Frailty level card that makes Dory best in meta. She just needs on head effects or card draw effects. Either one will help a lot.
You don't like maple syrup? Not on my card sleeves.
What do the HK players use for the equipment sleeves? So some of them
the clicky
use
clickies.
Some clicky clickies. These are basically Japanese mini snaps. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I like them a lot.
Nathan doesn't need to go to Canada because the maple syrup. Oh man. Vegas was my trip for this year. Unless I can sell a bunch of fab, no worlds for me. Well, good luck on that. But I mean, you can't go to everything, right? Like that's okay. That is a-okay. Assuming no bans is a generalist stupid for playing anything besides Lexi. Or Dromai. I think you just need to be on those 2 decks. Simple as that. That's my opinion. If there's no changes. Dragon Shield. Yep. Dragon Shield. When y'all think Icelander's gonna LL? Not this BNR. It'll be after Pro Quest season. Before they banned Bullseye, did you have a better card to ban in your mind? Maybe 3 of a kind. I thought Bullseye, Bolton Shot kind of cuts a little deep because it's a 9 of in almost every list.
Wow, it's a 9 of because it's good.
I mean, sure. the only 9 of that's ever been cut in the history of Fab is Autumn's Touch, right? Yep. I
Drone of
know.
brutality.
Well, I don't think that was that. Yeah, that was probably a 9 of in Turtle Katsu, for sure. Actually, was it? Probably not.
No, no.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
joking.
Yeah, you don't run yellow. Yeah.
It also doesn't turn on the Kadachi, so
Right. So, yeah, I thought Bullseye was a very surgical ban. Was it enough? That's a debate to be had. But I think the next like target, if you will, if you thought that another one would be needed, would be like 3 of a kind, probably, or Rain Razors, maybe. I didn't reach top 50, but my homies letting me use their PTI. Hell yeah, Jason, we will see you there. Do, do, do. Shit, I lost my spot.
they're
Okay.
talking about sleeves a lot. I'm trying to find a
Yeah.
question here.
What deck should I bring to Calling Taipei? Is Taipei after or before ProQuest season?
It's in a couple weeks. It's in the middle of October.
Lexi or Dromai? Whichever of those two that you are better at playing, is my opinion. Nathan, can you say I love koalas? I do love koalas. Only one thing I like more than koalas are people that get 10th at nationals. Shout out to Jason. He killed it, man. He walked up to me. He was a little bit discouraged. Took a couple L's, but I was like, bro, if anybody can close it out and win out, it's you. And he did, and he locked in 10th. So hell of a job. I know it's not top 8, but still, hell of a job. Nathan, I killed someone with the wildfire you signed. Hell yeah. That was a disaster, but I'm glad it happened. I need to start carrying around a marker. At FABREC, how many mini refrigerators do you think Nathan weighs? All right, chat, be careful with that answer. It better be a very small amount. uh, Taco said Nathan's like 3 empty mini fridge kind of guy. I don't even know what a mini fridge weighs.
50? 55?
Fabric said 5.8. So, very precise. Very precise.
Tony's Lab says, Josh told me the answer to this, so I guess referencing what does Dory need. After you hit me with double glistening, twitting for 6 counters. She needs more helmetless Dory cards. That's true. Helmetless Dory cards.
That's right.
Show me a Dory card where she's wearing a helmet, though, Josh. Maybe she's the character in Route. You never know. I don't know.
The power level on new heroes feels very meh to me, sadly. Yeah, I understand that. And, I don't know how much of that is like, just a calibration to what we're used to. That could possibly be some of it. Or maybe, you see something new and you want it to be powerful. You want it to be exciting. All of that's justifiable. Definitely understand that. Can we show another ongoing game? Unfortunately, it's too much setup. You'd have to move everything. So unfortunately, we can not. We're not working with the Star City budget where we have a backup game also being recorded and just a click away. That is not this, unfortunately. Uprising will be the last set of the Golden Age. Yes, depending on how you define golden. Absolutely.
If they LL at ProQuest season, will be legal for worlds that depends when?
It will not be. Right? Because Bright Lights comes out right at the conclusion of ProQuest, right?
No. Bright Lights comes out in 4 weeks.
No way.
Yes way.
Oh, good. Well, they'll do another BNR after ProQuest season, I'm sure. They always do it after the seasons, is when the BNR announcements are. The way the rules are written is they do LL checks, if you will, at the release of a new set and a scheduled BNR announcement. Okay. So if they just come out and say, hey, this is banned, and that happens after somebody hits the LL numbers, it is not active. It's only the scheduled BNR announcements are the ones that Ryok would have been much more surgical. Yeah, that would have been quite the extraction.
What
What
point in the
point
event?
in the event are we in?
We just finished the quarterfinals. We are waiting on the other quarterfinals to finish, and then we will broadcast a semifinals match for you guys.
Yep, going into the semis. And like I said, always what we do is we're going to post the options for the matches for the next round, and we're going to show whichever one chat votes highest on. After Briar LLs, I need a new main and want to go back to Bolton. Josh, what do you think is the way to go for Bolton? Raiden, Sabres combo, or Decimator? I think he's answered that before. Definitely doubling down on Sabres combo, right, Josh?
I think the strongest version of Bolton is Sabres combo.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on the if you really want to force Bolton, you're probably going to have to run a switch combo or Raiden plus combo. But if the metagame is a very particular way and you can get away with Sabres only, that's the most powerful that Bolton could be. Right. TLDR with the new Warband of Bolana, you can run a bunch of snatches plus Bolt of Courage and high roll people. I'll come up with a video very soon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Have either of you submarined a larger tournament, 01 or 02, to start and made a cash finish? Good story there.
I don't think I've ever started 02 in a tournament ever. So no, but
Oh, to start?
I do have a good story. Pro Tour 1. Okay, so I'm playing Sabres Bolton at Pro Tour 1. I might have had Raiden in my sideboard, but I was basically playing against Starvo for like 10 of my 14 rounds. So I was playing Saber combo against them. So I'd make day 2 as Bolton. I forced the graphic designer to put Bolton on day 2's metagame. And I proceed to lose quite a few games at the beginning of day 2, such that the system gave me a bye on day 2. And I was like so angry that I was like, damn it. I like lost 3 games at the beginning of day 2. Or it might have been 2. It was 2 or 3 games I lost. And then I was like, all right, we're going to hunker down and win. And so I win out from there and I make 64th. Barely get squeaking for cash.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Ricky, what was the explanation where you can respond to after the banish before drawing? Now that I think about it, I did misspeak. The window to respond is they have to choose the mode of activation. So they would pick banish or draw 2. And then if Icelander could like steal the card from hand via Ice Vein, Insidious Chill, or something like that, and they can't fulfill the banish a card, they don't draw 2. Unfortunately, I misspoke. There is not a priority window after the card is banished before you draw. That was a mistake on my end. But if you can, like Insidious Chill, the last card away, they cannot fulfill the banish requirement to draw 2 cards. So they just kind of sit there twiddling their thumbs. I apologize.
All right, guy in the chat that wanted to see the Lexi mirror of all things. They are the table holding up the tournament right now. It is
really?
Yeah, it is 19-17. I'm looking at the picture. There's not that many cards in graveyard. I don't know what the heck they're doing. Playing so slowly. But come on, Lexis. Hurry up. Let's get this going.
How much time do you think we will wait for new elemental heroes after the OG ones going to LL. What I can say is that if we see one, it's very likely that Briar will be the first one that we see out of the elemental heroes. And the thought process behind that is she chilled out at like 900 LL points for literally half her like life, right? She like raced up to 900 and then just froze. So my thought process is like LSS knew that hero was on her way out, and so they've had more time to be like, yep, we might need to crank another one of these out or something like. I have no idea if that's correct. I'm just saying that if that is part of their decision making process, it's very likely that they all get done at the same time. That makes the most sense. But maybe there's like an Everfest treatment and she just gets thrown into a new one. But I would say that if they do them one at a time or they trickle them out, Briar will be the first one done. However, there's a higher probability that they just all get done in like a new Arya set or something like that. And they kind of just, get them all out there again.
Saber's combo is also the most boring one.
I agree.
To play against, yeah. To pilot, I think they're both fun. Although thematically, though, I remember when Monarch came out, and I was, dabbling in Bolton, and people in Hong Kong would ask me, "Hey, Josh, what weapons do you think you should use as Bolton?" I said, "Look at all the art of Bolton. What is he carrying? Carrying is Raiden. Therefore, you should play Raiden, right?" So,
what do you think is the next talent?
I should get an altar, Nathan. I should get an altar of Lumina Ascension, and him holding two swords.
Two sabers.
I need to do that. I need to get an altar of Lumina. All right, what did you say?
If only you could alter the cards in your deck. If only.
Yep. You can.
I don't think you can.
I think. Are you sure?
Would that not throw off like the weight differential between the cards and stuff like that? Like, isn't that like marking?
Oh yeah. Well, my route has like Sharpie drawings on it.
But it's on the back side, so
no, it's on the front side and the back side.
Y'all gotta watch this one, Jack. I have no idea. I'm just speculating. I have no clue.
A Sharpie is not
going to
change the weight. Okay. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it depends on.
No. Okay. No. I'm gonna be one of those Dromai players, right? They play out their Chromai, they grab their Marvel. I'm gonna play out my Lumina Ascensions, grab my altars.
Yeah, that's it. 100%. 100%. So the question was, what do you think the next talent might be?
Fire.
Fire.
I guess Draconic was fire.
Fire? What? That was the lamest thing you could have said,
yeah,
Josh.
I know. I'm trying to think of a better one.
Fire? He said fire.
I mean,
come on, you got to dig deeper than that.
I mean, how many elements are there? Wind? Air? Airbender monk.
Talent. I'm gonna say subterranean. I don't know. Shit under the ground. I don't know. That's the most creative thing I can come up with. Okay.
What new class do you think we're gonna get?
What new class do you think we will get next? I think we already answered this one. I think it was Alchemist, right? That's what I think it is anyway. I think we're going to get the Luna Bell or whatever her name is on the Time Snap Potion and the Shitty Xmas gift.
When do you think Kano's going to get his talent? Not for a while. Emperor already took the Draconic.
Kind of stole that thunder. Voltaire and Winter's Wail are not the signature weapon of Lexi and Oldham. So when they release the new elemental heroes, they'll be able to use them. The hero's abilities are not the problem. Ye-
Are you sure about that?
I think that's incorrect. I think you'll have to look it up on the LL
I'm doing that right now.
website, but because you're telling me that the weapon that Oldham took to LL is Titan's Fist? No shot.
Yeah,
It has to be
yeah.
Winter's Well.
It is Winter's Well. Lexi is
Yeah,
Voltaire. Yeah,
Yeah, so Voltaire and Winter's Well are
and
in LL.
because Briar's bringing Rosetta Thorn to LL.
Right, and not Dustblade. I guess that's where the confusion is.
Mhm.
I guess they assumed that because since Rosetta Thorn was the
You're
common,
right. Yep,
that the other common. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Zombies, Decayed, that'd be cool.
You know
That
how
is better. That's a
different the
better
game
answer
would
than
be.
Subterranean.
You know how different the game would be if Rosetta Thorn was elemental runeblade weapon. So much different.
Yes, it would be less fun, Josh.
True.
It would be
For
a less fun
for the
game.
runeblade enthusiasts.
Absolutely. Do you think we will get an extra turn spell at any point? How long do you think till we get Necromancer or Cleric?
Your extra turn spell is called Storm Striders.
Yep. And that's as close as you're getting. Necromancer would be awesome. I can't wait for that. Cleric is kind of, I don't know. In my
Cleric.
opinion, it's
Nathan's not gonna like clerics. Nope.
like it seems kind of lame in like a 1v1 situation, right? Now in UPF, it's like hell yeah, it's cool. Like you run your typical, you got a couple DPS, a healer, and a tank, kind of situation like that. That's cool. But nobody's like, I don't know, trying to run a healer to try and knock somebody out. But that could just be me.
Unless it's like
that could just be me.
Tempest Lightning Cleric.
Yeah, it could be like a Templar or something. That'd be kind of cool. Are MTG or YGO players more likely to be converted to Fab? I think the answer is MTG. I know for myself personally, I think that like the highly animated games like anime, like One Piece, and I don't even know what other options are out there, Josh, but those games just don't do it for me. I don't like the whole like extremely animated stuff. The only reason I'm dabbling in Lorcana is because of the kids and they love Disney.
I was about to hard call you.
I forecasted that one, but just like for me enjoying the card game, the extremely animated art doesn't do it. I can handle Yu-Gi-Oh, but like that's my limit. If it's any more animated than that, like more manga style, it just doesn't do it for me. And that's such a heavy part of like, how you identify with a game, I believe. So I would say MTG. Will we ever see a cleric hero? I mean, I'm sure. We kind of just touched on that a little bit. We have Time Walk. It's called Arctic Incarceration Red. I feel the pain in that statement. I feel the pain. The Alchemist and Necromancer. For those of you who don't know, in the lore book, which I think can be accessed in PDF form on the website, there is a list of heroes that like James White has assembled. It's probably not all of them, but it's like the ones that he's starting out with the most. And I think there's Necromancer, there's Alchemist, wasn't there a spear one, like a Paragon or something? Don't quote me on that one. But like there's a list. So if you're interested in figuring out like what is to come, go check out the lore book. It's good stuff in there. Good stuff. Battle Spirit Saga, Grand Archive. Yeah, all those they just don't do it for me. They just don't do it for me. It's not my cup of tea. If you like it, enjoy what you love, but just doesn't do it for me. Odds they will ever add another pitch value for a card.
I think they're gonna, if they do implement it, it'll be a blue gem. It says if you have lower life than your opponent, this pitches for an additional resource, something like that. I
I
don't
think if
think
they
they would
do it, it
introduce
has to be class specific.
and a legendary.
Well, I think they can make a whole designated color. Like they could do like a purple pitch, but it would be exclusive to a class / hero. Like, and like there's some type of interaction that if you get X amount of pitch value, maybe they pitch for more, but they're weaker cards. But like as you accumulate in the pitch zone, X effects happens at certain thresholds. Something like that would be kind of cool. But I don't think they'll ever make like pitch a brown card and get 4 pitch for every single class in the game. Like that. If you do that, it invalidates every card that came before it. Is the major problem. So I do think that they'll do it. I just don't think that they'll do it in a way that that every class can take advantage of it. But I do like the idea of like, kind of playing with cards in the pitch zone and like accumulating certain things and beating thresholds and getting effects based off that. That'd be kind of cool. There is Bard and now Melody is playable. Yep. Sorcery contest. Yeah, I've heard a lot about sorcery. Never seen it though. Never seen it. Everyone here talks about One Piece. I've opened a box of One Piece, but that's it. Nam got into it for a little bit. We just hung out with him, opened a box, and just hung out. Maybe an equipment where you can convert a certain number of tokens to pitch value. Yeah, something like that. That'd be acceptable.
This is an interesting question. How do you balance a 5 intellect hero? I think the best way to balance a 5 intellect hero is not directly giving them, maybe the easiest way is saying draw 5, put 1 back.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to balance a 5 intellect hero. You have to put it maybe at the start of your opponent's turn, you have to put a card back.
But even that's really good because it cranks up the consistency. Another way that you could do it is you could like a couple avenues you could take is to like restrict the card pool that hero has access to. So you can make some form of text that says, look, this card cannot, or this hero cannot play any form of generic card.
I was about to say, I think if the hero text was blank, 40 health, 5 intellect, and only had access to generics, they'd actually be good.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You would have to exclude generics, or they would be too good.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, Briar's basically a generic deck, and she's doing all right. So yeah, I think there's a couple ways to do it, but like you gotta, in a cycle game like Flesh and Blood, you gotta be very careful. I think we'll see a lot more 3 intellect heroes before we see the first 5 intellect one.
I mean, you could take the guy behind me and change 4 to 5. And that would be very helpful for him. Same with Vincent. They keep intellect peddling themselves.
Yep.
Did we talk about the new assassin arms yet? We did.
Yep, we did.
TLDR.
You have to have a very good reason to run them over flick knives. Because the recursion of the silver pieces is in contention with the head slot and the boots. And the boots are by far the best use of your silver. So if you ever have the option to go grab a piece of equipment out of the graveyard, you're always grabbing the boots over the arms.
Although this does make cards like Payday better. So maybe
That's
something
correct.
to look at. That's actually an interesting point to think about, because the more I think about the last couple of like supplemental sets, and like I was thinking about this from the perspective of Bolton. Like They have done a lot to make the Majestics of Bolton better. So there were three, right?
Mhm.
Lumina, Beacon, and Bolting Blade. And those cards have gotten progressively better with support. They're like, here's Spirit of Arena. Here's Headband of Bellana. Here's V for Valor. Right? So that's just something like Majestics that might look useless when they first come out might be a plant for something later.
Yeah.
Like Payday.
Nathan, when are the kids getting into Fab? Well, one is 6 years old and one is 2. So it'll be a
So
minute.
next year.
Yeah, no. I mean, trust me, I'm gonna try to make it some of their homework, when they get into high school and stuff like that. But don't want to pressure them into too much to the things that I love. I'm gonna expose it to them, but not force them to enjoy the things that I enjoy. Let them be their own people.
No. Your kid's gonna ask, Mommy, who's that lady in Daddy's room? It's like, who? It says Briar, Warden of Thorns.
Oh man. All right, we're caught up on questions.
Has anyone tried Bolton with 5-int? So something I did try. I played Azalea back in the Crucible War days with all the arrows at +1. Still sucked.
Still sucked.
I was bringing Azalea as like a side deck to Arbories, and I was like, my friend was like, let's try something here, Josh. Okay, I'm gonna play Ira, which was ultra top tier deck. He's like, all right, all your arrows get +1. Let's play a game. Still lost. So, turns out it's not a numbers thing with Azalea. It is a lack of Voltaire thing.
Any thoughts on if one of the new mechs is the new Data Doll? Gets access to her specialization. Yeah. Data Doll would actually be very good in CC. Because the problem with Data Doll and Blitz is you don't have enough runway to get as much value as you can out of the hero ability. In CC, there's plenty of time to be banishing cards off the top and getting an insane amount of value from banishing items and putting them immediately in play. So it might actually be a little too good, but who knows? It's entirely possible. But I can say anytime you have a high variable power ability like that, and you throw it into CC, just like KO, right? More rolls, more opportunities. That one, the math is against you. It's kind of like a casino math situation where you're going to miss more than you hit. But
Data Doll would be ridiculous in CC because
I think she'd be really good.
You would 0 to 60. That would trigger, maybe a hyper driver. Use the energy to activate the heart. Banish. So now you banish 3 cards. Maybe put an item into play. Continue on your merry way. As long as you have a 0 to 60 and hyper drivers in play, you could just loop that. Could get out of control very, very quickly.
Imagine one day our kid brings home Magic the Gathering into your Fab household. What would you do? Well, imagine if I changed the locks. Just because they come home doesn't mean I have to let them in. It becomes an iffy situation after a certain time lapse, but I can make a very stern point. How do you do deck submission reviews work on the Patreon? You just send them to the card guy that kind of specializes in your hero the most, or you can ask us who has the best experience with the hero that you are playing or looking to submit, and then you just send it directly to that card guy. So for example, if it's Illusionist or Lexi, it'd be like Will or Seb. Anything Runeblade, I would love to take it. Also played a decent amount of Dromai, a little bit of Bravo, stuff like that. And of course, anything Warrior, chop it over to Josh.
All right. I'm seeing some indirect results. And
Oh,
you're like, Josh, what do you mean by indirect results? Well, I'm seeing photos like this. So I'm like, oh, they're taking top 8 photos, which means they lost.
there you go.
Oh no, that means Nova lost in the top 8, Nathan. Oh no.
That's what I predicted. I mean,
Oh,
I predicted it.
yeah. All right,
My
so
prediction was Lexi, Icelander, and Dromai. So the
let's
question is, did the Dromai win?
let's flip over here to okay. So
Any
all
of
right,
y'all play Assassin? Yeah, send it to me.
yep.
If you're looking to play Assassin.
Okay,
I'll
so
handle that.
results wise, 1 versus 8, we saw that on stream. Ho Chin Lai advanced. Wayne versus Bun. I believe Bun won that.
Really?
Ray versus Nova. Ray won. And Galaxy versus David, they're still playing. So I think there's literally 3 Lexis and Icelander left.
Mm-hmm.
So Dromai, Briar, and Katsu lost in the quarters. Very sad.
Yep.
Very, very sad.
So it looks like we got a 3 Lexi and 1 Icelander top 4.
I think so.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh man.
Well, at least we will be watching now. Okay, now we can take a poll right now. Let's see how many psychopaths are in our chat.
Yeah. Do you want to watch the Lexi Icelander match or the Lexi match? David, it's your time to shine once again.
Yeah.
Of course, this is democracy. We're going to give you a poll until the finals, in which we will not give you the option of which game you want to see because there is only one game. Here's your opportunity.
Let your voice be heard.
Which game do you want to see for the semi-finals? Icelander versus Lexi, or the ever so exciting Lexi Mirror match?
Do we get another poll? Yes, you do. Go vote.
While they're voting, I'm going to step away for 2 seconds.
All right. I will also step away for 2 seconds. We will be back in 1 or 2 minutes. We'll put this lovely screen up. We'll be back very quickly. Go vote.
All right, what did I miss?
Well, we left the chat to vote. Let's see what they. All right, so about 13% of you are crazy.
See, Chad, I
Sounds
knew
a
you guys were good people.
sounds a sounds about right. You could always expect 87 to 89% of people to do the right thing.
Oh, Tony asked the question. Tony asked the question. Do you guys have any pets?
Yes.
Josh, you go first. Mine's gonna take a while.
Oh man, I have a dog named Oreo. He's a black lab, and he has white paws. So named him Oreo. We have a Russian blue cat named Nickel. They don't really get along very well, but that's mainly the cat's problem. That's the dog's problem. The dog is very friendly. The kitty cat is very territorial, I guess. And then I have a rooster. Used to have a hen and a rooster, but tragically the hen died. Called Mr. Rooster.
Mr. Rooster.
So yes, I have a dog, a cat, and a rooster.
Yep. Unfortunately, because my wife is that person that anytime she drives past a stray animal, she cannot continue hitting the gas. She picks them up and brings them home. I have 3 dogs, a cat, and 24 chickens. It used to be 16 chickens, but we recently have expanded the empire. And so and I used to hate the chickens, chat. Used to hate them.
Until
But
last
then-
year. When...
Until last year. And I used to give the wife absolute shit for the chickens. But then when egg prices got up to like $6 for like a dozen eggs or whatever, let me tell you, I felt like I ran the world. Okay. The only way you could have given me more power was making me president. Just walking outside and having a large amount of eggs and not having to go pay $6 a dozen was it was something. It was something. But yeah.
Somebody asked Josh, what was the best class if Warrior didn't exist? If Warrior didn't exist, it wouldn't change much, to be honest.
Business as usual.
Ranger, Wizard, Guardian, Illusionist, Runeblade.
Chickens have to make their way into the TCGC's jersey. Oh, that's we gotta fit that in there somehow. I don't know how. I'm telling you, everybody's panicking buying eggs, and I'm just going outside and grabbing a couple. It's a different feeling, chat. It's a different feeling. However, what is also a different feeling is going to the store and spending, $50 on chicken feed and bringing it home. That is also a very equivalent feeling. But while egg prices are as high as they have been, it's positive EV. That's for sure. Keeping yourselves out of it, what fab team or group has the coolest jerseys? I like the Dragon Shield ones. The ones with like the collars and stuff. The black one. I like those ones. What about you, Josh?
I'm on team not Dave.
That was sick. Okay, that was pretty hilarious because I kept seeing the shirts and I was like, oh, this must be an internet thing that I'm out of because I'm 31, and no, it was just like not Dave, not Dave, not Dave. But then I walked by Dave, and I said, it all makes sense. I finally found Dave.
Yeah. At US Nats, there was like 20 people wearing the shirt that said "Not Dave" on it.
Yeah, it's just a
And that,
black shirt with white letters that said "Not Dave." 20 people wearing it. You saw it every time you turned around, and then there was one guy that said, "This is Dave." It was actually hilarious. Well done. I think it was the Wolfpack that did it, right? Yeah, well done for them. That was actually hilarious. We need more arcane-based heroes like rune blades and wizards in the game. Something like shamans or other mystic classes. Well, I'm always voting for more rune blades. That is a fact. Wizards, on the other hand,
they need.
I don't know.
So, Runeblade is a martial class with a splash of arcane.
Yep.
Wizards are pure arcane. They need to make a class that is mostly arcane with a splash of physical. That's not Bulllander. That's boring.
Would Emperor be even okay in CC? I think, just like we explained with Datadol, I think Emperor is actually the complete opposite. I think Emperor actually gets much worse in CC because a lot of Emperor's power in Blitz is being able to close the game out with Striders, but the longer the game goes, the less impactful that closing power is. So I think Emperor would actually be pretty bad in CC, in my opinion. In my opinion.
I really hope the table judge that was at the feature match is going to go over to that Lexi mirror match and smack both the players and say, "Hurry up!"
Ask Ed, or not Ed, ask Ken if you can get the judge's name. Because they have been killing it, right? Like, they've been catching, missed damage. They've been catching not shuffling 100 wins in, just stuff that, like, everybody forgets, right? He was just like, nope, go fix that, whatever. Like, I I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think this is like some of the best displaying of judging I've ever seen in Flesh and Blood.
Yep.
Especially on a stream match, right? Where it's the most important, right? More people view that match. It's very important for the image of the game that it's played correctly and things like that. Just amazing work from that judge, 100%.
Yep.
And the whole judge team, right? It's never just one person. It's all of them working together. Best common in the game.
Energy potion. Sorry, that's not rare.
That's a rare.
Sink below.
I agree. Sink below. What caused the price?
Go
ahead.
I was gonna say in Blitz it's Sigil of Solace, but that's also a rare.
Yep, it is rare. What caused the price rise in eggs? This is, I think I remember reading something where a lot of the where the feed comes from, a lot of the places did a formula change due to supply restrictions due to COVID, right? Back when COVID happened, there was a bunch of supply chain issues because of, stuff not, people not being able to work, lockdown, stuff like that. And so a lot of the chicken feed suppliers had to change the formulas on the fly. And whatever they changed in the feed actually made a lot of the chickens not able to produce eggs. I don't think it was a permanent thing. It was just as they were feeding the chickens that they were not able to produce as many eggs. And once they identified that, it kind of, you know. There's also my monopoly over the industry. Yes, we've already we've set our sights east to our neighbors. We're trying to, conduct a hostile takeover of their land and feathery assets, if you will.
Actually getting to a ridiculous point. It was 19-17, 38 minutes ago.
Really?
Yep.
What classes would you guys want to play as a multi-class hero? If you can choose 2 classes and mix them, what would you guys choose?
Assassin plus warrior. Because now we get on-hit effects.
I would have to go Ranger Runeblade. So I get more nimbleisms.
And you get access to, you get thrown at elemental talents.
And
So you can
codex.
have,
Yeah, codex, all that, yeah. Easy.
Elon or Zuck in the boxing match?
When is that happening?
I don't even know. I think Zuckerberg is more fit, so I mean,
Well, Elon's older,
yeah, as well.
but he's also got reach. He's got reach and size. But he's older.
Wait, is the Lexi Bear still going on? Yes. And 3% of chat wanted to watch that. Ball lightning is a good comment. That is true. Shadow mechanologist is a pretty cool idea.
That'd be cool, yeah. But that's talent in a class, not multi-class. But yeah, boosting and then playing. Oh, that's so good.
All right.
That would be.
We got the name of the judge. Shout out to Oscar.
Killing it.
You're damn good at your job.
Yep.
Shout out to you, Oscar.
Killing it. I don't know if the judge program does like medals, but hook him up.
Yeah.
Hook him up.
Yeah, he does well. He's been doing well.
Ice Brute is just a Yeti. That's a fact.
Almost done, says Ken. I would certainly hope so. 1-2. 1-2. All right, going down to the wire here.
Ninja Assassin. Going infinite go agains. Yeah. With the on hits, I agree. Yeah, Belittle's probably the best common. That's true. That's probably the correct answer.
Lexi played a 3 of a kind. So this should be the end of the game soon.
Would you rather have a set of cold foil pummels or cold foil cash-ins? Well, that depends. Are the pummels UK variant or no? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, it's 100% the pummels. I don't even think it's close, right? Like cash-ins only ran in Viscerai and pummels running
Kasai.
like, yeah. So I'm going for pummel all day. That's just my opinion.
I think Cash-In's a cool card, though. It's going to get better over time. I guess Pummel will also get better over time, but yeah.
Brute Illusionist. That sounds like an identity crisis.
Yep. Fake Rage.
Ninja Brute? That sounds funny.
I
Ride the tailwind
smash with
into a
Big
smash
Tree.
with Big Tree.
Kadachi, smash with Big Tree. Kadachi, smash with Big Tree. Sounds good. It's the only way to play Payday reacting with the black text, so the boots are the easiest way to do it. But you could also just give your attack go again with like Captain's Call or Time Snap Potion or something.
What happens if both Lexis run out of arrows draw? They play again. That is correct.
That would be the nightmare scenario for us.
That they would literally play again. We would show the
All
match
right.
and then go from there.
All right, we have finished.
But that is not the case here.
Galaxy won the
Yeah.
Lexi mirror, and he's going to be playing against Ho Chun Lai. So that's what we're going to be watching. On the other side, Bun and Ray are going to play. Okay, so we have Ho Chun Lai against Galaxy Yang. Galaxy just got out of a hour-and-a-half Lexi game. Gonna be some mental fatigue here, but we'll see how he does.
What are you guys going to play in the LL format if you play? Well,
yeah, literally look at the screen. I mean, come on, guys.
Ask me again when I'm gonna play in LL format. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Was Galaxy 4th seed or 5th?
Sure.
Which one was he? He was 4th. Okay.
He was higher seed, so he had to be 4th.
Yeah. And I think he went 9-3, so that means he's 10-3 now.
I confirm. Ball Lightning Briar would be good in L format. To be honest, I think Briar is honestly the weakest hero in LL. Right now, you have Starvo, Chain, like
You have access to Dustblade.
I think Chain just utilizes it a lot better. You have the guaranteed go again. You don't ever have to worry about it. You have extra cards.
Mm-hmm.
Briar Mug top tier. I agree. The Briar Mug really got me.
That was a good one.
Yeah. What are you playing for LL? No clue.
I have no clue, but you don't. But you have a clue.
Oh, I got a clue. I got a clue. All right, looks like the game is starting, chat. Thank you for letting us entertain you in the meantime. Thanks for keeping us awake. We're going on 4 o'clock in the morning. Our time. Let us know what time you're in right now. What's your time zone? How late is everybody else staying up? Or how not late is everybody staying up if you're in Europe, or I think we got some New Zealanders as well.
All right. So, as requested by 87% of normal human beings in our chat, we bring to you guys Icelander versus Lexi. So we've seen these players play several times. We have seen Ho Chun Lai pilot Icelander twice now, I think. And we have seen Galaxy play 3 times, I think. So these guys are, no stranger to the camera.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Hammer in chat said my girlfriend looked at me and said, "Why are you laughing?" He said, well, Nathan has a mug and I did not see it coming.
That is true. Yep. You got that bling bling.
That's it.
All right, let's start a poll.
We got people
Who do
everywhere.
you think will win this?
We got 10 in the morning in France. We got Tony holding it down in LA, 2 in the morning. Germany, 11 in the morning. We got New Zealand at 8:45 at night on Sunday. we got
All right, guys.
5:43 in Brazil. We got people everywhere.
Put a poll in the chat. Who do you guys think will win the semifinals? Is it going to be Ho Chun Lai piloting Icelander, or is it going to be Galaxy Yang piloting Lexi? Let your voice be heard.
Shout out to both Nathan and Josh for doing these crazy hours and bringing the commentary for this coverage. 6:45 p.m. here in Australia. Well, that narrows it down. That must be you, Hayden. Thanks for joining us. Really do appreciate it. We are just two people that love the game and are trying to bring it to as many people as possible, and get all these great games recorded. Great opportunity.
Yep.
10:45 in Switzerland. Hell yeah, people all over the place.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me quickly check what is at stake for the. What are they playing for in terms of prizes? Let me figure that out.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, getting into top 4 secures your gold foil in the 96 or under Nats, correct?
I'm about to check for you. Give me a second.
So I think they changed it from all top 8s get a gold foil to only top 4. But I'm not sure where that cutoff is, if it's like the 96 player or lower.
Yep. Okay, so 5th to 8th, they got $400 US, a world championship invitation, as well as the playmat. 3rd and 4th get 600, a gold foil black envelope, legendary black envelope, as well as the invitation. 2nd place gets $1,200 at the same stuff. And first prize is $2,400 US, the trophy, the gold foil, legendary black envelope, world championship invitation, and the title that only 2 people prior have held, the Hong Kong national champion. All right, so let's break down this matchup a little bit, Nathan. Let's paint a little bit of a picture here for the
Absolutely.
chat.
Let's do it.
We have seen these 2 players play. We have seen them both running fairly stock lists, a little bit heavier disruption package than most Lexis would run, I think, for Galaxy, but I don't think he's going to be bringing that in this matchup. So Icelander versus Lexi, what are some of the key interactions that we're going to be looking out for?
Well, to note on the first thing you said, I actually like Frostbite generation against Icelander. I know on the surface it seems, kind of counterintuitive to what you're trying to do. Why are you trying to give the Ice Hero Frostbites, right? But they're trying to make these heavy tempo plays like red ice veins, yellow ice veins, wounded bulls, fighting spirits, and stuff like that. Well, Josh, if you think about it, how easy is it to execute that line when you have a frostbite?
Near impossible unless you get a single frostbite and you have Tunic up.
It makes it a little bit more difficult. Now, do you go all the way in on, the Red Arctic incarceration? Probably not, because you need to maintain the game plan of you want the Icelander on 0 life as quickly as possible. But at the same time, cards like Icequake and stuff like that kind of reduce the Icelander's capability to kind of just block as much as they want, take a little bit of damage, and then send something efficient. If they take any damage at all, it really cuts into that efficiency. Mm-hmm. So I really do like a little bit of Frostbite generation in that Lexi deck against Icelander specifically. Really do.
So cards like Icequake, would you advocate for cards like Icequake?
I definitely don't mind it. The only downside to it is one more thing that happens that gives you know, anytime you play like non-attack actions and stuff like that, it's like one more thing that can be taxed on a Chin Link Frigid turn, but that's just you just kind of have to take that as it comes, right?
Looks like our chat is split 50-50 here on who they think is going to win the
Uh-oh.
semifinals. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Okay, a little bit more towards Icelander now. We'll see how this goes. All right. Opening hands have been drawn. Equipment has been flipped. We got Shock Charmers here for our Lexi, Snapdragons, Trench, and New Horizons. On the other side, we got Tunic, Quartet Peak, Stormstriders, and Iron Rot Gauntlet. Along with Waning Moon, obviously.
Now, I love the loadout from the Lexi player here. Utilizing the Shock Charmers both reduces the kill range. It also allows you to turn off the a blue Ice Vein if you really need to. But also, if the Icelander ever presents a board state of like multiple Insidious Chills or anything like that, which is pretty rare in this matchup, but it can happen if they can play them at like low opportunity cost times. Um, Shark Charmers is a great way to still kind of get some value by dumping resources into attacks to kind of convert the resources into damage in a lot of situations and kind of like two-step those taxes depending on how the timing lines up. So it's a very useful piece of equipment in this matchup for sure.
Yep. All right, so Hochin Lai, higher seed, made Galaxy go first. Galaxy loaded an Endless Arrow and Arsenal to card, and it is Icelander's time to strike here. It's very possible, depending on the awkwardness of the hand, that Icelander cannot utilize every card here. And that would be quite good for Galaxy. Galaxy, I think, is going to have to really hunker down here. So he's a guy that gets a little bit nervous, and he just played a very, very long match, and he's going to need to. We saw that he has a propensity to make mistakes from time to time when he's on camera or nervous. So he's going to, hopefully he ate his Wheaties and he's ready to rock and roll today.
Yep.
I mean, he's in the semifinals, so he's made it far. So
he is facing down that Command and Conquer, which obviously is something that a ranger never wants to see. However, with Trench on the board, you do have these lines where you can kind of sink the card, float a resource, maybe lose one card in Arsenal and then use that resource to load an arrow. It's obviously not something you want to resort to, but just having that option from that piece of equipment is huge.
Galaxy double checking what his Trench does here, I think.
I think the only thing that you really have to be sure of is Trench only works on face down cards. You cannot trench away anything that is face up.
So it looks like he's doing
there's that Insidious Chill.
At the start of the turn, Icelander going to respond with Insidious Chill here. Generating a Frostbite token. Back to Galaxy here. He's going to pitch that Frostlock there. Play 3 of a kind here. Draw 3 here, and let's see what he can do. Uh-oh. He drew a 3 of a kind. I mean, that's
he's saying, "Oh no,
it's happening again."
And a rain razors.
And a rain razors.
No.
Oh no!
Like
for those of you guys, he came into the chat a little bit ago, and he was like, "Oh, why do my 3 of a kinds always draw 3 of a kinds?" Well, at least this is probably still going to be a 2-arrow turn here at least. And could be worse.
I think this Endless Arrow really needs to hit for the sake of Galaxy, right?
Yes.
Because you think like it's not the fact that that's so bad for Galaxy, because the critical part about this is Galaxy doesn't have an arrow.
Yeah.
So he's going to arsenal either Rain Razors or Three of a Kind, which inadvertently means that he can't go 3 arrows wide, which dilutes the value of the Rain Razors.
Yep.
So unless he can get lucky and like let a drill shot hit or something like that, it's going to be very difficult to extract all 6 value from that Rain Razors. So not looking good out the gate for Galaxy, but Lexi is known for being very explosive and can definitely close bad situations very quickly.
Mhm. Once again, shout out to our table judge Oscar. Been doing a phenomenal job, showing us
Just been
what
killing it.
real high level judging looks like. It's been very, very on the ball about making sure the players are playing crisply, cleanly, and correctly, as well as helping the stream just be smoother. All right, cold snap from Arsenal here. And it resolves. Potion Lai will draw a card, and he's going to come in with the Waiting Moon here. And I think Galaxy's probably going to AB a little bit of this. He's got several cards to work with here. I guess he does have a Frostbite, so his energy could be kind of constrained this turn. So see what he has to do here. Looks like he's just going to take the Waiting Moon damage, drop to 37 here. And going to proceed with his turn. Ho-Chun Lai with 4 cards here to deploy on defense. Rain Razors, 3 of a kind. And this is just going to be a 2-arrow turn unless Ho-Chun Lai lets Bolton Shot hit or something.
Well, that's also the beauty of the shock charmers, right? Is if you ever have those excess resources, it's a great way to convert it into at least some value. Obviously, paying 2 resources for 1 damage is not the place you want to be at in Flesh and Blood. But
Yep.
when you have power cards like 3 of a kind and you can't utilize them in any way anyway, might as well extract some value. And don't forget about that quiver. We could see a quiver activation to possibly throw an arrow into Arsenal and then activate Voltaire for a second time if this Bolton Shot does not hit.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just an arrow that Icelander absolutely has to respect.
Yep. And we might see, Iron Rot Gauntlet being deployed here, depending on the situation here. If he has a D-React in hand, that would also obviously be ideal here. But Iron Rock Gauntlet plus 2/3 blocks here. Gonna prevent the reload. As you can see by, Galaxy's playfulness, he's a very, very friendly guy. Very, very nice guy. Doesn't take life too seriously. I talked about this, during the Nova versus Galaxy game, how this was like a head versus heart type of thing. And Galaxy is definitely a player that plays his heart out. All right, Searing Shot here. Gonna block, lose some life here, and then take 1 for the Searing Shot as well.
Oh, Icelander looking actually pretty decent with an Insidious Chill on 3 counters on the board. You've made it through a Rain Razor's 3 of a kind, and you're only down 10 health, giving up 1 piece of armor. I think Icelander's actually in a pretty good spot here.
Yep. Not too shabby.
Really just looking for that Ice Vein to really turn the corner and acquire that tempo on an aggressive front.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that it's going to have to be a yellow or red Ice Vein, right? A blue does not cut it here. It just walks directly into Shock Charmers.
But you know what you can't Shock Charmers, Josh? A Channel Lake Frigid.
That is correct.
Can't Shock Charmers that. Really good in this situation, especially with a 3 of a kind. Sometimes it can demand 2 cards up front if he doesn't have a blue and has like a weird yellow or something like that. Um, can kind of dilute the capabilities of that 3 of a kind. But on the inverse, if he does already have a blue secured, 3 of a kind can just be treated as a way to kind of power through the Channel Lake Frigid. So that's kind of how a lot of players should view 3 of a kind in this matchup, is just a way to kind of bulldoze the disruption, if you will.
Looks like Galaxy is deciding whether or not to let the Frostbite resolve here. Or does he
I
want
think
to
that is the
do
third
something?
3 of a kind. I think that's what they were showing in the graveyard.
Yeah.
That is the third 3 of a kind.
I think Galaxy is going to have to utilize his last 3 of a kind really, really carefully here. I mean, he hasn't pushed much damage here. And Icelander, with just AB1, Icelander is going to be able to walk these life totals down. And it's going to be difficult to have a significant turn. Galaxy, I think, indicating that he's going to let the Frostbite resolve. Okay, never mind. He's going to load with Voltaire here before this all resolves. Showcasing the power of the instant speed activation of Voltaire here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, going to throw out a drill shot here. And he's going to put a -1 counter on the Cornet Peak because he remembered. And we'll see what other arrows are incoming. Pitching an infecting shot here. Looks like it's a blue infecting shot. Gonna load a Bolton shot. +1 here. Gonna fire it away. Perfect resource management here from Galaxy. And there's that table judge jumping in saying, hey, represent how much damage it is. And Ho Chun Lai going to drop down to 19, taking the 4 damage from the Bolton shot. Definitely wants to keep some cards around to keep the CLF around. And let's see which cards he decided to keep. I think he has 2 cards. Could be.
I think
nope.
we have 3.
We have 3
we
cards.
The Ice
Okay.
Vein Fuse into the pitch for the moon to maintain the the status of the Channel Lake Frigid.
And this is why CC games are more interesting. Even though the life total deficit is ridiculous, there's a runway here for Icelander to use. And this is where Icelander could turn the corner. A yellow fused Aether Ice Vein is just enough here to get over. And Insidious Chill gonna contribute quite a bit here. Looks like Galaxy was indicating damage here, but Ho Chun Lai says, nah, Insidious Chill trigger. All right, Aether Ice Vein here. On the stack here.
It's kind of like the Trinity, right? You have the Insidious Chill, you have the Ice Vein, you have the Channel Lake Frigid.
The holy Channel Lake Frigid.
I mean, like 3 of a kind's not going to get you out of that. You have to at least have a card to pitch to play it at the start of your turn. I mean, then if you don't draw the blue, then you literally played the card for no reason, like literally.
We're seeing the 3 of a kind here from Icelander. 3 of the most impactful and strong ice cards here. And Galaxy's really thinking, like, you know what? Like, my next turn is gonna really, really suck. Because, I mean, you're obviously not playing, you're still into the effects of CLF here. I mean, can you even do anything here?
I mean, I think I kind of favor just turtling up and kind of, pun intended, weathering the storm in this situation and kind of just AB as much as you possibly can. unless you have enough blues to kind of support the three of a kind being played out through the Channel Lake Frigid. But there's no, I just don't see the reason to kind of risk, a couple bad draws on a three of a kind because you need exactly a blue, cheap arrows, nothing be non-attacks that you
You,
want to play. Too much has to go right.
I think running a 3 of a kind into Channel Lake Frigid is like definitely not the route to victory here for Galaxy.
It's okay if you have a full hand because you're just optimizing your options as far as what you want to play. But when your hand's already been reduced to rubble, you're just gambling at that point.
Yep. Well, let's see if Galaxy believes in his deck. Looks like he's just going to take the 4 here, going to discard, and maybe he can get an arrow off here, but I highly doubt it here. He's going to have to load, which is going to give an opportunity for Ho-Chun Lai to give him a frostbite. And even if that's a 0-cost arrow, it's not going to be enough to fight through a CLF plus attacks.
He could just Arsenal pass.
I really think that might... Okay.
Oh.
This is an indication like he believes in his deck. I said before, Galaxy is that type of player that, plays with his heart. He says, I think the top of the deck is going to give me some good cards, and I'm willing to take that chance.
I hope Galaxy's 21 because this is gambling. I mean, there's just like, if you don't rip a blue here, or worst case, even if you rip a blue but you draw a bunch of 1-cost arrows, I mean, it is literally just catastrophic.
Okay, we see a Codex of Inertia there.
That's a yellow. But didn't he run blue Death Touch in one of the previous matches? Is that Death Touch blue?
Could be. I think he does run blue Death Touch. So this is one of the things that we've mentioned several times on the stream, is that when a CLF is out, if you can actually push damage or force cards from the Icelander's hand, that's huge, right? Obviously, the CLF is already ticked to 1, so it's less impactful now. But if you can force them to give you some cards so they can't Cornet Peak, so they can't fuse an Aether Ice Vein, that's obviously ideal. But Ho-Chun Lai set this up properly. Looks like that is a blue Death Touch. He's going to pay 2 to load a Heat Seeker here. And he's going to fire it off here, pitching a Codex here. And it has go again here. So 5, the Heat Seeker effect.
What are you doing with the go again, though?
Playing
Is
the
he going
Codex.
to play Arctic Incarceration?
Maybe I misread the Codex. That's maybe that he doesn't have Codex of Inertia in hand.
It could be Codex of Inertia. Maybe he's just playing it to put a card in Arsenal and get a Ponder. The problem is with Channel Lake Frigid, he can't flip, so the Ponder is effectively dead because he won't have a free Arsenal slot. But it will give an Inertia token, and maybe that's all he's looking to do.
Yep. Like, inertia tokens are very, very, very strong against Icelander, obviously. Takes away some of the agency that they have over the game. Takes away their disruption. Okay. Cold Snap here. Giving a Frostbite. And I think the Frostbite's basically going to end the turn here.
Yep.
So giving this go again basically forces the Icelander to play out the arsenal. Although I'm also wondering as well, like, Galaxy knew that the Cold Snap was in Arsenal, so it's like, why give this go again if you know, like, your turn basically ends here? You might as well come in for 6 here. Although that does get some inspiration.
You're not getting Cornet Peaks, so unless Icelander only wants to block 1 card, there's no real difference between 5 and 6. They block 2. So that could be the thought process, is that you're kind of just hedging against that.
Yep. Somebody in chat points out you can't play Codex of Inertia because
That is
the
a
effects
fact.
of throughout. Yep. That's a good point here.
That is a fact.
Okay. Well, even less reason then for this. Like, why does this have to go again? Unless that is literally there's literally no reason for this to have go again, actually. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's a fact.
All right. Ooh.
Did the Icelander play? Did the Icelander do the sync?
I did not catch that. I don't think so.
I actually don't mind hanging on to the Codex of Inertia just as a hedge on a resource front, holding a yellow. The other option is you could throw it into Arsenal and then just commit the Snapdragons. It is definitely another option. And worst case scenario, you put it into Arsenal and you can always trench it away for a resource on the next turn. That is the beauty of trench, is just kind of how you are given that flexibility for the ponder token.
Okay, so chat saying that he did sync, so this may not be the perfect hand here for Icelander. And it looks like we're going to end step here. Galaxy arsenaling, putting cards on the bottom, drawing back up to his intellect. Back over to Ho Chun Lai. And taking up the tunic. E-strike. Almost certainly for 7 here. Yep. And we got a remembrance. So, I mean, he could remembrance some 3 oaks.
Oh. Remembrance in the Icelander? I mean, it is yellow, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a yellow I'd want to be repping.
Yeah, I've come off of remembrance more and more over time. Because if you think about it, like, remembrance gets you 2 cards back, not really 3. Because
right, it's a net 2. Yep.
The remembrance could have just been a power card. So, all right.
Well, it would have been power card 61.
Yeah. All right, so trenching away, and then gonna activate the bow here. Looks like he has a resource problem, I think.
No, we have a Frostlock and a Remembrance.
Never mind.
I think we're good on the resource front.
We just trenched to ensure that we can have go again on this arrow here. Remorseless coming over. Looks like Ho Chun Lai is going to respond with Blizzard. And he does have the ability to fight through this if he wants. He'll have 1 resource left for the infecting shot, so this is basically perfect here.
That's Winter's Bite. I thought it was a Frostlock.
Yep, still fine though. So he could pay for the frostbite and the infecting shot with his 2 floating here, so that's not too bad. Then he's going to come off an arsenal here. A very, very close game here. Although we haven't seen the Icelander player's health move in quite a while. And that E-strike did do a good chunk of damage.
I mean, it just goes to show the power of getting an Ice Vein off with a chill out. Lexi was just walking the Icelander player's life down very, very quickly. And the second that Ice Vein got played, it just came to a screeching halt. Mm-hmm. So really, Icelander trying to either find another CLF or an Ice Vein to kind of regain the tempo. But that hand was bad. 3 red attacks. Can't really do a whole lot with that. But we do have Lexi off of an arsenal, which is a little reprieve for the Icelander player for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, gonna activate the bow. And Looks like a searing shot. Couple choices here on what he wants to lead with. I think we saw remorseless as well, but all right, looks like he's going to go with the searing shot. Safe choice here. Comes in with a break point. So unless the Icelander has a sink below or something here, this is going to almost assuredly hit here. Looks like winner's grasp. Gonna take 2 here. Second bow activation here. Drill shot for 5. You see that judge immediately saying, hey, this doesn't have go again. How much is this for, Galaxy? Very on the ball. All right. Is that a channel to Bleak Expanse?
It is.
Wow.
And it actually does a decent amount in this matchup.
Yeah, it does.
If they are on Art of War, or of course all the Lexi players are on 3 of a kind, it does shut down that card draw. Other than that, I'm not too familiar with what else it really impacts. I guess they can't fuse Frostlock, but that's not really that impactful in this matchup.
All right, Icelander's life getting low. Not much runway left to get these 2 Insidious Chill triggers off here. Draws the CLF. On the other side, Galaxy flips over a Withering Shot here. Gonna load. Gonna start with an Endless Arrow. Or are we going with the Heat Seeker here? I'm not sure which one is better to lead with. I think you start with the Searing Shot. It just leaves an extra resource here open. Oh, sorry, not Searing Shot.
Endless, yep.
Endless Arrow, my bad. There's a Searing Shot in the pitch zone. Yep, all right, so here comes Endless Arrow for Gogan. 4 on hit, draw itself. Pretty good. Feel like the life total here is oh, and a Rain Razor's here.
Uh-oh.
Big turn alert here. Big turn alert.
At 13 life, Icelander really needs to find a way to provide some type of disruption here.
Yep.
Don't really have a whole lot of life to really, absorb any hits, especially with this Endless Arrow. I mean, that's going straight back into the hand and probably getting thrown right back down to launch it again for another 6, and then the Withering Shot to follow.
Should be 1 more damage there, yep. Okay, there we go. All right. Endless Arrow back into hand here alongside that Heat Seeker. Gonna activate the bow again and launch the Heat Seeker here. Looks like Hochenlai saying that he might have a response to it.
Yeah. So technically, the way that order rolls out is the Lexi player announces the activation of Voltaire, and before the card, you have to pay for the Voltaire activation, but before the card is revealed on what is going into Arsenal, the Icelander player gets a priority window, and after that resolves, if they do anything, then the card is put into Arsenal. So the Icelander player can't see what goes into Arsenal and then make the decision.
Yeah, this is why if you're playing as Lexi against Icelander, you should just say activate Voltaire. Any response?
Yep.
No response. Move on. Right. So Galaxy shortcutting there does give Hochenlai a little bit of information about his hand. And Polar Blast and Frostbite and Waning Moon here 1-2-3 combination here. And Endless Arrow going to be loaded instead of the Heat Seeker. Could see I believe he's activated Voltaire twice this turn.
I believe so. Either way, it's not that different because he only has the option to activate it the second time if he hasn't, or fire the Withering Shot. So even if you could activate it again, I just don't think you do it unless you really think it's going to hit.
Yep.
A third time.
And Ho Chun Lai here gonna have to take some damage just to reestablish an arsenal here. Really running out of runway here. These triple arrow Rain Razors turns really putting in work here.
I think the problem for the Icelander player is on the board. Looking at that Insidious Chill, got out super early, but there's still 2 counters sitting on it. Not able to really extract as much value from that card as the Icelander player would like. And then into the bin goes one of the most valuable cards in this matchup, that Channel Lake Frigid, really taxing the operations of that Voltaire loading and firing of the arrows. Just an Arsenal pass from the Icelander at 3 life, facing down 20 on the Lexi with an Arsenal and a full grip. Can the Lexi player close it out this turn?
Looks like it's very, very possible here, assuming he has enough pitch here. We might see a desperate... This game may not end immediately, because we might see Desperation Storm Striders. But I guess the story of the game is right in the middle of that. The board, that Insidious Chill got out on turn 1. Or 2, and it is sitting at 2 counters on it. Drill shot here. Quick activation here. Very unfortunate drawing the CLF and Blizzard at the same time. And that is why keeping pressure on Icelander is very, very important, because they have 2 blocks. They have no blocks in their hand.
It is very fortunate from the Lexi players' end that the Blizzard did come from Arsenal, so you know that is the end of the disruption, so you can properly evaluate what you want to do for the rest of your turn. However, that does not change the fact that it literally taxes 3 resources, and that's pretty hefty.
Yep. See Galaxy's pace here picking up a little bit here. Still needs to be playing clean and careful. And I think this Endless Arrow here gonna have to get double blocked. And if this it does not have go again, it doesn't have enough resources here. Icelander gonna get to reestablish an arsenal here, but there's a 17 life lead here for our Lexi player, Galaxy Yang, alongside Tempo here. It's gonna be very difficult to get out of here. CLF from Arsenal. As good as it gets here. Maybe can buy some time here. Might, depending on how big of a shutdown this is, he might even get a fused, maybe Brain Freeze, or maybe even Ice Vein. We'll see. There aren't very many fused targets in Bullander, so let's see what he does here. He could load with Voltaire in response to all this. I think that's what he's going to do.
I think he's already activated Voltaire, right? That's what created the priority window.
That could be what's happening.
Because the Remorseless was already face up from the previous turn because he was trying to fire it but didn't have the resources. So I think the Voltaire activation is already occur. I mean, he could activate a second time. I don't know why you would, but I mean, it's possible.
Have to pitch multiple cards here just to get this Frostlock out of the arsenal here. And this might be the slim window.
Not fuse. This will be 3 with go again.
So
Worst case scenario, can fire the Remorseless from Arsenal, but that's more than likely all that will be happening.
this is going to strip a card, though. And without Card Peak, there's no way for this CLF to stay around. And this is probably the beginning of the end here.
Ooh. Forced into an Arsenal pass situation because if he plays any card, he dies from Remorseless.
Yep.
Definitely don't want to do that. 1 life, only block left is on that oh so valuable tunic. So as to close the gap of 16 life. Not looking too good for the Icelander player. Still sitting on those 2 Insidious Chill counters that were never utilized and may be very difficult to do so at this point in the game.
Yep. I think we're going to see a Storm Strider activation here. Just to stay alive here. Galaxy, I think, moments away from punching his ticket to the grand finals here. What does he lead with? Does he lead with a Lexi activation? A Voltaire activation? Decisions. Says neither. Trench activation. Giving Hochin Lies some information that maybe there's a pitch problem here. Activate Voltaire. Fire Falcon Wing here for 4. Coming in at a breakpoint. Gonna respond here. Blizzard with a Frostbite. Gonna give him information
could be a
here.
Really good Blizzard. This could be a really good one.
Yep.
I see 2 reds at least. Endless Arrow, Heat Seeker is the last card of red as well.
Yep.
It's a Withering Shot.
So probably
A lot of them run red and blue, so it's
undecisive
on what that one could be.
Looks like in response he's gonna load and decline to pay for it.
Yep.
Which will allow him to block with Tunic plus a card. Unfortunately, 2 cards is not enough to activate the Insidious Chill, and this is literally Brain Freeze plus an ice card. Fate Foreseen here. Oh, okay.
That's huge.
That's huge. That's huge. Piece by piece.
Really need an Ice Vein here to really catch up. But
right.
Scar for Scar for Go Again is not a bad place to start.
Yep. If he had a Fused Aether Ice Vein, this game could have turned around here. Because I think this is the only time he's going to get a 3-card hand from now on.
You think we have another Scar for a Scar? Or a Wounded Bull or a Fighting Spirit coming out?
Arsenal pass.
Ooh,
Okay.
Arsenal. Uh-oh.
I think he's on borrowed time here because of Rain Razors. There should still be 1 in the deck somewhere.
Yep. Looks like the only thing
Galaxy it's in his hand right now. Okay.
Yeah. Just needs to remember to activate that Snapdragon Scalers on this Heat Seeker, and I think that's very likely going to just close out the game.
Galaxy doing a D-React check here, I think. Walk for 6. Rain Razors here in response for game. And there you go. Galaxy Yang advances to the finals here over first seed Ho Chun Lai. So we have a Lexi versus Lexi grand finals. Congratulations to Galaxy. Galaxy awaits the winner of Ray Lamb versus Arbun. Very well played there from Galaxy.
Absolutely.
Yep. He kept calm, played his cards, remembered all the things he needed to remember. And yeah, we're seeing a new man today compared to yesterday. So that's good to see. All right. Let's move back to our webcams. All right. All right, guys. It is going to be grand finals time very, very shortly. Let me see if I can get some information or an update.
4:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Feel pretty all right for there only being one match left.
Yeah.
Inertia Trap would be
Yeah.
pretty sweet into Bullander. I agree, but like there's not Lexi sideboard slots kind of come at a premium when she's trying to fend off fatigue and things like that. So adding inertia traps and stuff can be extremely difficult to fit in. But I do agree. When against the Icelander, it can be very clutch. Yes, this does mean that we have a guaranteed Lexi versus Lexi final, which will obviously come up next.
Now, some of you might be saying, oh, Lexi versus Lexi finals. However, this is Hong Kong. The 2021 grand finals were epic. The 2022 grand finals were epic. Let's see if the 2023 grand finals are also epic.
David, you got what you asked for. You wanted that Lexi mirror.
Yep.
Here it is. All right, chat. Got any questions? Feel free to ask. We'll talk with you guys while they finish up the other match before we hop into the last match for the finals. Feel free to ask any and all. It can be fab related. It could not be fab related. It could be a question for me. It could be a question for Josh. Anything's valid as long as it's appropriate.
Was the elbow touching question valid?
That was a very
Opening
classy troll.
That was a very
classy troll.
Okay.
Classy
Yeah.
troll. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It got me. I mean, you can't be mad at that. Oh man. I was over here looking like I was doing the chicken dance. You were just like, Nathan, stop. Don't do that. Oh man. How do you like the new assassin arms? I think we've already hit that one, but we'll do a TLDR. Basically, you have to have a very good reason to pay silver into those arms over Black Tech Whispers. So the effect on it's not bad. It's pretty decent, but you just really there's only so much silver to go around, and if you're ever given the opportunity to go and grab a piece of equipment out of the graveyard, it's going to be the arm slot is probably the last one you go and grab. So when building your assassin deck, you really got to ask yourself the question of, is this better than Flick Knives? And in some cases it may be, but in a lot of cases it's Probably not. But the art and the aesthetic is some of the best I've seen in the game. Sadly, even if Lexi wins all the Nats going on, she will be in the 900s and be just shy of LL. Yeah, I would love to see it. And I think the most unfortunate part about that is the closer she gets, the less incentivized LSS is to like ban anything. Um,
I agree.
I think that's the worst part of that equation. What's the poll for the finals? Well, you can either get a Lexi versus Lexi, or you can get a
Or
Lexi
Josh and Nathan will
versus
play
Lexi.
a best of 3 on Talishar.
Don't give them that option because they'll make us do it. Oh man,
Except
PQ season could take her though. Yeah, absolutely. PQ season could take her out and probably will. Especially if they don't touch her, she'll 100% be gone. PQ season, she'll win like 70% of them, and that'll be that. Lexi versus Lexi or no?
I was
Oh
wondering,
god.
like, what happens if I submit a poll with only one option? It just auto inserts no. All right, over on the other side, Bun and Ray playing their hearts out. Currently 8-8.
Ooh.
Yeah, both of them are gonna be warmed up for this finals.
They should just arm wrestle on on the playmat for the winner. Three Oak or Rain Razors. I think either one's fine. It just depends. I mean, is Lexi at the level of Starvo or Chain? Absolutely not. But Lexi is at the level where like a lot of heroes have to completely abandon their identity and throw 1300 D reacts in their list and a bunch of other stuff. So to even compete against the deck, like literally aggro decks have just said, look, I can't stand a chance against that deck, so I'm just gonna like do this cheeky uh surprise you with something. And we saw Fatigue Dory at US Nats for Tree Frog Dash. I mean, we saw it all, right? Any deck that had any decent number of 3 blocks, it was trying to fatigue Lexi because it's the only way they stood a chance, right? You can't race against a deck that can literally just delete your turn with a red Arctic Incarceration. Now you could flip that and say, well, that's great, right? Because that's innovation, right, from the players to handle a situation. And I do agree with that point, but it's a little extreme, right? Like I should be able to like throw a little for the majority. Every deck has like a bad matchup, right? But like most decks against any one deck should be able to add a couple cards and have a decent matchup. But with Lexi, you have to completely just either you dedicate the deck to that matchup or you do not stand a chance. And in my personal definition, I believe that to be too good. That's my opinion. But to ban a card from a deck that's almost at LL, like that's a whole nother debate. Lexi is at the level that after 3 Oak Rain Razor turn, someone might jump the table. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just feel helpless, right? Simple as that. You're like, oh man, this is a great value turn. Let me Red Earth or Surge into a Scar for Scar that's turned on, Rosetta Thorn, like a 3-card, 14 damage turn. Yeah, I'm winning, right? They block 2 cards, 3 of a kind, and win the game. Like, you just can't compete on that axis of value. So everybody just does, every deck is literally just in survival mode against Lexi. Like, they're just.
Andrew brings a good point. Like, we've seen the decrease in Azuri over time in the last
Right,
couple
but
weeks.
because you can't bring if you're bringing a deck to beat a deck, you need to win that matchup 80% of the time. I'm not bringing Azuri if it's 55% into Lexi just to have a 2% matchup into Dromai. The math just isn't there, right? And if Lexis are beating Azuris, then you probably have a problem. Like, I don't know. That's my philosophy, my opinion. But I play Viscera. There have been several Lexi matches where I just sat for 3 to 4 turns in a row with no way to do anything. Yeah, but because you can't compete on the axis of value. You just can't. Basically, playing a normal aggressive Viscera into Lexi, you're just hoping they draw an all red hand. And if they draw that all red hand, you're hoping that you don't draw a clunky hand yourself. Like, it just be like that. I think short-term metas like this are very healthy. Like, it keeps the player base kind of like on their feet, thinking, innovating, stuff like that. But it's not a place that you really want to linger for long. Like, great, the community was able to figure out that like rogue fatigue strategies could beat Lexi, right? Although they can't really, because I think after US Nats happened, I think Lexi was still taking down 50% of the events. So, I think the Briars just pulled a quick one on her and kind of caught her off guard. But after that, she calibrated and quickly realized she can run a couple extra cards and still beat the aggro Briars and not really give up much. So, just Kano the Lexis. Yep. Kano's not doing too hot this Nat season as well. I think he's won 1, but like, sure.
2.
Oh, two Nats. And Lexi's won what? 20?
A good majority.
I would make the bet that Lexi's meta representation is probably 25% of the field, but she has won probably like 50% of them. So I would say that she's probably won twice her representation. Easily. Would be my guess. I haven't seen the numbers or the stats, but that would be my guess. I've had a better time going back to my mid-range Viscera where, yep, Rune Chance and Spike. Yep, absolutely. But that doesn't even feel that great. I would argue that is what Viscera was designed to be in the first place. I agree. Yeah, and this is without bullseye bracers. That is a fact. But we will see how things change. I think the next BNR will actually be a great information piece on like how LSS is approaching the LL kind of like saving the day situation, right? Like, James White has actively said that it's very obvious that like LL system kind of forcing out Starvo, for example, is like a safety valve design inadvertently, right? And I 100% agree with it. But at the same time, basically, if it happens slower like Lexi's doing, and she's around for a lot more seasons, it's a little bit more detrimental to the process rather than Starvo just like, oh, we made a mistake, out really quickly. Like, you know, it created a less than optimal situation for a rather small period of time. I was very surprised to not see more people really trying to master Dromai this season. Favorable matchups in the Lexi Icelander, a really nice place to be. I 100% agree. If I wasn't in an abusive relationship with this hero, I would have played Dromai. But being so close to LL, I just had to take her for one more spin. And
One last
knowing
ride.
knowing good well that it was not the correct choice to play. So I did that, and but I 100% agree with you, Hayden, that Dromai is in such a good spot, and I think this is of course speculation because we haven't seen a lot of the set, but I think that with bright lights on the horizon, I think Dromai is going to thrive into everything in that set. Mechanologist historically has kind of struggled into illusionist as a whole, even with high octane, shooting down Spectra. It's just never been a very great spot to be.
Hyloria, go get me their board.
Exactly. So, you know, I think Dromai, and that's what I'm currently working on. I am learning as much Dromai as I possibly can as my transitional period away from this hero. And I'm trying to absorb as much Dromai knowledge as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Can't they just do what they do in companies to troublesome short timers and just retire her early? That's a very bad idea, and that's
Yeah,
how to make
that's
a lot of people very mad.
that's gonna set a very bad precedent if that happens.
Yes, that kind of gives like a, kind of like dictator vibes kind of situation. You don't want that. It does feel really bad when a hero is dominating them. If you target ban them, then you're probably banning cards other heroes. Yeah, I agree. In an abusive relationship with this hero. I've been struggling for years, but that's okay. Would still be sad to see Icelander and Lexi after being playable for 1 year.
I think 1 year is about right for a hero.
I think they
I
said
think
that
we're
that's
averaging
about
two
the
years,
timeline.
but 1 year
Yep.
is like okay. It didn't like
Yep.
just snap and disappear like Starvo did, or
Yep.
Viscerai and Blitz. Like if you didn't play Viscerai in like season 3, oops, it's gone. Same with Starvo. You didn't even get to experience it.
And this is another theory. This is once again just me brainstorming, kind of thinking. There's also the possibility that they kind of want to revamp all of the design around ice in general. I have nothing to back this up. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there. But maybe they're trying to like revamp interactions with like frostbites and how they're created and stuff like that. And like you kind of need all the ice heroes to LL for that to happen. If you're going to completely revamp an element or a subclass, whatever you want to call it. So maybe that is part of the long-term, outlook for the game. Because historically, ice is the talent that has dominated the longest, and it's not even close. I mean, chains hero card is what made him dominate. It was nothing about Shadow.
It wasn't
We have
ghostly visit
Levia.
and,
Yeah,
and
we have
use Shadow.
Levia. That's not breaking the game even with a whole new set, right? And but at the same time, I think Ice has just dominated this game. Um, now you have to look into that, right? Because Ice gives that player typically more agency over the game, and better players want more agency, so better players play decks that give more agency. Therefore, your better players are playing Ice decks, which means more LL points are driven in that direction. So you kind of have to look at it from multiple angles, and it could just be a correlation without causation kind of situation. That was a lot of shins. Yeah. Correlation without causation situation.
One of the best examples of that is Stalagmite. Stalagmite, when you played against people that knew how to use it really well, was one of the most difficult things to play around in the whole game.
Yep.
And that's why we saw Oldhim, partly why we saw Oldhim so dominant at the highest level, is the shield. What Met card do you think we might get reprinted in the new set? I don't know if they're gonna. I guess they might reprint some things, like they've reprinted Scar, Come to Fight for limited purposes. They might reprint some of the vanilla boost cards, maybe.
I mean, it was a huge relief on the wallet when they reprinted Seek Horizon. I mean, that was a rare in Monarch.
Oh,
Josh,
man.
I'm telling you.
15 whole cents there.
Watching it drop from 18 to 15 cents, it was saved me millions. No, I'm just kidding. I love that card. I'm a huge fan of it. I played it in my 2021 Nats Briar list, and I even, as a lot of people saw on the stream, I played a couple copies as a hedge against Warmongers in Briar. I'm a huge fan of that card. I don't think it's the best, don't get me wrong, but it's a nice, like, never activate its ability 99% of the time, but if you get a clunky hand, it is a way to extract quote unquote free value from a brick.
It's very possible we don't see any boost cards in the Bright Light set, because that might create a very bad limited experience where you just draft
boost
45 playables and block the whole time. So okay.
Without Icelander and Lexi, wouldn't 5 stock rise the most? Yeah, that's what we said earlier. We thought that basically Dromai becomes the boogeyman, and then there are people trying to beat Dromai, which is going to be naturally Fi and other aggressively leaning decks like maybe Viscerai makes a little bit of a comeback if it can reinvent itself without Rosetta Thorn. Because not having Rosetta Thorn kind of edges it probably a little bit more into Dromai's favor, because you still have Lost in Thought to create the old Runeblade hands, if you will, while also not being able to deal damage while killing Chromine Kyloria kind of sucks. So we'll see if the Runeblade players can come up with something and adapt for a good enough replacement for that ye old Rosetta Thorn. Jane says something about future ice heroes potentially not relying on frostbites. Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense.
One of the things that we did see is ice as a sub theme for the ice heroes is that they lock the arsenal. Or in the case, remember when everybody was overreacting about what was it, wins the new Oldhim card, and it didn't, people were like, oh, they're gonna freeze my equipment for the whole game, right? Like, that's what card is that? Not Endless Winter.
Which one?
The Oldhim specialization from the last set.
Northern Winds.
Northern Winds, yeah. Everybody's freaking out about that, right? So one of the things that they could lean into is like, okay, ice disrupts your equipment, ice disrupts your hero ability, ice disrupts your arsenal.
Yep.
That's cool. That's an interesting type of disruption, and it doesn't disrupt your
resource curve.
resource curve. Yeah.
Right. Oh, what's the next one? I was holding 50,000 Seek Horizons. That was my retirement fund. I'm sorry, Andrew. That reprint you got. However, maybe me playing it on a stream got you a couple cents. Hopefully, maybe not. Probably not.
Will we see a
Oh man.
talent only hero in the future? Probably not.
Like
I
a
don't. The
there's not
pools
enough
for
cards.
the
Yeah.
pools for the 9 heroes or the 10 classes are pretty substantial. Even like assassin and
Yeah.
illusionist that came to the party late, they have a pretty substantial pool. Whereas like
Yeah.
the light, look at all the light cards. A lot of them block for 2, and they're like designed to counter shadow heroes. Like you don't want.
Yeah.
That's-
Josh, just run 9 impenetrable beliefs.
Yep.
And blinding beams. What are you talking about? Like,
Yep.
if that
You-
doesn't win a tournament, I don't know.
You don't
what
run
does.
9 blinding beams in your Bolton deck. What are you doing?
Oh man. Nathan, how's your process doing finding a new deck? Well, I'm currently in the second stage of grief. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's
I've been trying to get him to
It's-
play warrior.
yeah. So one thing that I've doubled down for myself is I'm really looking for something more consistent. I've been able to put up consistent results with a rather inconsistent hero, and I'm really ready to kind of double down and play something very consistent to kind of see, where I'm at and what I can ultimately do. Which is why, as I mentioned earlier, I'm really leaning into Dromai and Dash currently. I am a huge fan of 3 blocks. Anybody that knows my play with Briar, I tend to lean more defensively with my list, favoring cards like Red Come to Fight, stuff like that. Obviously, the first iteration of Fatigue Briar that I played in the Goliath Gauntlet 2, where it first made, where Reaping Blade Briar first made its appearance. I just really loved the earth embodiment aspect of Briar rather than the lightning. It's just a playstyle that I prefer. I really like high block values, and so I'm going for something like Dromai, very consistent, blocks really well. Uh, it'll take some getting used to because I've never really focused on a hero that utilizes any type of board state. But that's a learning curve. We'll get over that. But right now, looking at Dromai and Dash, just because
All
we
right.
got those block 3s, baby.
We have results from the other semifinal. So Ray
Did
versus
Lexi beat Lexi?
Yeah, Lexi did beat Lexi. Ray won against Bun. So we will not have a repeat champion in Hong Kong.
So Ray and Galaxy.
Yep. Ray and Galaxy, 3 seed versus 4 seed. Both
Isn't
of
a
them,
Galaxy Ray like a weapon in a video game?
yeah, they should combine, and then they could shoot 4 arrows, right?
What is
That-
Galaxy Ray? That's from something. Hang on. What is a Galaxy Ray? I'm trying to formulate a joke here, chat, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
I'm trying. It's not working.
Okay, so they are going to take a 5-minute break because that was a very long match. So, but we will have the grand finals for you guys in about 5 minutes. So yeah, Ray versus Galaxy. These are 2 old school players. I played, I think, against each of them at least 20 times when I was in Hong Kong. So they're very, very good players. And they both, in terms of similarities, they are both flexible players that generally chase the meta.
Mhm.
So they both landed on Lexi. Both of them part of Team Gold. So yeah. In the PTI event, Blue Pitch though did very, very well in the PTI event. They claimed like 4 or 5 of the top slots in the PTI event, so it's pretty good for them.
Well, what will Nathan's next hero be? Um, well, I'm a Rapunzel main now, and I'm playing Amber, Steal Your Girl, and Lorcana. No, I'm just kidding. Looking into basically Dromai and Dash. I think that's what we just talked about. Yeah. I played around a little bit with Azalea, but it really suffers from the same inconsistencies as Runeblade did, and I'm really trying to get away from that because I'm already being forced to. Might as well, you know, cut it off while I can.
This is code for he tried to break Vincent and couldn't.
That as well. That as well. Just need a couple cards to combat the fatigue strategy and the opponent not really interacting with you. And if I could get that, LSS, if you're listening, if you watch this, I just need a little bit of help. It's a little something. Like a card that says, if opponent ain't doing shit, make a bunch of rune chants or something. I don't know. Just need something. Need something.
They're gonna print you something that's the equivalent of soul food.
No, they're just gonna reprint rune
Shadow
food. Shadow food.
Banish cards from your hand, create rune chance equal to the amount of cards you banish.
Shadow food. That sounds horrible.
Sounds like, well, I mean, it's on the same power level as soul food, right? Ugh.
Shadow food. That's just Weight Watchers, right?
Could be.
Okay, we got. Do you think there will be a lot more blitz next year with the rule change? That's actually a very interesting question. I agree with the, and Hayden Dale was in here. I'm sure he would also agree in the removal of blitz from the world's format. RIP, turn one massacre, triple intimidate. But yeah, I do agree with the removal of blitz from worlds. I also agreed with the reason why they put it in the first one. It's the majority of the people that play this game play that format. So having them watch that format in the highest level of play is like engaging and stuff like that. I'm all on board, but at the same time, you gotta get a handle on like the variance within that format. Not saying that it's all variance. Not saying that. Just mathematically, if you have a lower life and less amount of hands, each hand incorporates more variance within it because you have a lower sample size, just mathematically. And on top of that, you have mechanics like Intimidate that can be extremely punishing in a low hand count format. So really got to watch out for that. But maybe the rule change,
equipment like Stormstriders, yeah.
Right? Maybe the rule change combined with some very like tailored suspension or bans or something like that, or new cards coming into the game, could be enough for us to see very high level play in Blitz in the following year. So far, I agree with everything they've done, putting it in the first one because that's what people play, but at the same time realizing that it's not quite at the point it needs to be at the top level for this year's Worlds format. So he laughed and said, "Yeah, I'll be okay with it." I bet. Banish food. That sounds so much better than shadow food.
Banish food. I don't know. Shadow. Yeah, banish food's okay. I mean, shadow food kind of rolls off the tongue better. Josh, you think Bolton is viable with the new headpiece? I made a whole 23-minute video talking about that.
Within 30 minutes of spoiler.
Yeah. TLDR, well done, yes, it's a very, very good upgrade. Okay, well, no more talking about Bolton.
Oh,
All right, guys, welcome to the grand finals of the Hong Kong Regional Championship 2023. We have Galaxy Yang against Ray Lam. Both players piloting Lexi. Both players with records of 11-3 over the 12 Swiss rounds plus the quarterfinals and semifinals. And it's all come down to this. It has all come down to this. So, Ray, as the higher seed, is going to decide to go first or second. Probably going to opt to go second, if I had to guess.
yeah. Anybody that's or any Lexi player always wants to go second. I can't really think of a matchup that you wouldn't want to. There could be a slight argument for dash, not starting with an item, but I still think you want to go second. It's just too much value.
Okay, because this is a mirror match, let's clarify clearly here. The player on the right with the tunic sleeves is Ray Lam. And the person with the black sleeves is Galaxy. Okay? So Galaxy is on the left. Ray is on the right.
I got to go with tunic sleeves.
Well, actually, you know what? Ray is also using a black sleeve deck, but he has the tunic sleeves for the equipment, so.
I like that. Looks clean.
Tunic sleeves are good.
And it's very economical as well. If you only use the tunic sleeves on the equipment, you don't have to change them out as often. So they go further. Love it.
You could even put them in like the clicky clickies and go far.
Send it.
All right. Now, this has potential to be a very, very long game because I believe that Ray and Galaxy both play this as a fairly mid-rangey match. And obviously there's going to be a ton of pressure on both of these guys because this is the grand finals here. We've had Ray on camera once, right? So he shouldn't be, too shy here. Galaxy, I think he's been on camera like 4 or 5 times. So, should be really, really good here. Both of these guys, sharp players, and they are teammates. And there is open deck lists, so they know quite a bit about each other. They know about their playstyle. They probably have practiced. They might have even tuned the deck. It is very possible this is a real mirror match, 80 versus 80. They even have the same sleeves, so this this could you could be seeing double here. All right, here we go. Any surprises
somebody
here?
asked in chat, this is the last round. This is the grand finals of the Hong Kong quote-unquote nationals, aka regionals.
Exact same equipment loadout from both players. New Horizons, Tunic, Hornet Sting, and the boots alongside Voltaire and the rustling leaves. All right, here we go. Fist bumped, and it's time to go. Ray, higher seed, elects for Galaxy to go first, as expected. So, let's break down the mirror match here a little bit for the fine folks in chat. What are some of the key interactions and key things we're going to be looking out for in this matchup?
Okay, well, in this matchup, on-hit effects are on sale. Okay, it's buy one, get 3 free, just like the fireworks stands, right? They're coming at your left. They're coming at your right. Okay, so in a typical aggro mirror, you're looking at a very quick game, kind of over quicker than a knife fight in a phone booth. However, this one here, because of the on-hit effects, kind of slows the pace of the game down. You're kind of looking for those windows Are they not able to create a frailty token with an on hit on a withering shot, or whatever the case may be, and being able to kind of leverage opportunities, maybe not drawing a blue when you need one, and kind of leveraging those situations. What we are going to be looking at on this very first turn, though, is very important sequence of events. So Galaxy's looking at his hand and say, how do I set up the best hand possible without giving my opponent the clear to load a free arrow? And it can be very tricky in a lot of ways, because if you show weakness by pitching like a red card, for example, because you have too many, but you're trying to search for a blue, that tells Ray, look, go ahead and load up all you want, like he's doing, and can't really punish it, if you will. However, Galaxy just passed priority and kind of gave Ray the opportunity to do whatever he wanted.
Ray has a 3 of a kind and a ice card in hand, so this blocks for 4 here. So if Galaxy can get a read here, he could throw quite a bit of damage, assuming he has a blue.
Really needs to be able to punish this situation.
Yep.
But more importantly, needs to be able to punish the situation without giving up his arsenal. If you have to spend all 4 cards to punish this situation, more than likely you did not come out on top because you gave up a card's value to do so. Pitching a red to load Voltaire.
Yep.
Not what we're looking for.
Send Remorseless, and it's actually going to hit here. Unless he uses the Hornet Sting. Oh, no. Even the Hornet Sting not going to bail him out here. Galaxy saying, you know what? There's a chance you don't have 2-3 blocks in hand. In fact, there's a giant chance here. And Ray is only going to be able to throw his Winter's Bite here in front of this. Taking 4, getting the Remorseless on hit.
I don't know about that. I like giving up the 3 of a kind and the Perch Grapplers to kind of secure it. And basically, on a value basis, the way that translates is you basically gave up your Perch Grappler block on turn 0 to get a card in Arsenal, which is a positive EV play. You're basically trading 2 value for 4. And, holding on to that 3 of a kind, it's not really going to do a lot in this situation because you already have full tempo because you're going second. But Ray is in the finals for a reason, and we'll see how he can capitalize on that. Maybe that's the reason he did it, was he did want to take the chance on not acquiring that blue, which it seems like he didn't at the beginning. But did he draw that blue from that 3 of a kind to keep on this pressure that he's acquired by going second?
We saw he drew a Command and Conquer there, or started with he has a Command and Conquer in hand. I'm not sure if he drew it. On the other side, we have a Winter's Bite, 3 of a kind, Infecting Shot. Oh, 2 3 of a kinds here. Well, that's a little unfortunate for Galaxy. You don't really want to draw two of a kind of 3 of a kind. All right, overcomes Bolt and Shot here. 4 go again. On hit, nothing's going to happen because the arsenal is occupied. Second arrow going to be a Falcon Wing. Also going to come in for 4 here. Four go again here. And
leaking that damage. Yeah. I mean, really taking a lot of damage to attempt to keep that 3 of a kind that he initially played.
Yep.
It could prove to be a positive EV play because he didn't draw blue, but at the same time, it's rough.
I really do agree with you. Like, blocking with the 3 of a kind probably would have been better here. He took 3 damage here from the Remorseless. 4.
Plus the Remorseless actually hitting. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, pretty good turn here from Bray, but, I mean, when you're the player with the tempo here, I don't actually think he's, like, that far ahead. All right, so Hamstring Shot here, going to be in effect here. Galaxy ticking up his tunic and thinking about activating Lexi here. So he has multiple 3-of-a-kinds here. I think he's just going to try to use one pitch or maybe keep it for the next turn. Okay. All right, so Galaxy going to believe in the heart of the cards here that he's going to get some good arrows here.
All right. We got 3-of-a-kind. What do we see on the flop? Another 3-of-a-kind. Why not?
Well,
Okay,
that
so
that was
both player.
that was the one from earlier, but I think that's a Rain Razors in hand. And Galaxy's curse of drawing
It
poorly
happens
with
every time.
This has happened to him several times now. He even came into the chat earlier and was like, why do my 3-of-a-kinds keep drawing 3-of-a-kinds? All right. But does he have a clear line here? I think he has 2 arrows here, so this could be a 3-arrow turn here. Not too bad, but with the hamstring shot, there might be resource issues here. Galaxy here, thinking about his lines. Over on Ray's side, he already has a couple cards turned sideways, indicating that he doesn't really care about these cards. Totally fine for them to jump in front of something. What is the move here, Galaxy? 4 cards in hand. 3-oak active. So I think a couple key cards that we're going to have to look out for in this matchup. Obviously, 3-of-a-kind Rain Razors making a big play here. But also cards like Withering Shot do a lot in this matchup. Codex of Frailty, obviously huge in this matchup. Being able to tunic into 3-of-a-kind, one of the strongest plays that you can make as Lexi. And, you know, generally we see the life totals kind of race down to 10 fairly quickly if they're both, you know, drawing gas. But the game tends to slow down quite a bit once we hit that 10 HP mark. Okay, so loading in a Heat Seeker here with his first Voltaire activation. And going to lead with the Heat Seeker here. Galaxy playing very, very calmly here. Not wanting to mess up here. Yep. All right, so paying for the hamstring shot here. And 5 go again on hit. At the end of the turn, reveal the top card. Put it into your arsenal face up.
So it looks like there is a hamstring shot and a 3-of-a-kind in Galaxy's hand, which means, unfortunately, unless he has a tunic counter, which he does not, likely just seeing the Withering Shot be fired after this into the arsenaling of the hamstring shot. So definitely not what Galaxy was wanting to extract as far as a value standpoint from that 3-of-a-kind. But, you know,
It's what it is.
drawing 3 cards, it happens.
Yep. All right. Just firing it out here. He'll be able to arsenal one of these. Probably the arrow. And, you know, depending on the level of disruption from Ray, might have a big turn next turn. Ray turning the Withering Shot sideways here. Thinking about whether to block here. Looks like Ray says no blocks. Taking 5 here. Dropping down to 27. So Galaxy's gonna, you know, get to do his Heat Seeker thing if it's a decent arrow. Didn't the Heat Seeker hit?
No, I think it's the Withering Shot that hit, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
Oh,
completely blocked
oh,
out
yeah,
the Heat
right,
Seeker.
Yeah, he
Yep.
used his 2 ice cards. Yep, you're right, you're right. Okay. All right, so Galaxy Arsenal, probably an arrow here, gonna drop, and he'll have Tunic next turn. And this is a good opportunity here, right? You know, block 2 cards, and, you know, Tunic 3 of a kind gets you pretty decent tempo here.
With it being at 5, though, it does open up the opportunity to go ahead and utilize his Perch Grapplers in a
Yep.
1-card block. So, um, the Frailty really putting in work here, allowing Galaxy to kind of conserve that Hornet Sting for a later breakpoint.
Yep. And this might be one of the interactions or considerations for why both players are running Perch instead of Snaps, because Frailty on a CNC is a very common play pattern here. Looks like Galaxy agrees with your line there. Throwing the Bolton Shot and Perch Grapplers at the CNC to negate the on-hit effect of the CNC. And we have a Codex and a 3 of a kind here. A little bit clunky here. Looks like he's going to pitch the Codex. All right, going to start with an Ice Quake, a great card on a 3 of a kind turn. And he's going to drop 3 here.
I will say, very interesting choice to Arsenal the 3 of a kind over the Hamstring Shot, because it does kind of bottleneck you into only being able to fire 2 arrows unless you get some outside assistance by a Quiver activation or a Bolton Shot of some sort. Very interesting decision there, but I mean, it could pay off if he grabs a bunch of Bolton Shots or something like that. Starting out with a Hamstring Shot for a casual 8, go again. Frostbite on hit. Technically, quote unquote, 2 Frostbites on hit if you want to be if you want to be picky.
Hamstring Shot, a card that we've seen, you know, increase in popularity recently. I think that's kind of due to the Lexi mirror being so Ice Quake, Hamstring Shot, Withering Shot. These are all cards that several weeks ago were a little bit unconventional, but as people realized that, hey, Lexi's top dog, we need to tech against Lexi, these type of cards have started to come back up. And Ray going to use his own Perch Grapplers here along with 2 cards here. Looks like that's a Endless Arrow plus another card there, possibly a Bolton Shot. Gonna deny the Ice Quake plus the Hamstring Shot effect here. Yeah. All right, 8 on 8 block here. Obviously under the effect of 3 of kind. No Rain Razor is gonna be coming down here. Gonna load again. Infecting Shot here. Tunic, Fire, and coming in for 5 here. Coming in for 6 here. Threatening the Ice Quake plus the Blood Rot token here. Something that we've seen the Lexis consistently do is, you know, not get hit by infecting shots. Seems like for some reason or another, this is one of the cards that they prioritize blocking.
This is exceptionally rough because Ray's really just trying to play that Arctic Incarceration red and kind of seize tempo in that fashion. However, because of the Ice Quake, he's forced to like leak effectively
Extra
8 damage.
Yep.
8 damage, but just to have the opportunity to play, because he's kind of committed at this point. When you lay down the blocks on the Hamstring Shot, you're really committed on that Arctic play, because what you don't want to do is just block and then not have any tempo play into the opponent, or else you're just basically throwing your 3 blocks into their breakpoints, and you're going to very quickly spin out of control and lose in that situation. So you always have to be reaching for tempo in these mirror matches for sure. But heads up play here, turning that Tunic counter into 2 life via the Blood Rot Pox trigger at the end of turn.
All right, 3 Frostbites created under Galaxy's control. And did he draw blue to negate this? The range of value that you could get from Red Arctic is very, very large. Looks like he's going to flip his own Arctic saying, no, you. Looks like Galaxy has his own token. An ice cream token. And gonna flip over it, giving Ray a frostbite. And continue with his turn here. I think that's a death touch. So I think he does have enough pitch here. Maybe not. Maybe that's not death touch. I'm not sure. But yeah. So endless arrow here, plus at least a Bolton shot here. Now, how does he want to go about this? Which arrow does he want to fire? And now that Ray knows that he's going to be taxed 1 or 4 frostbites, let's see how he proceeds here.
And the most important part in these situations is, as the opponent facing down the Arctic incarceration, it's very important to craft a situation to where the opponent is priced into actually playing that Arctic. You don't want them to just kind of dangle it over your head and, you know, always threaten the frostbites. You want to craft a situation to kind of tempt them into actually playing it out, so that way the threat does not persist. If you lay your hand down very quickly, you will soon get to a point to where they'll just say, okay, I just won't play it. And then they'll just keep tempo that way. So really interested in seeing how Ray can kind of craft that situation.
This is a card with a lot more depth than it looks like. And, you know, Galaxy kind of hovering it over his head saying, you know what? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it's going to start off the turn with a Bolton shot here. How many cards are you going to commit here?
Well, great way to craft that situation. Definitely has to play it when he held every single card.
Yep. Unless you're a mad... you're bluffing like crazy. Was that a frailty trap? Oh boy, this could be big. Frailty trap hitting something like a
Bolton shot.
Bolton
to lead
shot,
out the turn. It
Yep.
gets rough quick.
Yep. All right.
Good.
Ray, about to take his turn here, has to fight through 4 frostbites here. And that's a triple pitch there.
Double rain razors on top of that.
Yeah.
Oh no, they don't block.
Yep. So, I mean, that's one of the
no.
That's one of the interesting situations where it's like, did he not block because he wanted to keep his hand, or did he not block because he couldn't?
Yeah,
and
Ray
it
was
turned
not
out to be the latter.
Ray was not doing anything next level. He drew his hand and it said, "Look, you're going to do this," and Ray said, "Okay," and proceeded to pitch his non-blocks.
Galaxy here with a really, really good chance here. Now, Withering Shot is one of the most annoying single arrows, though. So, this could, be cutting down his damage output by, potentially up to 3 here. So, this is one of those cards where he might reluctantly just block here for 2 and say, all right, we're shipping some of your power cards to the bottom of the deck. Seems good. I'll take it.
Also, with Ray at 16 life, I really do like dropping a 3 block and giving up Tunic and maybe the Hornet Sting as well to kind of cover this up and really just apply that heavy pressure. Of course, giving up 2 cards as well is not a bad avenue either. Has to be very careful. He's not creating that frailty token. This does not have go again. Right?
This does not have go again.
Yep. So I think he assumed it had go again, and it did not, unfortunately. So while he thought he was giving a frailty token, he will instead receive one. So slight slip up by Galaxy, but at the same time, he's got plenty of room to work with in this situation. So let's see if Galaxy can kind of get a lot of
All right.
value on the
Yep.
crackback.
This is where you need to keep calm here. A slight misplay sometimes can tilt players quite a bit. And it's going to get to work here with an infecting shot here for 4. This might be a decent time to cash in those that Hornet sting here for Ray. Starting to run out of life here, though, to work with. In general, as soon as you start having to block with your whole hand and you can't return any pressure back, that's when you lose this mirror match. If we're still seeing, 2 cards for 2 cards, 3 cards for 1 card, 1 card for 3 cards, we have a match, but not too much room here left to work with. So in terms of power cards, let's recap a little bit. We know that Galaxy has played several 3-of-a-kinds. Ray has shipped 2 Rain Racers to the bottom. We know Galaxy pitched a Codex as well, so still a decent amount of power cards in the deck, but Ray has 3-of-a-kinds, Galaxy has Rain Razors. So it's not exactly a mirrored position here. So are you going to block this infecting shot here? Or are you going to save your block for the endless arrow, perhaps? Or maybe there's a searing shot with Go Again, because he does have access to 1 energy at the moment to load Voltaire. Oh,
Well,
the searing
Ray,
shot would come in for 3. Never mind.
right. And Ray being at 15 life really only has one more opportunity to kind of absorb some on-hit effects to kind of make a heavy tempo play. So he's going to really make sure that this is the one he wants to commit to before he kind of goes all in. Because if he kind of tiptoes around and kind of goes halfway in any way, shape, form, or fashion, he won't have enough life runway to really make that move later in the game.
Big decision here on a seemingly normal turn here. Ray says, sure, give it to me. I'll take the Blood Rot. Galaxy has a decision to make now. And looks like he's going to Arctic Incarceration Ray here. And that's that's pretty bad.
Not like this.
Normally, I would say, 3 ice cream cones are pretty good, but not when they're on the Frostbite token here. All right, Ray does have a Frostlock here, which will basically negate it. He's going to flip over his own Arctic Incarceration, giving Galaxy a Frostbite. And what is this turn going to look like? Let's see. Going to activate Voltaire, pitching a Bolton shot here. Looks like he had 2 blues. Best case scenario here. Going to load Bolton shot, fire it. Going to be able to withstand the Blood Rot as well. So we could go Bolton shot into Arctic Incarceration, pay for the Blood Rot, Arsenal the last card. That's a pretty good sequence here from Ray.
You did mention earlier that the concept of power cards, right? 3-of-a-kind, Codex of Frailty, Rain Razors, all those heavy hitters for Lexi. But Josh, I think the most impactful card in this game has definitely been Red Arctic Incarceration.
Yeah.
Just really applying a lot of indirect pressure, really seizing some tempo, with or without your opponent's consent, basically, just because it doesn't require a on-hit effect of any kind.
It's not like Ice Quick.
Yep. And so, I mean, that card is just putting in work in this matchup.
Yep. We've seen them basically playing. I think this is probably going to be the fourth Arctic incarceration we've seen this game. And depending on the hand texture of Galaxy, he might be hard pressed here, and he might actually have to block this hamstring shot, because this is actually a 5 tax here, which is which is pretty ridiculous. And looks like he's like, all right, I'm going to take the hamstring shot. Give me the frostbites. I'm going to try my best to do something with my turn here. Ray takes damage from the Blood Rot Pox token, drops to 9. They're unsure whose Arctic it is.
Oh, that's actually hilarious.
That
They've
is
played
actually
so many, they don't know whose it
it's
is.
like,
Maybe
this is
got the
mine,
same
yours.
sleeves.
Yep.
We'll figure it out later.
Galaxy's like, mine's shiny, yours is not. Get it out of here. All right, pitching a ton here for the Frostbite tokens. He did have a double blue here. That blue Death Touch coming in huge here. And he's going to be able to return damage here. He's going to have to pay 1 for the hamstring shot if Ray remembers. Right? That's 4 from... Yep, Ray does remember. And he says you need to pay for that. Galaxy says, okay, I'll just take Tunic in response to that. And so 4 Frostbite tokens, Voltaire activation is 5 energy. 6 for the Withering shot, and then +1 for the hamstring shot. He needs 7 energy here. He's going to take Tunic. Ray's like, yep, that's fine. Just remember that you had to pay. And he's going to fire the Withering shot here. Only for 3? Am I reading this right?
That looks like a 5 to me.
Okay, that's a 5. Okay, so we have a we have a red Withering shot.
It is almost 6 in the morning, so
Yep.
that could be a 5. It could be a 3.
Yep.
It could be a giraffe. I don't know.
Yep.
It's getting late. You
Yep.
know,
All right, Ray
getting tired.
Ray gonna preserve his life here a little bit. Galaxy gonna keep the pressure up here, saying, give me some cards. Or give me some armor to reestablish. Ray gonna flip over an infecting shot, ping Galaxy for 118. And I think this is just gonna be an Arsenal pass from Ray, unless this is a...
It'd be Tunic counter Thervicon one time.
Could be. And it... Okay.
Oh, I mean,
Codex?
that's the next best thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
You know, you're getting the arrow off the top for the Ponder token as well.
Yep.
Really good situation here for Ray to kind of edge back into the game after a very underwhelming start.
All right. Ray chose the Withering shot here, threatening to give him another Frailty token. And this is kind of how you can claw back a little bit over time here. Basically saying, you know what? You're going to have to give me 2 cards here. Unless you want your turn to be like arrow for 2, arrow for 3, arrow for like 2. And that's really not worth it.
Powering through a double Frailty seems like the worst idea. Yeah.
Do not advise.
That sounds about as efficient as putting a dehumidifier out in the rain.
Yep. I've had to swing Dawnblade for 1 several times. Very, very sad.
Never feels good. Never feels
good.
Like I said earlier, that Ponder token will execute it in a turn and grab that
infecting shot.
Ever so graceful infecting shot revealed on that Hornet Sting and place it right there into Arsenal for the possible 3 arrow turn next turn.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the good interactions here. All right, Galaxy. You have to give Ray 2 cards here. Which 2 cards are you going to give him? Graveyard check here from Galaxy. Normally an indication of a codex. I think it's totally fine to, just keep 2 cards here. Send back a little bit of damage.
Looks like he does have a codex of his own, so kind of in that situation where, like you suggested, where you block 2 cards. If you're trying to play the codex, which you typically always are, uh, you are unfortunately just discarding the card
And it's
because
taking it. Whoa.
oh, double frailty.
Double frailty, triggering the ponder. And Ray's going to draw up here. The life totals are, getting closer here. And even though Galaxy has a 5-card hand, some of are under the effect of double frailty. This Ice Quake will help a bit, though. And in comes a Searing Shot.
To be coming in for 5. That's a decent break point with the little amount of armor that Ray has access to. On hit, lose an extra life, so technically 6, and make a Frostbite token. Really just trying to secure tempo one last good time before he can attempt to kind of close out the game.
Yep. Of note, Galaxy's Tunic is also 1 tick ahead. Which does mean that he would get the chance to use it for, a Codex play or a 3-of-a-kind play. Though I don't think we're going to see any more 3-of-a-kinds out of Galaxy. Galaxy's going to have to end this game the old-fashioned way with Rain Razors or a 3-arrow turn.
Josh, we've watched, I think, collectively 7 to 8 Lexi matches with at least one of the heroes being Lexi, half of which were probably mirror matches. And I don't think we have seen a quiver activation.
Nope. It's just there to look pretty.
There you go.
It's just to show, it's like, yeah, of course I have extra arrows in my backpack. Ray thinking, you know what? Do I block here? Do I take 2, take 3 here to keep a card? Or do I just throw this Searing Shot here and move on with life? I think the next Arctic Incarceration could be the turning point in this game. I think both players still have 1 left in their deck, so this is also threatening Icequake here as well. I hope Ray, keeps that in mind.
Unfortunately, Ray does not have access to that Hornet Sting, where it's a very easy give up Tunic and Hornet Sting to kind of cover that up. But
He's taking 2 here.
He's
and
technically 3.
Technically 3, yep. And there comes the ice cream cone. Handing the frailty tokens back to Ray. And by Ray's body language, did he forget about the frostbite?
I think so. It did not look like a good...
Because the ice quake does last the whole turn here.
That it does.
It's going to cost... Yeah. Yeah, he forgot about it. Not good.
I think he was trying to pre-med into an infecting shot, I think is what he was attempting to do, but realized that he would no longer have the pitch. Oh no, and then we have a Rain Razor's 3 of a kind.
Yep. This could be the...
With the triple arrow setup.
Yep.
Do you
And
see
he
a Falcon
drew...
Wing
Yep.
secured?
Falcon Wing is a good card. Also makes a great arsenal target after you've, emptied your hand, depending on if you drew 3 arrows
Oh
here.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh
bolt
yeah,
and
3
shot
arrows.
there.
We got a
Yep.
Frost Lock, Falcon Wing, Bolt and Shot, and a Death Touch to top it off.
It's a long day, and the Icequake was kind of under their cards there. And if Galaxy just said, Searing Shot for 2, Ray might have forgot about it. All right, which arrow is it going to lead with here?
I don't think it actually matters, because you're at a high enough raise at a high enough life to where you can kind of
Or
manipulate the.
Galaxy's at a high enough life total.
Well, no, Ray. I'm saying Ray as far as breakpoints, right?
Oh,
He's
okay.
not at
Yep.
a point to where breakpoints are actively, influencing blocks entirely. So that's the only situation where, like, if he was a little bit lower, maybe at 2 or 3, there's situations where, like, okay, you need to send in instances of like 4 or 5, and like which arrow you give what can be very impactful, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's start things off with the Falcon Wing, buffed from Voltaire, buffed from Rain Razors. Gonna throw out Bolt and Shot here. 6 go again. No on hit here, but there's a ton of damage gonna leak in this turn.
Yep, you got 7 more in the back, so we have 6 block total plus 6 life is 12. For a total of 13 damage coming in, so it'll be a full block here and give Tunic and New Horizon to stay alive, losing that both arsenals.
Yep. Gonna go down to 1 here. Looks like he's gonna keep the Tunic.
Sure.
Gonna lose both arsenal cards here. Falcon Wing and Infecting Shot going away here. And I think Galaxy is moments away from winning this game. Both players played their heart out. But Ray just ticks his Tunic up, passes the turn. And that's a Rain Razors in hand. Galaxy is moments away from winning this game. Pitching Frostlock here. Moving quickly here. Heatseeker coming across for 5. And Rain Razors here.
Rain Razors
and
for game.
That's going to do it. Galaxy Yang is the 2023 Hong Kong Regional Champion. Congratulations to Galaxy. Played his heart out. Had a little bit of a rough day 1. Made a couple mistakes. But we saw a brand new man on day 2. Going 12-3 overall in this tournament. 4th seed coming to the top 8. And he plowed through 3 Lexis to get to the finals. Plowed through 2 Lexi to get to the finals. And then plowed through a 3rd Lexi to win the whole tournament. So, hey, there's Mortal. Mortal is a judge.
Really?
Yeah. Well, that explains why, the judging was so good. It was Mortal
There you
judging.
There you go.
All right, so they are basically going to open some gold foils now on camera. And I think we might, even get to see a little bit of the prize ceremony and all that. So,
Oh yeah, let's see what he gets.
Yep, so that's the backdrop there in Hong Kong. Very, very beautiful. Look at that. Did they cut off Sir Bolton on the right? I don't know. Well, there you go. There are your... Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta change the thing. Hold on. Ah. Wait. Wait. That... Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't. No, 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 no. Okay, we gotta rotate it. All right, give me a second.
Quick
yeah,
fix.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. All right, make this smaller. Make this. Yeah, I hope they could wait just a little bit. I'm trying my best. I wasn't prepared for this, guys. All right. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Bring this here. All right, I'm just trying my best. All right. All right, there you guys go. Okay, fixed it as quickly as I could. So beautiful backdrop there. Galaxy Yang. There you go. Your 2023 Hong Kong regional champion. Congratulations to him. Taking down the whole event with Lexi. And that's Felix, also known as Hong, the owner of Mox Saga. And there's Jerry, the head judge there. So yeah, I think they're going to be opening some gold foils. So this will be very, very fun. And so we saw that Galaxy also got a check for $2,400, and he got his invite. Obviously, there's Ray, there's Bun, and Ho Chun Lai there as well. Here we go. 4 envelopes. First pick to Galaxy. Obviously, they're all sealed. Bun and Ho Chun Lai getting 3rd and 4th pick there.
Like, yeah, we're gonna go open them. Yeah.
All right, so showing off. Hey, we got 4 gold foils here, and I know Ho Chun Lai is going to open his, so we'll see. Maybe the others will open them as well because of peer pressure. We'll see.
All right. If Bun opens a Grasp of the Art Night, I'm gonna have to give him a call.
Yeah, you might have to. Looks like Bolton was not cut off on that. Great, that's great. All right, moving over towards the table. Looks like Galaxy's gonna open his. Ray's opening his as well. Looks like everybody.
No fear.
You know, we love gambling in Hong Kong. So here we go. Why not? All right, and there's a very specific method that people open theirs. Okay, so here we go. First cold legendary cold. Yeah, this is Bun.
Grasp of the Art Night. One time.
Let's see here. And is that
a good one?
That is a good one.
Scowling Flesh Bag.
Yep. Brute players.
Good legendary.
Gonna need that. Yep. All right, Ray, Ho Chun Lai looks like he's gonna open his here, and Trench. Yep. Not bad. Although he's an Icelander player, so maybe he doesn't want that. All right. Looks like Ray, our 2nd place finisher, gonna open his here. And what is it? It is
Black Tech Whispers.
Black Tech Whispers. Not bad. Great in Assassin. Probably even better next set. And finally, Galaxy gonna open his here. What does he got? Valiant Dynamos. Pretty good. For the warrior at heart. Good job, Galaxy. Congratulations to you, my friend. Well, that's great. Good vibes all around. There's Kelvin Law there on the right. And Nova as well. Jack Tang in the back there. All having a good time. There's the legend himself, Dennis, in the back there in the blue shirt.
Dennis, that's the green guy.
Yep. So, yep. A circle of the highest level and strongest players in Hong Kong. Great to see them And this is a great behind the scenes moment here.
Yep.
So even though we
I can
can't hear
Dennis.
anything,
I can hear Dennis. He's like, "You want to roll for him?"
should have had Dennis pass out the gold foils, and he would have got his cup out and rolled. Wow. Yep. Great. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. So, yep, round of applause here for Galaxy and for Ray. There's Mortal. Thanks for judging, Mortal. Mortal, if he was a player, he could have got to the finals. You never know. He was in the finals of the 2022, actually. So,
yep.
All right. Well, back to our webcams here. Well, Nathan, it has been quite a journey, my friend. And we're happy that, hundreds of people joined us for the journey as well. If you guys are still in chat, thank you so much for joining us for the Hong Kong Regional Championship 2023, hosted by Mox Saga in Hong Kong. If you are in Hong Kong and you're looking for a place to play Fab, look up Mox Saga. That is my home LGS in Hong Kong. If you go there, say hi to Felix. Tell him Joe Sir is my buddy, and he'll hook you up there. All right, Nathan. Any final thoughts before we wrap this up? It is 5:55 in the morning.
Yeah, it's definitely late. It's starting to get a little light outside. Not too bad yet, but we're getting there. And thanks everybody for joining us. Keeping us awake, keeping us engaged in chat with your questions. We really do appreciate it. Hopefully, I know the internet was a little bit spotty at times, but I promise you we're doing our absolute best. We're just trying to bring you great games in the amazing game that we all love to watch and play. So thanks everybody for joining us, and we will see you next time, whenever that is. We'll be at Dallas calling, more than likely, and if you won't be at that one, we would love to see you at Worlds.
Yep, sounds good. All right, one last time, this has been Josh and Nathan with TheCardGuyz. Thank you for joining us for these last 2 days of Flesh and Blood. Always been a pleasure, my friend. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get to bed.
Let's do it. Let's get some sleep.
Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. See you later.
Take care, everybody.